Guards usher Duchess Zelda urgently through the castle hallways as chaos unfolds around them. Zelda flees in sheer panic, her heart pounding as she desperately searches for a safe escape. Pushing open heavy wooden doors, a loyal guard attempts to lead her towards safety. Suddenly, lethal arrows split the air with terrifying speed and precision. The protective guard is instantly struck down by incoming arrows right before Zelda's eyes. Zelda gasps in horror and fury, screaming out at the unseen attackers responsible. Royal banners crash down, signaling the arrival of executioners bearing the king's decree. The commander declares an official royal order to execute her entire family, following a confession from Lady Levante. Coldly staring her down, the commander demands Duchess Zelda accept her grim fate peacefully. Zelda clutching her pendant in utter anguish, as despair crushes her last remaining hope. Surrounded by armed executioners, Zelda finds herself trapped, as the commander declares there is nowhere for a traitor to hide. Refusing to accept the accusation, Zelda cries out in disbelief, calling treason an absolute setup. The commander coldly states Lady Levante has confessed everything and urges her to accept her execution quietly. Horrified by the betrayal, Zelda despairs over her aunt's confession and insists there must be a mistake. An armed soldier steps forward, offering to escort her while insisting they are merely following royal orders. Frantic and confused, Zelda struggles to make sense of the sudden tragic turn of events. Realizing something has gone horribly wrong, Zelda bends down to grab a fallen sword. Brandishing the blade, Zelda resolves that she must reach the Duke at all costs. Refusing to die helplessly, Zelda raises the sword with desperate determination. With a fierce cry, Zelda swings her sword downward toward the approaching soldier. The commander strikes without mercy, brutally swinging his sword down as blood sprays across the dark night. The force of the strike sends Zelda crashing heavily to the frozen ground below. Broken and helpless, Zelda lies motionless on the snow as her life rapidly slips away. A mysterious snowflake-shaped mark appears in her eye as dark magical particles swirl around her dying form. Falling into a deep void of starlight, Zelda calls out Raoul's name as her soul drifts away. Suddenly, her blue eye opens as a strange mystical sensation pulls her consciousness back. She gazes down in shock at her own fallen body enveloped in dark aura, unable to believe what she is seeing. Realizing her tragic fate, Zelda despairs as she accepts that her life has reached its end. Panic surges through her as she wonders if she has truly died, only to hear a mysterious voice speak her name. Her eyes widen in utter shock as she gasps, desperate to know who is calling out to her. Dark aura suddenly swirls around Zelda as a bitter voice chides her for ignoring him for 22 years. Swirling purple energy takes the shape of a massive glowing wolf, revealing himself to be Raoul. Materializing from the shadow, Raoul steps forward as the spirit of night and death whom she summoned in her final moments. Zelda clutches her chest in disbelief, wondering how they are able to speak when she has already died. Raoul chuckles softly, reminding her that as the spirit of death, speaking to past souls is effortless for him. Demanding to know why he has appeared, Zelda listens as Raoul promises to grant her a special gift. With a sinister smirk, Raoul tells her to take a good look at what he is about to show her. Sudden magical light envelops Zelda as Raoul steps up behind her, revealing a shocking conversation from the past. Zelda's eyes widen in sheer horror as she instantly recognizes the voices speaking about the purge. Looking upon a memory of the prince and Aunt Levante, Zelda realizes with horror that her family's downfall was orchestrated from within. Overwhelmed by horror, Zelda realizes her entire family was targeted, wondering in anguish if her parents were murdered too. Countess Madison Levante cold-heartedly remarks that killing Zelda as soon as her potential as a spirit mage was discovered was necessary. Zelda gasps in shock, reeling as the reality of her hidden identity as a spirit mage is exposed. The memory reveals the origin of the Burelia Kingdom, founded by a dragon-backed royal family and 5 spirit-blessed bloodlines. In the kingdom's early days, spirit mages were respected guardians against invading beasts and vile fiends. As time passed, society began to fear their immense magical gifts, placing spirit mages under ruthless surveillance. Targeted by fear and prejudice, spirit mages who were mostly women were hunted down and driven to near extinction. Bound to a wooden stake, women possessing spirit magic were ruthlessly burned alive during the dark era of witch hunts. Fuming with intense hatred, Zelda stares forward, outraged by the cold-blooded corruption of those who murdered her family. Turning back to the spirit of death, Zelda directly asks Raoul why he chose to reveal this painful truth. Raoul explains that after waiting 1,000 years for his spirit mage to return, her sudden death meant waiting indefinitely without an end. Stepping close behind Zelda, Raoul mockingly asks if she enjoyed the dramatic revelation he prepared for her. Staring at him in disbelief, Zelda wonders if what she witnessed was real, but Raoul nonchalantly insists he has no reason to fabricate the truth. Leaning over her shoulder, Raoul taunts Zelda, reminding her that ignoring him her entire life led directly to her tragic end. Agitated by his callous mocking, Zelda reaches out and firmly grabs Raoul by his suit jacket. Snapping back in anger, Zelda yells that all she ever wanted was to be loved and accepted, not branded as a witch. Raoul glides backward through the starry space, asking if dying like this was truly better than living as a feared witch. Clenching her hands tightly against her chest, Zelda vows that if given another chance at life, she will never live so foolishly again. Hearing her fierce declaration, a sly and amused smirk spreads across Raoul's face. Leaning down to gaze into her eyes, Raoul asks if she wants to live again, teasing that making it happen could be quite fun. Nodding firmly, Zelda agrees to the proposal and prepares to make her request. Raising his finger, Raoul explains that to hide from the goddess's gaze, there is one major condition. A demonic flame ignites in Raoul's hand as he reveals that he requires the flame of someone's life. Leaning close, Raoul smirks and admits he hasn't fed on life energy in over 1,000 years. Startled, Zelda asks if she must fight, but Raoul reassures her she only needs to hunt beasts with her newfound powers. Clenching her hands over her chest, Zelda realizes this is a small price to pay for a second chance at life. Fueled by vengeance, Zelda vows to destroy the king, the prince, and Aunt Levante, while Raoul eagerly looks forward to tasting blood. A brilliant flash of light illuminates a grand ceiling as time snaps back. Waking up on a bed in a sunlit room, Zelda finds herself back in her childhood home. Catching her reflection in the mirror, Zelda gasps in shock as she sees her younger self. A small purple creature taps Zelda's shoulder and asks how it feels to be back. Resting on her shoulder, the tiny fluffball addresses her by name as she stares in realization. Sunlight streams into the quiet bedroom, where an open book lies on a desk. Standing in her room, Zelda calls out to Raoul with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Smirking mischievously, Raoul warns her never to ask for another trip through time. Nervous, Zelda fidgets with her fingers while Raoul warns her not to dwell on her deceased father. Dropping a bombshell, Raoul casually reveals that her mother is actually still alive. Eyes widening in total shock, Zelda gasps as the unbelievable truth sinks in. Raoul scratches himself nonchalantly, admitting he only briefly encountered her mother in her past life. Declaring he is exhausted from using so much magical energy, Raoul floats away to sleep, while Zelda desperately calls out to him. Clenching her fist tightly in quiet resolve, Zelda whispers a desperate plea for her mother. Looking upward with wide eyes, Zelda heartfeltly thanks Raoul for giving her a chance to undo her deepest regrets. Grinning mischievously, Raoul smirks back at her and sternly warns her not to forget their deal. Outside, bright sunlight bathes the grand estate under a clear blue sky. Hearing a sudden knock at her bedroom door, Zelda turns her attention toward the sound. A maid named Elena Judy opens the door, warmly wishing Mrs. Zelda a happy 7th birthday. Overjoyed to see her beloved maid alive again, Zelda gasps Judy's name in pure delight. Without hesitation, young Zelda rushes forward and buries herself tightly into Judy's warm embrace. Hugging the maid as tight as she can, Zelda tearfully confesses just how deeply she missed her. Gentle and concerned, Judy gently cradles young Zelda and asks if she suffered through a bad dream. Wiping away tears of relief, Zelda softly cries that she missed Judy desperately. Zelda tearfully expresses her deep regret, apologizing for never properly thanking Judy in her past life. Caught off guard, Judy gazes at her young mistress in wide-eyed surprise. Softening gently, Judy pulls young Zelda close, listening tenderly to her heartfelt words. Zelda remembers how Judy was one of the few souls who offered her genuine kindness. She recalls how Judy stayed in touch with letters even after Zelda was sent far north. Zelda bitterly remembers Judy's mercenary husband getting injured, leaving Judy struggling while Zelda was too consumed by her own misery to help. Smiling warmly, Judy reminds Zelda it is her 7th birthday and offers to cook anything she craves. Zelda hesitates nervously, worried her cruel aunt will be angry if they celebrate. Patting Zelda's head reassuringly, Judy promises to prepare a special birthday meal in secret. Zelda gasps in surprise as she hears about the curiosity surrounding the spirit she encountered. Fiddling nervously with her hands, young Zelda hesitates while Judy stands before her. Realizing she might have overstepped, Judy gently takes Zelda's hand and suggests combing her hair by the mirror. Illuminated by a soft glow, Zelda looks ahead with a thoughtful expression. Filled with deep affection, Zelda suddenly hurls herself into Judy's arms for a tight embrace. Hugging her maid tightly, Zelda resolves to become strong enough to protect kind people like Judy. Teasingly hugging Zelda back, Judy cheekily wonders what kind of wonderful spirit caused her shy mistress to act so sweet. Hearing the word spirit, Zelda falls silent as intense determination fills her eyes. The room's wooden mirror stands ready near the window light. Brightening up the mood, Judy cheerfully sits young Zelda down on a chair to fix her hair. Judy promises to braid Zelda's hair especially prettily while styling it before the mirror. Zelda stares forward with intense focus, remembering the exact turning point of her past tragedy. Outside, the bright morning sky shines through the bedroom window. Suddenly, the heavy room door creaks open as dark shadows loom. Young Zelda turns around in terror as a dark voice calls out her name. Countess Madison Levante enters with a dramatic clap, greeting her beautiful niece. Leaning down with a terrifying, sinister glare, Madison demands to know what spirit Zelda met. Zelda falters in silence, trembling under her aunt's overwhelming pressure. Feigning ignorance, Zelda lies that she lacks talent and saw no spirits all night. Madison's face contorts in pure rage, venomously asking if Zelda is kidding her. Trembling in fear, young Zelda hides behind her maid, meekly apologizing to her aunt for failing to summon a spirit. Countess Madison's eyes darken with intense malice as she internally curses the useless child. Bitter rumors once questioned Zelda's birth, whispering that her mother was infertile and her father hid a secret pregnancy. Vicious gossip deemed the young girl too ugly for even spirits to choose. Madison glares with sinister hatred, recalling how she only brought Zelda here after discovering a spirit mage. The tense interrogation is suddenly interrupted as a maid timidly calls out from near the window. Madison snaps in annoyance, demanding to know why a guest is disturbing her so early in the morning. When the panicked maid reveals the visitors have arrived directly from the royal palace, Madison turns in shock. Madison's sharp glare instantly turns to pure alarm at the unexpected mention of imperial guests. Dismissing young Zelda with a harsh command, Madison turns away to deal with the urgent palace arrival. Sunlight streams quietly through the grand estate windows as the morning unfolds. Countess Madison sits alone in her lavish office, carefully reading a letter sent to her family. The official letter offers condolences and proposes a political marriage between the Madison daughter and the skilled Duke of Blue. Madison tightly crumples the letter in her hand, boiling with quiet rage at the outrageous proposal. Furious, Madison refuses to give away her cherished Celine to a northern swordsman. She looks out the window and spots young Zelda playing quietly in the garden outside. A sinister smirk suddenly spreads across Madison's face as a scheming idea strikes her mind. Realizing she can sacrifice Zelda instead of Celine, Madison hatches a cunning plan to fulfill the proposal. With a sharp wave of her hand, Madison orders her maid to bring Zelda to her immediately. Meanwhile, young Zelda continues plucking grass in the garden, completely unaware of the dark plot being woven against her. Kneeling on the lush green grass, young Zelda wipes her exhausted forehead while pulling weeds outside the estate. Looking down at the clump of grass in her hand, Zelda questions why they forced a 7-year-old child to do such absurd menial labor. Flapping over the grass, small spirit Raoul teasingly asks if she is only just now realizing how absurd her past treatment was. With a fierce look of determination in her eyes, Zelda vows that she will never spend this second life performing menial tasks. Calling out to Raoul, Zelda gazes down at the tiny purple creature rolling around playfully on the garden lawn. Recalling her past life, Zelda remembers how Raoul once introduced himself as the spirit of death, offering to kill anyone she desired. Tightly gripping a handful of weeds, Zelda reflects on how historical spirit mages who bound with the spirit of death were all brutally murdered. Turning toward her spirit companion with a bright smile, Zelda softly expresses her sincere gratitude to Raoul. Perking up his ears in surprise, the small purple spirit tilts his head back with a confused question mark. Smiling warmly, Zelda tells Raoul that without him, she would never have gained a second chance at life or revenge, calling him the best spirit. Glaring with annoyance, Raoul complains that in her previous life, Zelda ran away in fear and never called for him even once. Turning around with a cheerful giggle, Zelda crouches in the garden while looking back at her approaching maid. Curious, Judy asks if Zelda was talking to herself, but Zelda quickly denies it and asks if she misheard. Reassurance in her voice, Judy approaches Zelda and gently tells her young mistress not to be startled. Judy informs her that Lady Levante wants to meet her in the tea room, instantly reminding Zelda that the Northern Duke's marriage proposal is being discussed today. Grateful for the maid's kindness, Zelda, holding Judy's hand, offers a bright, affectionate smile and thanks her. Walking through the hallway, Zelda reflects on how she was dragged around in her past life by those controlling her. With unwavering resolve in her eyes, Zelda vows that this time around, her second life will be completely different. Tightly clenching her small fist, Zelda secretly promises to steer her destiny in the exact direction she desires. Inside the sunlit tea room, an elegant tiered dessert stand holding fresh pastries and tea sets sits prepared on the table. Stepping into the room, young Zelda politely greets her aunt Countess Madison, who gestures for her to take a seat. Immediately mocking her niece, Madison sneers that low-born menial labor suits Zelda perfectly after seeing her covered in garden dust. Taking a leisurely sip from her teacup, Madison cruelly adds that Zelda should be grateful for her charity, despite her unnoble nature. Judy pulls out a plush chair, allowing Zelda to quietly take her seat across from her scheming aunt. Sitting patiently at the table, Zelda calmly responds to her aunt as Madison prepares to reveal her sinister proposal. Smirking over her teacup, Madison casually brings up a splendid young duke ruling over the Northern Territory. With a scheming glint in her eyes, Madison praises the Northern Duke as handsome, skilled in swordsmanship, and close in age. Darkening her expression, Zelda cuts through the sweet talk and asks directly about the marriage proposal with the Northern Duke. Offering a sweet, innocently radiant smile surrounded by flowers, Zelda shockingly agrees to the arrangement without hesitation. Caught completely off guard, Madison freezes with her teacup midair, her eyes wide with shock at Zelda's unexpected compliance. Zelda turns to her aunt with a calm but piercing gaze, preparing to drop her next condition. She casually mentions knowing about the large dowry her aunt agreed to receive for the marriage. Flustered by the bold call-out, Madison nervously wipes her mouth, claiming she is only managing the funds due to Zelda's youth. Pointing out the hypocrisy, Zelda innocently asks if that same logic applies to her late parents' fortune. Rattled by the sharp counter, Madison sets down her teacup and quickly attempts to dismiss the topic as absurd nonsense. Trying to regain control, Madison insists that securing a marriage with a ducal family is an act of sheer kindness. Unfazed by her aunt's sweet talk, Zelda opens her mouth to state her firm decision. Declaring her independence, Zelda announces that she will no longer be doing any housework around the estate. Madison slams her hands onto the table in shock, completely stunned by her niece's sudden defiance. Exploding in rage, Madison yells that a useless girl without spirit magic should be grateful just to receive food and shelter. Zelda reminds Madison that the wealth in question actually belongs to her parents' inheritance. She firmly states that she will spend her free time doing as she pleases, while still fulfilling necessary duties as the Northern Duke's future wife. Madison trembles uncontrollably, clenching her fist as her anger boils over at her niece's rebellion. With a polite bow alongside Judy, Zelda takes her leave from the tense room. Leaving her furious aunt fuming behind her, Zelda turns away and calmly walks out. Back in her own room, Zelda stares up at the wooden ceiling in deep thought. Exhausted from the confrontation, Zelda collapses onto her bed with a heavy sigh. Lying on her back, Zelda gazes upward, quietly contemplating her next moves. Sitting up on the bed, Zelda calls out to Raoul, who lazily responds from atop a wooden cabinet. Zelda asks Raoul a question, while dragging a heavy wooden chair across her room. Sitting on the chair, Zelda earnestly asks Raoul if he truly met her mother, and if she is really still alive. Glaring back, Raoul reveals he encountered the woman when Zelda was around 25 years old. Raoul explains that while wandering the northern region out of boredom, he sensed a spirit mage's aura deep inside a monster lair. Inside the cavern, he found a hooded woman, whose vision seemed blurred, and whose speech sounded disjointed. Raoul adds that he couldn't stay long because she was near a dragon's nest that began to stir in his presence. Desperate for confirmation, Zelda asks if the woman had any distinctive features. Raoul casually recalls that the woman was wearing a ring adorned with a delicate butterfly decoration. Zelda gasps in shock as vivid memories of her beloved mother flood back into her mind. She remembers holding her mother's hand against her cheek, seeing the exact same butterfly ring. Tears well up in Zelda's eyes as she quietly whispers her mother's name, confirming the incredible truth. Zelda instantly resolves that she must go find her mother in the north. Her determination burning bright, Zelda declares she needs to head out right now. Raoul shrieks in disbelief, asking if she has completely lost her mind. Confused by his intense reaction, young Zelda asks why he is freaking out. Raoul warns her that a dragon guards the cave and will devour her instantly. Worried for her mother's safety, Zelda asks what will happen while she builds her power. Raoul reassures her that nothing bad will happen to her mother before Zelda turns 25. Lowering her head, Zelda quietly calls out Raoul's name to steady herself. Sitting patiently, the fluffy spirit answers back to see what the human wants. Determination shining in her eyes, Zelda asks how strong she must become to defeat a dragon. Raoul stares at her in silence, caught completely off guard by her insane declaration. Shaking his head frantically, he rejects her wild plan, but Zelda demands to know what he means. Raoul reminds her that this massive dragon protects the royal family of the entire kingdom. Unfazed by the obstacle, Zelda firmly asks if she can defeat the dragon in battle. Chuckling softly, Raoul realizes this situation is growing far more interesting than expected. Transforming into his humanoid form, Raoul warns her that while she has potential, it won't be easy. Clenching her hands tightly, Zelda declares she is fully prepared to use his power to slay the dragon. Raoul smirks arrogantly, boasting that hunting a mere dragon is child's play with his immense strength. A dark grin spreads across his face as he admits tasting dragon blood sounds quite tempting. Standing tall, Raoul proudly declares that no mortal human has ever fully wielded his power before. 8 years pass, and a older Zelda rigorously practices her swordsmanship alone in the forest, wiping the sweat from her brow as she calls out to Raoul. Looking over with glowing red eyes, Raoul grumpily asks what the human wants from him this time. Zelda offers a bright, confident smile, and tells the spirit she will be counting on his support once again today. Walking away in his animal form, Raoul grumbles that if she plans to rely on him, she should bring decent souls instead of mere rabbit scraps. Annoyed by her current routine, Raoul demands to know how much longer she intends to train like this, instead of engaging in real, blood-soaked combat. Sheathing her sword, Zelda calmly explains that martial skill is essential for hunting monsters, adding that relying solely on his vast powers exhausts her far too quickly. Recalling the tragic memory of her past execution, Zelda silently reflects on the painful moments leading up to her original death. Remembering the armored knight who took her life before, she vows in her heart that this time she will never die so weakly. Snapping out of her bitter memory, Zelda turns around happily as a voice asks how long she plans to rest. Her personal tutor, Roina, a knight instructor from the Northern Division, approaches through the lush greenery with her sword drawn. Roina asks if Zelda finished her practice session, and the cheerful young girl proudly confirms she completed everything. Satisfied with her response, Roina calmly removes her heavy cloak. Roina suggests a sparring match for a change, drawing her blade and warning Zelda that she will not be holding back. Zelda readily accepts the challenge, lunging forward with her sword with absolute determination. Their blades clash violently in midair as Roina notes with a smirk that they are already fighting evenly. Roina marvels in silence, wondering if 8 years have truly passed since she first took on this role. She recalls retiring after losing her arm to a northern beast and spending her days drinking in a local tavern. A request arrived from the capital asking her to tutor a count's daughter in northern culture and swordsmanship. Though Roina initially refused the offer multiple times, she found herself wavering over her drink. She eventually gave in after learning the young noblewoman had driven away every other tutor available. Roina reflects on how she initially met young Zelda, warning her that swordsmanship looks appealing but is exhausting enough to make anyone want to run away. She slowly draws her blade, questioning if Zelda truly wants to proceed after driving off so many previous tutors. With a stern expression, Roina readies her stance, declaring she will show the young girl just how brutal training can be. Zelda offers a bright, enthusiastic smile and thanks her tutor, though Roina doubts her cheerful confidence will last very long. Young Zelda grips her wooden training sword tight, fully prepared to take on whatever brutal regimen Roina throws at her. To Roina's complete shock, Zelda relentlessly completes 300 swing repetitions every single day as time passes. Even as her body trembles from absolute exhaustion, Zelda bows politely to thank Roina, earning her tutor's genuine respect and commitment. Back in the intense present-day sparring match, their steel swords strike together violently before bouncing apart under heavy force. Roina catches her breath, sweating heavily as she feels the overwhelming pressure and strength behind her student's fierce strikes. Her sword hand trembles intensely, forcing Roina to realize just how formidable young Zelda has truly become over the years. Roina smiles warmly at her young student, praising Zelda for her impressive tenacity. Zelda sheepishly scratches her head, letting out a modest chuckle at her instructor's praise. Roina reassures Zelda that she will thrive in the north and be well-liked, even by young Duke Shade. Zelda lowers her eyes indifferently, declaring she expects nothing from someone who hasn't even shown his face since their engagement. She then brightens up, casually telling Roina that it is fine because they do not all have to get along anyway. Later by a tranquil forest lake, Raoul asks Zelda if she plans on attempting her training again today. Zelda explains that it is the most powerful secret technique she can channel through him, determined to master it. Raoul agrees that practicing near the body of water should be fine, giving her the green light to proceed. Glowing magic circles instantly manifest around Zelda as she prepares to focus her spirit magic power. Closing her eyes with total concentration, Zelda raises her hands to begin channeling her ultimate magic technique. Raoul rolls around lazily, reminding Zelda that only one person in history has ever successfully pulled off this spell before. Unfazed, Zelda smirks gently, resolving that she will not let herself miss out on mastering it. Raoul rolls onto his back, grumbling that she should give up since 18 months of failed attempts have yielded nothing. Zelda insists that today feels different, prompting Raoul to tease her for repeating that same excuse over 300 times. Closing her eyes, Zelda takes a deep breath and centers her mind, shutting out Raoul's distractions. Whispering an ancient incantation, Zelda gathers surge after surge of dark, crackling spirit magic between her open palms. Reciting the final lines of the chant, magic circles ignite behind Zelda as the orb of dark magic fully stabilizes. Raoul pops his ears up in utter shock, watching in disbelief as Zelda actually succeeds in forming the spell. Zelda stares in complete awe at the floating purple orb of spirit energy, marveling at her own unbelievable success. Overjoyed, Zelda throws her hands in the air and cheers happily after finally mastering the legendary spirit technique. Zelda breaks into a heavy sweat, gasping as the sheer strain of maintaining the spell rapidly drains her physical energy. Realizing she cannot hold the unstable magic ball, Zelda panics and decides to hurl it toward the nearby lake. Transforming instantly into his human form, Raoul rushes forward and swoops in to grab Zelda before she gets caught in the blast. The dense dark spirit energy hurtles straight into the lake water, igniting a violent reaction upon impact. Carrying Zelda safely up into the air, Raoul swoops away as a massive, towering explosion of water ruptures the entire lake below. Landing gracefully back onto the soft grass, Raoul lets out a calm breath after saving Zelda from her reckless blast. Raoul chops Zelda on the head, angrily lecturing her for carelessly throwing such dangerous power so close to herself. Collapsing onto the grass in utter exhaustion, Zelda groans while Raoul reverts into his small purple animal form. Raoul admits she actually succeeded, looking out over the massive, gaping crater where the lake used to be. Staring up at the sky while lying flat on her back, Zelda breathlessly wonders if this power is the peak of her spirit magic. Raoul claims this is the limit of human strength, boasting that even a dragon would run from such force. Zelda calls out to Raoul as she lies on the grass. Looking up intently, Zelda wonders if this means she will never lose to anyone again. Raoul groans in annoyance, complaining that Zelda completely ignores what he says. Sitting up, Raoul warns her that while her power is unmatched, the aftermath is the real issue. Raoul presses his paw onto Zelda's forehead, pointing out how weak and drained she becomes after using it. Pushing herself up, Zelda asks if Raoul can fly, to which he proudly boasts there is nothing he cannot do. Raoul eagerly urges her to begin their journey, excited to hunt monsters and devour souls. Zelda agrees it is time to return to where she once lived and died, feeling surreal about her newfound calm. Grabbing a strand of her hair, Zelda suddenly notices a strange change in its appearance. Raoul explains to a flustered Zelda that her hair color changed because their spirits are in sync. Releasing his hold on her magic, dark aura wisps away, returning Zelda's hair back to its original golden hue. Relieved that her hair reverted, Zelda sighs happily, no longer worried about explaining the sudden change to others. As Raoul leaps up beside her, Zelda cheerfully asks if they should set off on their journey immediately. Zelda explains she will leave a letter before setting out, while Raoul gleefully looks forward to hunting delicious souls. Night falls over the quiet estate grounds, illuminating the grand mansion gate under the starry sky. In the dead of night, Zelda vaults down onto the ledge while Raoul gracefully lands alongside her. Donning her dark hood, Zelda drops down softly onto the grassy courtyard, with Raoul trotting by her side. Standing tall in her dark traveling attire, Zelda lands outside while Raoul chirps happily about the nice weather. After Zelda points out that it is pitch black, Raoul playfully reminds her that he thrives in the darkness. As they walk, Raoul asks Zelda if she truly intends to make the long journey to the north entirely on foot. Zelda explains that she lacks funds for teleportation, while renting a carriage in the capital would leave an easily traceable record for Aunt Levante. She adds that her aunt must already be frantically searching for her after reading the farewell letter she left behind. Raoul grumbles in annoyance, asking how much farther it is until they finally reach the next village. Zelda tells him not to complain, promising to hunt animals and monsters along the way so he can consume their souls. Meanwhile, a grand carriage accompanied by an armed escort travels down a quiet forest road under the night sky. A knight asks his commander why he is riding a horse alongside the carriage instead of sitting inside. The commander calmly replies that horseback riding helps him sort out his thoughts more easily. The noble commander riding outside is revealed to be Shade Carlos XVIII. He notes that the new recruits seem to be struggling on the journey, pointing out one rider's stiff and nervous posture. The knight brings up the troublesome prince who keeps causing headaches for the duke. Shade sends a chilling glare, prompting the nervous knight to quickly question why the prince keeps bothering someone guarding the north. Suddenly, a lethal arrow pierces through a knight's chest, shattering the quiet night as shouts of an attack echo through the forest. Shade and his commander snap around in shock as the sudden ambush catches their escort completely off guard. Refusing to panic, Shade grips his sword hilt, ready to defend his men against the unseen attackers. Drawing his blade with deadly grace, Shade shouts to alert his surrounding troops. Shade commands his men to prepare for battle as danger surrounds the entire procession. Meanwhile, Raoul grumbles in exhaustion as he and Zelda continue traveling on foot outside the city walls. As Raoul complains about barely making it past the gate, Zelda calmly replies they will push forward until reaching the next trading post. Pointing toward the dark horizon, Zelda reassures him that the trading post shouldn't be far since they are still near the capital. Raoul glares at Zelda, questioning if the small amount of money she brought was truly all she had to buy a horse. Flustered, Zelda retorts that horses are expensive and tells him to just teleport them if he is going to keep whining. Throwing a temper tantrum on Zelda's shoulders, Raoul threatens to cancel their contract if she doesn't feed him first. Collapsing onto Zelda's back, Raoul dramatically groans that he is far too hungry to walk another step. Annoyed by his endless complaints, Zelda turns around, only to freeze when distant metallic clashing echoes through the woods. Realizing steel is striking steel nearby, Zelda asks Raoul if he hears human swords clashing in the forest. Excited by the prospect of free food, Raoul eagerly dashes ahead while Zelda desperately calls for him to stop. Hiding behind the foliage, Zelda tries to keep Raoul quiet while peering through the thick bushes toward the commotion. Looking down at the forest road, Zelda watches in disbelief as armed men engage in a fierce clash around a noble carriage. Zelda gasps in shock as she recognizes Shade fiercely parrying an assassin's blade right in the middle of the chaotic ambush. Raoul immediately recognizes Duke Shade as Zelda's former husband from her previous life. Staring down at the skirmish, Zelda silently whispers Duke Shade Carlos's name. Zelda reflects on how Shade was constantly on the battlefield in her past life, making his face a rare sight. She recalls how distant and cold Shade always was toward her inside their mansion. Watching him fight, Zelda sees Shade fiercely swinging his sword against the attackers. Zelda finds herself captivated by Shade's remarkably graceful and powerful swordsmanship. Snapping her out of her thoughts, Raoul asks Zelda why she is getting so sentimental right now. Noticing Shade's men struggling, Raoul asks if they should step in, but Zelda coldly refuses to intervene. Raoul looks at Zelda in utter disbelief as she turns her back on the ongoing fight. Zelda laughs off the danger, even as Raoul warns that several of Shade's knights are about to die. Raoul points out that saving Shade's men will make the Duke indebted to her, making sneaking into the dragon's lair far easier later on. Zelda teasingly accuses Raoul of just wanting blood, which the greedy spirit gleefully admits to without an ounce of shame. Realizing the strategic value of making Shade owe her a debt, Zelda adjusts her face mask and prepares to jump into battle. Zelda asks Raoul if he's ready, prompting the ecstatic spirit to cheer at the prospect of devouring fresh souls right on the spot. Meanwhile, Duke Shade stands surrounded with his blade drawn, baffled that high road bandits dared to ambush his procession outside the capital. Assessing the battlefield, Shade notes that only one of his young knights has fallen, leaving the rest to hold off the attackers. Raising his sword, Shade analyzes the enemy's fluid movements, instantly realizing these supposed bandits are actually highly trained swordsmen. Spotting a fatal opening, Shade's blue eye glints with lethal intent as an attacker lunges directly at him. The ambushing assassin screams in shock as a blinding flash cuts straight through their stance before they can even strike. With a terrifying display of master swordsmanship, Shade cleaves through the attacker, sending them crashing down in a spray of blood. Shade calculates he could wipe out the ambushers himself, but it would cost the lives of too many of his loyal soldiers. Suddenly, an eerie dark fog begins creeping across the forest floor around the attacker's feet. Screams of agony echo through the woods as the dark mist aggressively surges upward, consuming an attacker. Panic explodes among the assassins as they writhe in the suffocating shadows, realizing a powerful spiritist is attacking them. Shade and his knight captain scan the chaotic battlefield in complete bewilderment at the mysterious dark magic intervention. One of the assassins shouts in terror, pointing up at a masked spiritist standing alongside a small creature atop a nearby cliff. Looking down from the ridge, Zelda manifests glowing dark magic in her palm, her eyes brimming with absolute control. Staggering backward in sheer disbelief, an ambusher accuses Shade of cowardly hiding a spiritist all along. Overwhelmed by fear, the surviving attackers call for a full retreat, fleeing the fog-drenched battlefield in total disarray. As his knight prepares to give chase, Shade stops him with a firm hand, commanding them to let the enemies go. Shade gazes up at the hooded figure on the cliff, determined to discover the mysterious spiritist's true identity. Raoul urges Zelda to approach Shade and ask for a carriage ride north, but she hesitates in total panic. Blushing intensely behind her mask, Zelda clutches Raoul and desperately insists that she cannot bring herself to speak with Shade. Ignoring her protests, Raoul uses his magic to levitate Zelda into the air, forcing her to confront her former husband. Zelda floats downward through glowing light, landing directly before Shade, who keeps his drawn sword raised in caution. Staring up at her past husband, Zelda's mind races in panic as she struggles to maintain her composure. Shade looks down at the masked traveler with cold, analytical eyes, trying to gauge her true intentions. Zelda's boots gently settle onto the grassy ground right in front of the formidable Northern Duke. As Shade eyes her with deep suspicion, Zelda frantically overthinks how to open the conversation without raising further doubt. With her heart pounding wildly, Zelda marvels at their sudden proximity before Shade breaks the silence, recognizing her as a spirit mage. Caught off guard by Shade's sudden deduction, Zelda stammers behind her mask and reluctantly confirms her identity as a spirit mage. Shade steps closer and presses her for answers, demanding to know why she intervened to save his group from the ambush. Zelda stands frozen in silence as Shade prepares to express his formal gratitude to the mysterious mage. Introducing himself as the leader of the Snow Knights, Shade extends his gloved hand to offer a reward for her assistance. Zelda stares at his outstretched hand, stunned to receive formal gratitude from the man who was once her cold husband. Clenching her fist nervously, Zelda reflects on how strange and unfamiliar his gentle words feel compared to their past marriage. Shade senses her hesitation and questions why she looks at his offered handshake with such intense hostility and suspicion. Lowering his hand, Shade notes how unusual it is for a spirit mage to wander the realm alone without an escort. Fixing her with a sharp, analytical glare, Shade points out how bizarre it is for her to save him only to act hostile. Despite his lingering doubts, Shade acknowledges the undeniable truth that Zelda ultimately saved his life in battle. Taking a bold step forward, Zelda asks Shade if she can catch a ride in his carriage toward the north. Shade pauses thoughtfully before accepting her unexpected request to join his procession. Raoul jumps up in delight, thrilled that his suggestion paid off and spared them from walking. The carriage sets off down the dark forest path, carrying the unlikeliest of companions toward the north. Sitting opposite each other in absolute silence, an intense, heavy tension fills the inside of the carriage. Zelda gazes quietly at Shade, feeling an awkward pang as she recognizes his striking, handsome features. Raoul complains about the stifling, awkward atmosphere inside the carriage, prompting Zelda to tell him to be quiet. Breaking the heavy silence, Shade directly asks Zelda why a spirit mage like her is traveling north. Zelda quickly covers her slip-up of calling him Duke while Raoul snickers mockingly at her careless slip. Shade rests his hand on his chin, coldly declaring that he has no interest in superficial popularity. Inside the moving carriage, Shade explains that he is constantly targeted by danger and in no position to try and seduce anyone. Shade looks closely at Zelda, asking why she is staring at him with such intense, complex emotion in her eyes. Zelda inwardly apologizes for remembering his cold demeanor in her previous life, but aloud she claims she was merely recalling past leisure trips north. Crossing her arms, Zelda cheekily declares that she is the rare person right in front of him who travels north purely for a vacation. Leaning forward, Shade presses the issue further, asking why a total stranger would step in to save his life during the fight. Zelda sits silently as memories of her past life swell inside her mind, remembering that Shade was once her distant, cold husband. Overwhelmed by raw memories of her tragic past life, tears well up in Zelda's eyes as she gazes back at Shade behind her mask. Startled by her sudden tears, Shade loses his composure, frantically asking why the mysterious spirit mage is suddenly crying. Struggling to process her overwhelming emotions, Zelda hastily excuses herself, declaring that she needs to step outside for fresh air. Before a stunned Shade can react, Zelda leaps right out the carriage door to ride up on the roof. Shade sits alone in the quiet, empty carriage, left utterly speechless after Zelda abruptly escapes onto the roof. Riding alongside the carriage window, Carotine checks in as Shade looks on in deep thought. Shade commands Carotine to investigate their attackers, noting the foes clearly possessed formal swordsmanship training. Carotine hesitates, looking up thoughtfully before addressing Shade once again. Fueled by vengeance, Carotine asks if he can personally wipe them out for taking Shamir's life. Instructing him to investigate first, Shade emphasizes that their attackers are no mere ordinary bandits. Arms crossed, Shade instructs Carotine to investigate the mysterious spirit mage currently riding above them. Carotine finds it baffling that such a powerful spirit mage has managed to remain unknown until now. Pondering her strange demeanor, Shade wonders why she offered assistance only to display sudden hostility. Narrowing his eyes, Shade silently hopes the mysterious mage wasn't dispatched by his enemy. Perched atop the moving carriage roof, Zelda sighs deeply over the incredibly awkward encounter she just experienced inside. Hearing a suspicious chewing noise behind her, Zelda turns around and urgently asks Raoul what he is doing. Zelda gasps in absolute horror as she realizes Raoul is happily dragging a severed human arm toward his mouth. Raoul licks his lips in delight, admitting he scavenged the severed arm left behind by a fleeing bandit. Horrified by his gruesome behavior, Zelda scolds Raoul for eating a person's arm without any remorse. Sitting back on the roof, Raoul whines that he is getting scolded despite only eating an abandoned limb. Raoul boasts about his supreme status as a powerful spirit, claiming normal people cannot even see his true form. Complaining bitterly, Raoul reminds Zelda of her contract promise to feed him souls from her monster hunts. Completely ignoring Raoul's nagging, Zelda peers out over the edge of the carriage, lost in her own thoughts. As Raoul throws a temper tantrum about being ignored, Zelda suddenly spots something startling in the distance. Raoul reacts in complete shock when Zelda abruptly spots something startling hidden deep inside the distant forest. Pointing toward the dense woods, Zelda insists she caught sight of familiar orange hair flickering among the tree line. Shaking his head dismissively, Raoul claims she must be mistaken, asking why her mother would ever be out here. Driven by deep suspicion, Zelda resolves to investigate the trees herself to confirm what she truly saw. Without warning, Zelda leaps off the moving carriage roof into the darkness below, leaving Raoul shouting in complete shock. Annoyed by her reckless haste, Raoul sighs deeply before leaping off the carriage roof to chase after her. Zelda and her dark spirit companion walk side by side across the dirt trail to continue their long journey on foot. Pushing through her exhaustion, Zelda marches forward with steady resolve as her journey finally nears its destination. Reaching the majestic northern fortress gates at last, Zelda and Raoul weep tears of joy in triumphant celebration. Searching through the dark forest, Zelda finds no trace of the red-haired woman, while Raoul insists she was merely mistaken. To survive the grueling journey on foot, Zelda had to chase down wild deer through the forest to secure her own food. Stopping at roadside inns offered little rest, as a young girl traveling alone instantly drew the dangerous attention of greedy scoundrels. Annoyed by their grueling walk, Raoul berates Zelda for jumping off the carriage, but she insists the orange-haired woman was definitely her mother. Content to finally end the rough trek, Raoul breathes a sigh of relief that they at least made it to their destination safely. Beyond the fortress gates lies a lively northern town, filled with well-kept stone roads and busy citizens dressed in practical winter clothing. Stepping into the vibrant town streets, Zelda gazes around in quiet wonder, deeply moved to finally return to the place she once lived. Perched comfortably on Zelda's shoulder, Raoul curiously asks why she is looking around as if visiting the city for the very first time. Turning her gaze away with a soft pout, Zelda admits that during her past life, she was barely ever allowed to leave the Duke's estate. As Raoul questions why she lived in such constant tension back then, Zelda reflects on how deeply she used to care about her noble reputation. In her past life, she lived under constant anxiety, terrified that people would mock her manners and blame her dead parents. When Raoul asks if she regrets her past actions, Zelda admits that there is something she regrets even more. She recalls Aunt Madison mocking her late parents, claiming her father had an affair because Zelda seemed talentless. Outraged by the insult, young Zelda pleaded with her aunt to stop badmouthing her parents. Driven to rage, young Zelda stood up to fiercely defend her parents' honor and memory. Laughing off the outburst, Madison coldly dismissed Zelda's claims as mere baseless assertions. Unable to handle the cruel insult, young Zelda began to confess her hidden truth. Overwhelmed by anger, young Zelda impulsively revealed that she actually possessed dormant spirit magic. Seeing Madison's sinister smirk, Zelda now realizes that revealing her power triggered her aunt's deadly scheming. She reflects that her foolish confession ultimately led to Duke Shade's false framing and her own death. Brightening with renewed determination, Zelda resolves to rewrite her fate and live this second chance differently. Perched on her shoulder, Raoul reassures Zelda that her life is already taking a completely different path. Confident and determined, Zelda stands ready with Raoul at her side, leaving her tragic past behind. Curious about her feelings, Raoul playfully asks Zelda if she enjoyed talking with Duke Shade again. Fuming with annoyance, Zelda angrily insists that Shade is still just as frustratingly arrogant as ever. Reflecting on their interaction, Zelda softly admits that Shade might actually be different than she once thought. Stepping into the mercenary guild, Zelda notes how surprisingly clean and organized the building appears. Walking through the busy guild hall, Raoul delights in the scent of death, while Zelda tells him to hush. A rowdy mercenary mockingly asks Zelda if she is lost, prompting Raoul to eagerly suggest killing them all. Approaching the front counter, Zelda calmly states her intention to register as an official mercenary. The guild receptionist dismisses her request, waving his hand to tell the young girl to go home. Zelda doubles down on her demand to register as a mercenary, questioning if the clerk truly understands what being one entails. Pointing toward broken, injured fighters, the receptionist warns that underestimating the mercenary life will only lead to an early grave. Unfazed by the dire warning, Zelda coolly boasts that her skills likely far exceed his own. The surrounding mercenaries erupt into laughter, mercilessly mocking the clerk for being belittled by a young girl. Irritated by their condescending taunts, Raoul ominously whispers his desire to simply slaughter them on the spot. Suddenly, a sharp dagger slams down onto the desk alongside a firm command to register her immediately. Both Zelda and the startled receptionist spin around in utter shock at the sudden, forceful intervention. Duke Shade steps forward before the stunned crowd, personally vouching for the young girl's formidable combat abilities. Terrified by the Duke's presence, the flustered receptionist hurriedly picks up his quill to record her information. Keeping her true identity secret, Zelda flatly gives her official mercenary alias as Ginger Candy. Insisting there was no need for him to vouch for her, Zelda prepares to prove her true capabilities herself. With a swift, powerful throw, she hurls a dagger across the room with terrifying precision. Now registered, Zelda coldly announces her departure as she turns away from Duke Shade. Looking back with sharp eyes, she warns the crowd that she won't forget a single word said to her. Walking toward the exit, Zelda leaves the building while Raoul trot right behind her. Staring in quiet shock, Duke Shade wonders how she managed to pierce solid marble. Surrounding onlookers gasp as they notice the dagger driven deep into the stone, marveling at her master-level strength. Staring at the embedded weapon, Duke Shade silently processes the incredible display of power. Turning back toward the door, Shade contemplates the mysterious girl who just departed. Striding confidently down the hallway, Zelda takes her leave with firm, decisive footsteps. As Zelda walks down the street, Raoul warns her that the white-haired Duke is tailing them. Hearing Raoul's warning, Zelda abruptly halts her stride in the middle of the street. Turning around sharply, Zelda demands to know why Duke Shade continues to follow her. Approaching her calmly, Duke Shade admits he has something important he needs to verify. Fixing her with a serious gaze, the Duke requests a private conversation with her. Zelda warns Shade that it would be better for him not to get involved with her. Reminding him of the dark spirits she handles, Zelda questions his persistence, but Shade remains completely unfazed. Flustered by his indifferent reaction, Zelda wonders if he is actually taking her position into consideration. Crossing his arms with a smirk, Duke Shade teases her for being unpredictable despite disliking him earlier. After a brief silence, Shade leans closer and proposes they get straight to the point. Duke Shade looks her dead in the eye and asks her to join his order of knights. Stunned by the unexpected proposal, Zelda gasps in utter disbelief. Shade explains that northern monster sightings are rising, and the beasts are becoming increasingly grotesque. Hand on his hilt, the Duke declares he wants to wipe them out before it worsens, regardless of what power she uses. Standing before her, Shade reiterates his firm offer for her to join his knight order. Overwhelmed by the sudden proposal, Zelda processes the weight of his request. Politely declining, Zelda states she knows her place and prefers working as a mercenary. When Shade suggests taking time to think, Zelda firmly refuses his offer once again. Chuckling softly, Shade brushes back his hair, accepting that he cannot force her into service. Reminding her that his door is always open, Shade watches as Zelda bows politely and turns to take her leave. Perched on Zelda's shoulder in his small animal form, Raoul teasingly points out how happy she looks. Flustered, Zelda instantly denies Raoul's claim, insisting that it is not true at all. Raoul pokes her cheek mockingly, teasing that her hidden expression practically gives away her grin. Blushing softly, Zelda admits it feels nice to be wanted as a knight because it proves her worth. Raoul sighs in disbelief, marveling at how easily pleased she is before asking where she is heading. Walking down the street, Zelda explains she is heading to the logistics depot for a letter from Judy and news of her mother. Zelda arrives at the logistics depot building during sunset and calls out her assigned customer number 3111. Approaching the clerk counter, Zelda requests the incoming mail sent specifically by Elena Judy. The clerk hands over a sealed yellow envelope, noting that the shipping fee was already paid in full. As the clerk prepares to call the next person, Zelda quickly stops her to make an additional inquiry. Zelda asks the clerk if a woman named Erenju Madison has come by the depot. The clerk apologizes, stating she cannot remember everyone who visits and calls for the next customer. Zelda asks to leave a letter for Erenju Madison and requests the depot to keep it indefinitely. Zelda hands over a drawn description detailing bright orange hair and a distinct butterfly-shaped ring. The clerk accepts the drawing and promises to do her best to reach the person. Meanwhile, weapon mineral prices experience the highest price increase of the quarter. An aide reports illegal supply hoarding by law-ignorant merchants to Duke Shade. The aide offers to handle the illegal merchant situation, which Duke Shade approves. Duke Shade pats his aide's shoulder and praises him for always handling tasks neatly. The aide turns and asks Duke Shade about the person he offered a knight position to. Duke Shade reflects silently on Zelda, turning down his proposal to join his prestigious knight order. Shade turns to Carotine and asks what could have possibly compelled her to reject the offer. Carotene speculates she either pledged loyalty to another master or desperately wants her true identity hidden. Agreeing with his assessment, Shade asks for an update on the background investigation into her. Carotene and his fellow aide report that no records or previous reports match someone like her. Carotene voices his deep suspicion, questioning whether the mysterious spirit mage is lying about her past. Shade finds it deeply perplexing that a spirit mage would conceal her identity just to work as a northern mercenary. Shade resolves to keep a close watch on her, expecting the upcoming battle to expose her true motives. Drums resound outside the massive fortress gate as a large crowd gathers for the impending monster hunting operation. Raoul and Zelda watch in awe as Duke Shade majestically leads his night order past the assembled mercenaries. Perched atop Zelda's head, Raoul asks why she feels so unnaturally tense. Zelda admits she is nervous, prompting Raoul to burst out in mischievous laughter. She reveals this will mark her very first time stepping beyond the massive northern wall. Raoul glows with dark purple magic, thrilled at the prospect of finally feasting on a grand soul meal. Zelda lets out a soft laugh when Raoul casually compares the battle to a lavish dining table. Raoul fumes with indignation, refusing to tolerate her getting nervous over a mere wolf monster. Zelda softly apologizes to him just as a loud announcement suddenly calls the crowd to attention. A northern commander announces to the mercenaries that their target is a violent horde of giant wolf monsters. As he urges them to survive, impatient mercenaries yell for the gates to open so they can slaughter the beasts. Seeing the crowd's eager fury, Carotene shouts for all troops to prepare and stand by. Drawing his blade, Duke Shade forcefully commands his troops to open the fortress gates and advance into the fray. Zelda calls for Raoul as they charge through the opening gates, while Raoul leaps eagerly beside her, anticipating a long-awaited feast. Swinging her sword with lethal precision, Zelda slashes through the giant wolf monsters, while Raoul gleefully hums about devouring their delicious souls. Zelda unleashes a powerful, glowing slash that cuts through the monster horde, leaving a trail of intense energy in her wake. Annoyed by his upbeat humming during the chaotic battle, Zelda directly asks Raoul to stop singing while they are fighting. Raoul defends his singing as excitement for his first real feast in ages, but Zelda snaps that his tunes are far too distracting. With the surrounding wolf monsters slain, Zelda adjusts her hood, noticing that their immediate battle area has finally quieted down. Duke Shade sits silently atop his horse amidst the fallen wolf monsters, gazing across the cleared forest battlefield. Addressing the surrounding combatants, Duke Shade orders everyone to rest, confident the beasts will not launch another attack for a while. Surrounded by cheering mercenaries who comply with the order, Zelda stands quietly in her hood and mask, reflecting on the completed battle. Exhausted mercenaries sit down on the forest ground, gasping for breath after the brutal battle against the wolf monsters. One mercenary snaps angrily at his companion for complaining about dying during the fight. The mercenaries praise Zelda's incredible combat skills, noting she took down 3 intermediate wolf monsters all on her own. A friendly mercenary waves Zelda over, calling her to come sit and rest with them. The mercenary apologizes for their earlier rude behavior at the guild, admitting he didn't realize how powerful she truly was. Zelda offers a polite smile under her mask, assuring them that everything is fine. The mercenaries smile warmly, promising to treat her after this dangerous job is completed. Suddenly, a ferocious wolf monster lunges out from the shadows with snapping jaws. Splattered with blood, Zelda freezes in shock as the unexpected beast attacks. Raoul urgently yells at Zelda to snap out of it and pull herself together. A giant wolf monster lunges from above, swinging its massive razor-sharp paw straight down toward the frozen Zelda. Just before the lethal blow connects, Duke Shade swoops in, snatching Zelda out of harm's way in a flash. Scooping her into his arms, Shade asks if she was trying to get killed, instantly recognizing her as the spirit user. Flustered by his sudden heroic rescue, Zelda stammers that she was merely surprised and urgently asks him to set her down. Shade sternly warns her that he has never fought a beast of this size before, ordering her to stay back and remain safe. Zelda stares silently in shock, watching the formidable Duke prepare to take on the massive threat alone. Chaos erupts across the battleground as another monster swipes violently, sending helpless mercenaries flying through blood-splattered air. Shielding himself from blowing debris, Carotene curses in terror upon realizing a second giant wolf monster has joined the fray. To everyone's utter horror, 4 colossal wolf beasts now emerge from the shadows, snarling hungrily at the helpless group. As chaos unfolds, Raoul scampers along and urges Zelda to abandon the fight and escape by flying away using her magic. Refusing to flee, Zelda gathers dark energy in her hands and firmly refuses Raoul's suggestion to abandon the innocent soldiers. Invoking an incantation, Zelda activates a glowing purple magic circle beneath her feet, drawing on her dark spirit powers. Massive glowing eyes loom ominously over the battlefield as her dark magic reaches its peak intensity. Dark spirit magic lashes out in violent tendrils, instantly overwhelming and striking down the giant wolf monsters. Shade holds Zelda firmly as the shockwave subsides, protecting her while the monstrous beasts are defeated. The terrifying dark aura dissipates from the clearing, leaving the giant wolves vanquished and the surrounding troops safe. Exhausted from channeling such immense magic, Zelda pants heavily as post-magic fatigue takes hold of her body. Raoul remarks that her collapse was completely expected, watching her eyes close from absolute magic depletion. Zelda loses consciousness and slumps completely into Shade's supportive embrace, leaving the astonished Duke wondering who she really is. Panicked mercenaries cry out in fear that she is a witch, while Shade watches intently, deeply intrigued by her identity. Surrounding mercenaries whisper in suspicion as Duke Shade holds the unconscious, masked Zelda in his arms. Caratine draws his sword and furiously scolds the mercenaries for calling their savior a witch. Duke Shade decides to call off the monster hunt and orders everyone to head back to base. The horses trample across the dirt path as the entire expedition returns toward the northern fortress. The soldiers stare back in unreadable silence as they reflect on the terrifying display of dark spirit magic. The expedition arrives back at the Grand Fortress Mansion where Zelda can be treated for her exhaustion. Inside a lavish bedroom, the doctor suggests removing Zelda's hood and mask, but Shade instructs him to check her general condition without unmasking her. The doctor politely complies with Duke Shade's orders and steps forward to examine the sleeping girl. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor confirms that Zelda simply fainted from sheer magic depletion. The doctor assures Shade that rest is all she needs, prompting the Duke to lead his men out of the room. The heavy, ornate double doors rattle shut as the retainers exit the room. A seasoned knight urges Duke Shade to keep a safe distance from the mysterious spirit mage. Shade asks if spirit mages are considered witches, but the knight insists that caution is necessary. Shade reminds him to prioritize goals over feelings and focus on immediate duties. The knight reports that fallen mercenaries were collected and nobody came searching for the spirit mage. Shade notes the knight is better positioned to gather rumors through mercenary channels. Standing silently over Zelda, Duke Shade observes her unconscious form resting in bed. Shade softly murmurs that no one ever greets her when returning from battle. Gazing down at Zelda, Shade realizes her isolated situation mirrors his own lonely burden. Meanwhile, Burelia, the country's first prince blessed by the dragon, reclines regal and confident on his throne. Zelda vows not to let the trash prince frame Shade or kill her again in this life. She grips her sword hilt tightly, pondering if she should assassinate the prince immediately. Zelda weighs her options, realizing the prince has a formidable bodyguard standing by. Raoul warns her that attacking the dragon's blessed master could unleash catastrophic destruction upon the entire city. First Prince Burelia smirks arrogantly, boasting that he knows exactly who he is. Burelia asks why a noble person came all the way to a humble place, noting capital rumors about her identity. Zelda flinches as Burelia mentions rumors of a fourth-tier black magic user operating in the region. Burelia mockingly asks if the spirit master is a love child, prompting Raoul to criticize his extreme rudeness. Zelda cuts off his rude comments and demands to know the true purpose of his direct visit. Burelia proposes getting straight to the point, asking Zelda to work under him instead of hunting monsters. Burelia smirks arrogantly, claiming he could utilize Zelda's creepy spirit ability effectively. Raoul manifests in dark purple aura, whispering to Zelda that he wants to kill the prince. Burelia chuckles, asking if she appeared and made a scene just to grab his attention and secure a position. Zelda calmly rejects him, stating she has zero interest in political power and only wants to hunt monsters. Burelia narrows his eyes, asking why she plans to stick with the Northern Duke instead. Burelia mocks her ambition, calling it a silly game of playing the righteous hero. Burelia leans closer to Zelda, condescendingly telling her to think harder about where to align herself. Burelia turns around dismissively, stating he cannot understand why anyone would try to cling to the Duke. Burelia smugly asks if she is just another woman using rejection tactics to grab a prince's attention. Zelda smirks under her mask, asking if he is so desperate he would lay hands on an unknown woman. Enraged by her sharp audacity, Prince Burelia snaps back in anger, asking how she dares talk to him like that. Zelda smugly chuckles under her mask, telling him that he knows nothing about her to assume she would ever negotiate. She mockingly exposes his lack of charm and authority, while Burelia glares in irritation at her deep insight. Zelda reveals she knows his past secret of abandoning swordsmanship out of an inferiority complex toward Duke Shade. She mockingly tells him he can only speak to her after dropping a heavy stone on his own injured arm. Zelda warns him to bring real informational power if he ever intends to cross paths with her again. Infuriated by her overwhelming disrespect, The royal guard commander unsheathes his sword to strike Zelda down. Prince Burelia swiftly holds out his hand, stopping his guard commander from attacking the mysterious masked mage. Zelda calmly turns on her heel to walk away, remarking on the true qualities of leadership over mere noble titles. Burelia decides to back off for now, watching Zelda walk away while pondering her mysterious identity. First, Prince Burelia smirks sinisterly as he prepares to depart, while Zelda watches him with deep suspicion from beneath her hood. Flanked by his royal guard and a green-robed mage, Prince Burelia vanishes in a blinding flash of green magic, while promising to return with a better story. Zelda silently watches the fading light where the prince stood, analyzing his sudden departure and true intentions. Back inside her room, green teleportation magic flares bright as Zelda and Raoul safely reappear after their encounter with the prince. Exhausted from the confrontation, Zelda collapses to her knees while Raoul marvels at how much stronger she has grown. Raoul questions Zelda on why the prince held back, pointing out that Burelia could have easily killed her on the spot. Zelda explains that she deliberately provoked Burelia's competitive nature, knowing his pride would keep him from striking her down prematurely. She reflects on her growing power, and notes that Raoul's abilities remain far too valuable to lose in reckless battles. Turning toward her wardrobe, Zelda opens the wooden doors while considering how Burelia's focus isn't entirely tied to Duke Shade. Confused by her actions, Raoul asks why she is suddenly packing her bags instead of hunting monsters, to which Zelda firmly answers that she must return. With a playful smirk, Zelda proposes marriage to Shade, leaving Raoul completely stunned in the corner. Sitting across from Shade, Zelda clarifies that she came to handle preparations rather than marry immediately. Shade enters the room in his casual attire, and sternly orders Zelda to sit down and talk. Shade questions why Zelda retrieved her luggage and came to find him directly. Zelda observes the falling snow outside while Shade asks if she came looking for a fight. Zelda firmly asserts her intention to assist with the northern monster subjugation operations. Shade listens as Zelda reiterates that she has no desire to join his Knight Order officially. Zelda offers to work as a dedicated contracted mercenary who returns every winter for the hunt. Shade ponders Zelda's offer, wondering what true price she expects in exchange for her service. Zelda reveals her true demand: she requires a companion to accompany her to the dragon's nest. Shade reacts in disbelief when Zelda demands a companion to go with her to the dragon's nest. Zelda gazes forward with absolute determination, declaring that the treasure she seeks lies in the dragon's lair. At the northern fortress, guards swing open the massive gates as the monster subjugation team returns victorious. Shade leads his cavalry and knights back into the fortress grounds, following another successful hunt. Townspeople gather along the streets, marveling that the subjugation squad returned without a single casualty once again. The citizens cheer enthusiastically, praising Duke Shade's extraordinary leadership for keeping the northern territory safe. Overhead birds soar above the fortress city as 5 years pass since Zelda made her pact with Shade. Zelda spent those years operating in the capital to monitor the Levante Empress while keeping her secrets safe. Every winter, Zelda returned faithfully to the northern front lines to slice through deadly monsters alongside Shade's forces. During each winter return, Zelda continuously spars with Shade to hone her master-level swordsmanship skills. Through years of intense winter sparring sessions, both Zelda and Duke Shade significantly improve their swordsmanship skills. A knock echoes at the door as someone arrives at the private room inside the northern fortress. Duke Shade enters wearing a dark hooded cloak, though his noble appearance still fails to work as a proper disguise. Zelda stammers upon seeing Shade's flamboyant outfit, but Shade casually asks if there is any issue with his attire. Standing beside her wooden chest, Zelda admits to Shade that he did not need to come all this way to see her. Shade playfully asks if he is bothering her, prompting Zelda to respectfully assure him that he is not. Zelda observes Shade closely, pointing out how surprisingly relaxed he seems in her presence now. Slouching comfortably into a chair, Shade displays an informal side that Zelda never witnessed during her past life as his Duchess. Zelda quietly wonders to herself if Shade would ever show such a relaxed side to his future wife. When Shade asks if she intends to stand there the entire time, Zelda quickly claims she was just about to take her leave. Shade nods solemnly, pointing out that March is already upon them. Zelda smiles under her mask, offering her congratulations on Shade's upcoming marriage. Shade stares back silently, caught off guard by her sudden remark. Zelda notes that his dismal face hardly looks like an excited groom with the wedding only 3 days away. Sitting across from her, Shade admits he tried delaying the wedding but still knows nothing about his mystery bride. Zelda lowers her head and politely offers her farewell until their next meeting. Shade turns away, requesting that she return in the spring when they target the monster nests. Looking back at her, Shade cautions Zelda to stay safe amid recent capital disappearances. Shade stands alone in the quiet room, as cold winter wind blows through the open terrace doors. Turning with a subtle glance, Shade resolves to hold on to her words until their next encounter. A glowing blue magical portal crackles to life outside the stone archway in the quiet courtyard. Blue magical energy swirls intensely within the gateway as the portal opens completely. Raoul runs alongside Zelda through the snowy night, complaining that her wedding in 3 days means no hunting for a while. Zelda dashes ahead, reassuring Raoul that she plans to head back north once spring arrives. Leaping gracefully over a railing, Zelda lands stealthily on the snow-covered balcony in her traveler's gear. Judy turns around in surprise as Zelda arrives, scolding her for sneaking back so late. Judy crosses her arms in distress, frantic that Zelda barely made it back with the wedding only 3 days away. Zelda apologizes with a sheepish smile as Judy sighs over her wearing men's travel clothes again. Judy brings up rumors of the Northern Duke being a blood-covered monster while guiding an exhausted Zelda to get rest. Smiling warmly, Zelda waves goodnight to Judy before heading into her room to sleep. The day of the wedding finally arrives as Zelda steps back into her grand estate chambers. Materializing inside her room, Raoul inspects the ornate white wedding dress displayed on the mannequin. Raoul questions why Zelda still chooses marriage when she could easily run away and alter her destiny. Caught off guard by his sharp question, Zelda hesitates, unable to give a straightforward answer. Transforming back into his small, fluffy animal form, Raoul scoffs that humans are endlessly complicated. Grinning confidently, Raoul assures her that with his dark power by her side, things will be different this time. Bells echo around the majestic cathedral on the morning of the high society wedding ceremony. Judy tearfully fastens Zelda's white wedding gown, frustrated that Countess Levante provided no budget or support for the ceremony. Gently wiping Judy's tears, Zelda reminds her maid to stay calm for her baby, while expressing genuine respect for Duke Shade Carlos. Smiling softly with quiet resolve, Zelda inwardly acknowledges that Shade may never truly fall in love with her. In her dressing room, Judy eagerly prepares to touch up Zelda's wedding makeup, determined to make her the most radiant bride. With eyes sparkling, Judy insists Zelda sit still, declaring there are no excuses on her special day. Meanwhile, guests gather inside the grand cathedral, as light streams through the stained glass windows onto the red carpet. Seated among the congregation, First Prince Burelia seethes with disgust, deeply despising having to attend the ceremony. A hooded mage approaches Prince Burelia's pew, quietly calling out to address the prince during the gathering. The hooded mage anxiously alerts Prince Burelia that another spirit mage's presence has been detected in the cathedral. Startled by the sudden report, Prince Burelia snaps back in disbelief at his subordinate's statement. Recalling their previous purge of all spirit mages across the kingdom, Burelia pieces together the terrifying truth. A dark, sinister smirk spreads across Prince Burelia's face as he realizes the mysterious spirit mage is right here. Smirking malevolently, Prince Burelia orders his hooded subordinate to search the cathedral grounds and bring the spirit mage directly to him. Sunlight streams brightly into the cathedral as the massive stained glass doors swing wide open. Duke Shade steps into the light in his elegant groom's attire, silently resolving to thwart Prince Burelia's scheme. Aristocratic women swoon in awe as Duke Shade walks down the aisle with towering composure. Onlookers whisper in surprise, realizing the rumors painted him as a monster were completely false. Watching Shade approach, First Prince Burelia clenches his jaw in bitter resentment. The bride, Zelda, glides gracefully down the aisle in a stunning white gown, holding her bouquet high. Shade meets Zelda at the altar as her escort, Roina, steps back to let them join hands. Carotine watches silently from nearby, recognizing Roina as Zelda's former swordsmanship instructor. Zelda smiles warmly and thanks Roina, who escorted her out of deep affection for her pupil. As Shade takes Zelda's hand before the altar, Carotine stands utterly bewildered by the unexpected connection. Holding Zelda's hands at the altar, Duke Shade quietly wonders what kind of woman his mystery bride truly is. The officiating priest asks Duke Shade if he swears to fulfill his sacred duties as a devoted husband to a Zelda. Without hesitation, Shade looks ahead and firmly delivers his vow, accepting Zelda as his wedded wife. When asked if she will accept Shade as her husband and build a home together, Zelda answers with unwavering resolve. Before the grand congregation, the priest solemnly proclaims Shade and Zelda officially bound as husband and wife. Surrounded by a shower of rose petals, the newlyweds walk hand in hand down the cathedral aisle as guests applaud. As they walk past, Shade casts a sharp glance toward First Prince Burelia, who sits silently seething in his pew. Undeterred by the jealous stares around them, Shade calmly leads his new duchess forward through the cheering crowd. Prince Burelia scowls with burning resentment, infuriated to witness Shade successfully complete his marriage union. Exiting into the bright sunlight, Shade escorts Zelda into a flower-adorned white carriage to depart the cathedral. Outside the cathedral, The hooded mage anxiously looks around for the mysterious spirit mage amidst the milling crowd. With a small white snake wrapped around her neck, the hooded mage trembles in fear, terrified of Prince Burelia's wrath if she fails. Prince Burelia approaches his hooded mage with a cold glare, demanding to know if she found the target. Walking toward his regal golden carriage, Prince Burelia bitterly accepts that the spirit mage slipped right through their fingers. A attendant holds open the door to the grand golden carriage, as Prince Burelia prepares to step inside, followed by his hooded mage. Prince Burelia boards the luxury carriage, while dismissively telling his mage that nothing more can be done if the target is gone. Stepping into the carriage, Burelia mockingly asks his nervous mage if she expected him to sever her finger for failing. Burelia sits down inside the lavish carriage interior, coldly ordering his driver to hurry up and set off. The royal carriage speeds down the road, carrying Prince Burelia and his hooded mage away from the cathedral grounds. Inside her memory, Zelda wears a dark mask and hooded cloak, her eyes glowing with purple power as she vows to finish her enemy. Prince Burelia calculates that 5 of the 20 travelers from the north are women, narrowing down his search for the spirit mage. Smirking dangerously, Burelia plots to extract the remaining intelligence through the spy he planted directly under Duke Shade's command. Night falls over the quiet northern city estate after the hasty wedding ceremony comes to a close. Inside her private chamber, Zelda brushes her blonde hair while reflecting on how similar this wedding felt to her previous life. Raoul stretches out on the bed, teasingly pointing out that her life hasn't changed because her actions haven't truly differed yet. Staring resolutely into the vanity mirror, Zelda vows that everything will be completely different from this point forward. Raoul stretches lazily and asks why she makes things so complicated instead of just revealing her identity as a spirit master. Brushing her hair, Zelda listens as Raoul notes how close she and the Duke already seem to be. Perking up his ears, Raoul snickers that the devil himself has arrived right on cue. Hearing a knock at her bedroom door, Zelda calmly calls out to invite her visitor inside. Duke Shade enters Zelda's bedroom and politely inquires if she finds her new room comfortable. Shade casually reminds her that the northern climate is far colder than the capital city she left behind. Standing at the doorway, Shade offers to annul their marriage at any time if she ever feels uncomfortable. Setting her hairbrush down on the vanity, Zelda questions why Shade continues to treat her with such extreme distance. Standing up from her chair, Zelda flatly confesses to Shade that she intensely dislikes First Prince Burelia. Taken aback by her sudden declaration, Shade stammers as he asks her to repeat what she said. Shade looks at her with deep confusion, completely unable to grasp why she would express such hostility toward royal authority. Shade warns her that speaking against the prince borderlines on treason and asks if she expects him to agree. Stepping closer to Shade, Zelda clarifies that she is merely being honest about her true feelings regarding the prince. Looking Shade straight in the eye, Zelda directly confronts him about whether he suspects her of being the prince's spy. Shade points out that First Prince Burelia seems to maintain a good relationship with her aunt, Countess Levante. Turning away, Zelda firmly reminds Shade that she is not close with her aunt and dislikes the prince. Reaching for the door handle to leave, Shade prepares to end the conversation, but pauses when Zelda tells him it goes beyond mere dislike. Looking down with solemn pain, Zelda confesses to Shade that Prince Burelia killed her parents and her father. Dumbfounded by her shocking statement, Shade stands frozen in complete silence. Turning back to face her, Shade asks if she has any solid evidence to prove her grave claim. Sitting quietly on her bed, Zelda points out that if she had hard evidence, she wouldn't have traveled all the way north to face him like this. Feeling overwhelmed by her sudden revelations, Shade turns toward the door, telling her to rest so he can think. Refusing to let him leave, Zelda calls out with a firm refusal, leaving Shade startled and confused by her response. Blushing intensely as she sits on the bed, Zelda boldly asks Shade to spend the night with her, leaving him completely stunned. Blushing furiously, Zelda stammers that her sudden request was not what he was thinking. Sitting on the bed, Zelda explains she needs to secure her position so rumor doesn't spread about being shunned on her first day. She adds that maintaining authority over the servants requires showing a united front as dynamic partners. Rubbing his head in exasperation, Shade reluctantly accepts her practical logic but remains deeply suspicious. Gazing down intently at her, Shade directly questions why she would risk going this far for someone she just met. Zelda stutters under his piercing gaze, momentarily caught off guard by his probing question. Shade stays silent as he observes her reaction, waiting patiently for her genuine answer. Composing herself, Zelda Softy reveals that her instructor Roina taught her about wisdom and righteousness since childhood. She fondly recalls Roina telling her about a noble leader in the north who embodies those high virtues. Walking toward him, Zelda softly confesses that Roina was talking about Duke Shade all along. Standing by the window, Zelda firmly asserts that her only wish is for the peace of the north where she intends to reside. Stepping closer, Shade sighs and decides they should settle all remaining terms regarding her stay in the north tonight. Seated calmly, Shade prepares to finalize their contract terms regarding her residence and role in his northern domain. Shade stares at the written agreement on the table in silence, processing her straightforward yet ambitious demands. Looking over at Zelda, Shade notices she has quietly fallen asleep on the sofa, completely unbothered by her unfamiliar surroundings. Sitting across from him earlier, Zelda had laid out 3 firm conditions regarding personal privacy, travel freedom, and choosing her own guards. She added her 4th condition, demanding complete, untethered authority over managing the northern household. Shade leans forward and coldly reminds Zelda that he still does not trust her despite her elaborate justifications. Slamming his hands on the desk, Shade sharply asks if she truly expects his suspicion to disappear overnight, just from a few flattering words. Tapping the contract document, Shade sternly warns that written promises alone will never win over the hearts of his northern people. Zelda firmly taps the contract on the table, assuring Shade that building trust with the northern people is her task to handle alone. Turning back to Shade, Zelda insists that he must also accompany her to the upcoming grand party held in the capital. With a determined gaze, Zelda places a hand over her heart, declaring that Shade must attend the capital event specifically alongside her. Shade narrows his eyes in suspicion, demanding to know why attending the capital's grand party together is so necessary. Zelda explains that it is vital for establishing a political faction, refusing to let Prince Burelia brand her a traitor again as in her past life. Exasperated by her constant warnings, Shade abruptly stands up and asks if they can finally stop discussing first Prince Burelia. Sitting back down, Zelda insists that being prepared is essential, asking what will happen to his people if something happens to him. Shade quietly ponders her deep certainty that Prince Burelia will inevitably bring harm to both her and the northern territory. Adjusting his coat, Shade realizes that even when discussing divorce, Zelda never once considered a future where he was absent. Softening his stance, Shade gently drapes his dark jacket over the sleeping Zelda as she rests peacefully on the couch. Shade recalls Zelda stating that 5 years should be enough time before finding another marriage partner. She assured him that she had zero interest in love, hoping he would find genuine love himself. Shade gently lifts the sleeping Zelda into his arms, pondering her strange behavior and secret warnings. Carrying her across the room, Shade steps toward the door while contemplating her warnings about Prince Burelia. An officer named Asko greets Shade outside, explaining he checked in after noticing Shade was late for work. Shade admits that Zelda shared an unexpected and intriguing story during their conversation on their wedding night. Asko stares back in total confusion, stunned by Shade's cryptic remark about his new bride. Shade reveals that Zelda claimed Count Madison was ultimately killed by first Prince Burelia, shocking Asko. Walking together through the hallway, Shade emphasizes the need to verify her story to determine her true intentions. Asko thoughtfully touches his chin, intrigued by the possibility that Zelda's claim might be a calculated ploy. Asko agrees to dispatch an investigator to the capital, leaving Shade satisfied as they walk down the corridor. Zelda awakens in her luxurious bedroom, greeted by the tiny purple spirit Raoul perched beside her bed. Sitting up on the mattress, Zelda addresses Raoul to confirm if Shade ordered an immediate investigation into her claims. Raoul gazes at Zelda as she coolly explains that Shade's investigation will ultimately earn her even greater trust once verified. Peering up intently, Raoul asks Zelda if she truly intends to proceed with divorcing the Duke in 5 years. Behind a changing screen, Zelda confirms her 5-year plan to rescue her mother and secure safety for the North and Duke. Dressed in a magnificent red gown lined with white fur, Zelda stands determined and fully prepared for her next move. Walking down the hallway with Raoul trailing behind, Zelda announces her immediate plan to take control and manage the household. The entire mansion staff gathers in neat formation at the foot of the grand staircase, waiting for their new duchess. 2 maidservants whisper among themselves, wondering why Zelda summoned everyone on her very first day to establish order. 2 maidservants whisper continuously, questioning how a pampered lady from the capital will ever adapt to northern life. An older senior maid glares intently down the hall as she alerts everyone that the new duchess is approaching. Stepping gracefully onto the grand staircase in her opulent red gown, Zelda warmly greets the assembled mansion staff. Introducing herself directly as a Zelda Carlos, she announces that she looks forward to managing the household together. Zelda acknowledges that as a noble from the capital, she understands their skepticism toward her unexpected arrival. The gossiping maid flinches nervously, realizing the absolute authority and sharp perception of her new mistress. Zelda firmly asserts that as head of the family, she shares the household's fate in both life and death. With a sinister, knowing smirk, Zelda declares that since she carries the Carlos name, honesty is mandatory. Fixing the staff with a piercing, deadly glare, Zelda accuses certain servants of secretly spreading harmful rumors outside. A defensive maid shouts back, demanding to know if Zelda is doubting their loyalty. Zelda fixes her with an ice-cold stare, promising this will be their last chance. Zelda warns the entire assembly that leaking internal secrets puts the whole household in grave danger. Turning directly toward the defensive maid, Zelda coldly calls out her exact name, Duyan. Duyan gasps in shock, trembling as she wonders how the new Duchess already knows her name. Zelda steps closer, casually exposing Duyan's habit of stealing high-quality ingredients from the kitchen. Duyan freezes in absolute dread as the surrounding staff whisper in shock over the exposed theft. Zelda then addresses another male servant directly, identifying him precisely as Sesko. She nonchalantly reveals Sesko's secret severe dietary allergies, leaving him completely flabbergasted. Zelda paces past the stunned crowd, pointing out how capital social circles know intimate details only an insider could leak. Zelda sternly warns the assembly that while past misdeeds will be forgiven, any future betrayals or leaks will bring her personal, immediate punishment. With a cold glare, Zelda makes her absolute authority clear to every silent servant in the hall. A young, silver-haired boy stands among the staff, watching Zelda intently in complete silence. Zelda turns away with an imposing presence, leaving the household staff thoroughly intimidated. Standing in the grand hall, Zelda prepares to issue her next set of commands to the estate staff. Zelda turns her focus toward the head housekeeper, addressing her directly as Madame Drumoine. Madame Drumoine steps forward respectfully, bowing her head and acknowledging Zelda's commanding authority as Duchess. Zelda casually announces her intention to reside in the estate's annex, surprising Madame Drumoine. Giggly yet firm, Zelda explains that she refuses to be constrained by traditional rules. Zelda reassures Madame Drumoine, while noting her need to select dedicated servants and guards to manage her household. Zelda asks Madame Drumoine about the gray-haired boy. Learning his name is Reverend, Madame Drumoine explains that Rev is new, diligent, and currently helping with household chores outside. Smirking, Zelda confirms that Rev is indeed the servant she wants. Madame Drumoine grows flustered, asking who will assist Zelda with dressing and bathing if she refuses a maid. Zelda reassures her, claiming she grew up roughly enough to manage personal tasks herself. Madame Drumoine hesitantly offers to select a quiet maid to assist her anyway. She suggests a diligent maid named Anna who works quietly and effectively. Zelda reflects on Anna, recognizing her as a reliable and silent helper from her past life. However, Zelda narrows her eyes, remaining acutely aware that the prince's hidden spy remains unidentified. Smiling warmly, Zelda accepts the arrangements for now, and promises to reach out if needed. Madame Drumoine and maid Anna bow respectfully before taking their leave, leaving Zelda alone in her bedchamber. As the heavy door clicks shut, Raoul relaxes on the couch and praises Zelda for managing the situation so well. Smirking knowingly, Raoul chuckles as he points out how easily she intimidated the entire household staff. Flustered, Zelda insists she is merely doing whatever it takes to avoid repeating her horrific past life. Raoul crosses his arms and curiously questions why she selected Rev, noting the young boy seems unfit for heavy duties. Zelda pauses, as her eyes darken with a painful, distant look, while preparing to share her true motivation. A haunting flashback reveals Rev bursting through her doors in the previous timeline, warning her that capital knights were arresting everyone. Rev heroically grabbed a knight's leg to buy her time to flee, only to be ruthlessly struck down in a pool of blood. Raoul connects the dots, recognizing Rev as the young soul who arrived at death's door alongside Zelda when time inverted. Taking a seat, Zelda firmly states Rev is her only trustworthy ally, prompting Raoul to lament her tragic reality. Zelda smiles brightly as she explains her sudden happiness to Raoul. She remembers that Duke Shade ordered an investigation into her, surprising Raoul since it proves the Duke distrusts her. Zelda turns away, recalling how in her past life, the Duke never even bothered to visit or investigate her. Smiling softly, Zelda reflects that being doubted is far better than being completely ignored. Night settles peacefully over the estate as the moon shines bright in the starry sky. Dressed in her nightgown, Zelda hears an unexpected knock at her bedroom door late at night. Curious, Zelda cautiously opens her door to see who could be visiting at such an hour. Duke Shade stands at the threshold, apologizing for his late-night arrival as Zelda gasps in shock. Without hesitating, Zelda instantly slams the door right in Duke Shade's face. Standing outside the locked door, Duke Shade desperately pleads for just 5 minutes of her time. Panicking inside her room, Zelda frantically calls for Raoul while stressing over her appearance. Zelda frets over being barefaced, wondering if she needs makeup. But Raoul deadpans, asking if that's truly necessary. Raoul assures her that no one would ever connect a glamorous duchess with her scruffy, masked mercenary disguise. Rolling around lazily, Raoul reassures Zelda that her altered voice and past mask guarantee her identity remains safe. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Zelda grabs a dark shawl to wrap around her shoulders. Opening the door after exactly 5 minutes, Zelda allows Duke Shade to step inside her room. Zelda teasingly asks if he visits other ladies so late, but Shade admits he's never courted a woman before. Shade stands silently in the room as he reflects on his own actions and boundaries. Bow gracefully, Duke Shade sincerely apologizes for his late-night intrusion upon her privacy. Flustered by his gentlemanly bow, Zelda stammers that she accepts his sincere apology. Zelda asks Duke Shade what brings him to her room late at night. Shade firmly states he wants to talk about what happened earlier that day. Shade insists they urgently need to discuss the household incident from today. A heavy, tense silence fills the room as they stand facing each other. Zelda's face darkens with caution as she anticipates his stern interrogation. Feigning complete innocence, Zelda tilts her head and asks what happened today. Shade sternly scolds her for treating members of the ducal household so harshly. Zelda realizes they won't agree in this timeline either, arguing she had no choice. Shade asks if someone was truly spreading rumors about the ducal family. Shade angrily questions why rumors in the capital were blown so out of proportion. Zelda blinks in surprise and asks Shade if he kept quiet about the rumors surrounding his family. Shade explains that he was unaware of the rumors and promises to handle the northern wall threats while letting her manage the rest. Dropping his voice, Shade strictly asks Zelda to stay out of the situation entirely. Zelda silently looks down, realizing that Shade completely misunderstands the true scale of the royal political threat. While Shade silently defends the kingdom of Varelia against northern monsters, he remains oblivious to the slander targeted against him. Malicious rumors carefully planted by the royal family begin reaching a dangerous peak throughout the capital. Slanderous whispers label Duke Carlos a bloodthirsty warmonger and traitor, laying the groundwork for his future execution. Realizing she alone knows the impending tragedy, Zelda resolves to take action before the prince strikes first. Clasping her shawl, Zelda boldly refuses Shade's request and insists on staying directly involved. Shade fixes his intense blue eyes on her, quietly addressing her as Madam. Standing firm, Zelda declares she is now a Zelda Carlos, his wife, and as a Carlos, she has only done what is right. Standing opposite each other in the dimly lit hall, Shade questions why she feels the need to pick a fight over everything. Shade looks at her with an intense gaze, telling her that she is acting out of line. Gripping his silver hair in frustration, Shade mutters that she is not behaving like herself. Zelda silently twirls a strand of her wavy blonde hair, considering her next words carefully. Mockingly, Zelda asks if he is dissatisfied because she was sent by the prince, or because capital rumors are circulating. A heavy silence settles between the two, as they face each other across the dark, grand room. Rubbing his forehead in exhaustion, Shade accepts her stance but asks her to inform him first next time. Zelda agrees to keep him informed as Shade turns around and steps out of the room, closing the door behind him. Alone in the quiet chamber, a mysterious voice softly echoes her name, calling out to Zelda. In a vivid vision, a hooded woman walks toward Zelda, softly calling out to her precious daughter. Zelda's mother warns her to hide her true strength if she ever encounters a powerful spirit. She sternly cautions that envious people will try to harm her out of pure jealousy. She urges Zelda to remain quiet and keep to herself, insisting it is the only way to survive. Zelda begs her mother to wait just a little longer, swearing she will come to save her. Zelda wakes up in her grand bed, tears streaming down her face as she calls out for her mother. Raoul floats beside her bed in his human form, gazing down at her with a calm, gentle expression. Startled awake, Zelda sits up while fluffy Raoul teases her about her amusing crying face. Raoul, floating nearby, curiously asks what kind of dream could make her weep like that. Wiping away a lingering tear, Zelda admits she dreamt of her mother and asks Raoul for any clues to find her. Since her mother dealt with healing spirits, Zelda considers searching for people her mother previously saved. Fluffy Raoul eagerly advises her to identify someone her mother helped and seek them out. Zelda realizes finding an item with lingering traces of a spirit mage could yield crucial clues. Though expecting her aunt tossed her mother's belongings, Zelda resolves to ask Judy just in case. Sunbeams illuminate the grand exterior of Duke Carlos's annex as a new day begins. A polite young servant boy named Lef introduces himself, bowing and promising to serve diligently. Zelda offers a warm smile, politely welcoming Lef and expressing excitement to work together. Surprised by her hand offered for a handshake, Lef flinches back in utter disbelief. Confused by his hesitant reaction, Zelda holds out her hand as Lef nervously pats his outfit down. Lef warmly shakes her hand, expressing his mutual eager commitment to serve the Duchess faithfully. Madame Drumoine watches silently as Duchess Zelda and the young servant Lef finish shaking hands. Madame Drumoine informs Duchess Zelda that the annex is fully prepared and asks her to inspect the living quarters. Zelda steps inside the annex, admiring how neatly organized everything is despite being prepared on short notice. Expressing her genuine delight, Zelda warmly thanks Madame Drumoine for her hard work. Madame Drumoine looks on in subtle surprise, reassessing her opinion of the new Duchess. Realizing Zelda is far more considerate and gracious than rumored, Madame Drumoine admits to herself that the Duchess displays unexpected charm. Madame Drumoine asks if Zelda requires anything else, and Zelda promptly requests a carriage. Surprised, Madame Drumoine questions the request, and Zelda cheerfully explains she is going on a trip without guards. Madame Drumoine expresses concern over the sudden trip, but Zelda entrusts full management of the household to her four-generation family legacy. A horse-drawn carriage pulls up outside the grand estate as Zelda prepares to depart on her journey. Boarding her carriage, Zelda prepares to depart the ducal estate, with Raoul trailing close behind. Bidding farewell, Zelda waves cheerily through the window as the carriage begins its journey. A quiet, snow-dusted village sits nestled in the southern outskirts of the Kingdom of Varelia. Ensuring privacy, Zelda double-checks with Raoul that no one is around to spot them in the snow. Raoul begrudgingly agrees to keep lookout, grumbling about a great spirit being reduced to sentry duty. Stripping off her noble attire, Zelda happily switches into her comfortable hooded traveler gear. Winking slyly, Zelda jokes that women naturally have two faces to hide their true moves. Recalling her journey, Zelda notes taking a teleportation gate immediately after leaving the estate a week ago. Riding a hay wagon southward, Zelda continuously changed disguises to evade any potential pursuers. Watching her closely, Raoul asks if she plans to head straight back north to work as a mercenary. Adjusting her face mask, Zelda notes returning earlier than promised to clear out the monster nest come spring. Arriving back at North Fjord Plaza, Raoul steps through the magic portal beside Zelda as she carries her travel bag. Looking around the unusually quiet plaza, Raoul wonders why the city feels completely deserted. Zelda glances around with growing unease, wondering what could have happened during her absence. Suddenly, a massive shockwave shakes the ground, nearly knocking Zelda and Raoul off their feet. Raoul asks if a monster invaded, while Zelda hesitates to investigate since she didn't bring her sword. Teasing her, Raoul asks what if her husband gets hurt, prompting Zelda to search her past memories. Blushing behind her mask, Zelda internally stammers that in her previous life, they never performed marital duties or spoke much. A sudden loud crash resonates through the area, capturing Zelda's full attention. Feathers flutter around them in the air as both Zelda and Raoul stare in disbelief at the sudden commotion. Birds scatter into the sky as tension fills the air, signaling that danger is imminent. Duke Shade arrives on horseback at the fortress gate, demanding a quick report on the situation. A sentry frantically explains that a massive bear-shaped monster is approaching, so huge its claws nearly graze the top of the wall. Shade ponders the situation grimly, noting it is unusual for large beasts to descend in spring, and that their numbers keep growing. An officer rallies the troops, warning them that winter has ended and no mercenaries remain to offer support. Shade locks his gaze forward, resolving that taking down the beast must take absolute priority right now. The massive iron fortress gate creaks open, revealing a roaring, red-eyed giant bear beast on the other side. The officer shouts commands for sentries on top of the fortress walls to unleash large crossbow bolts. The giant bear beast sprouts dark tentacles from its back as ballista bolts strike, barely flinching before confronting the troops. Unsheathing his sword alongside Carotine, Duke Shade rides directly into battle to face the monstrous creature head-on. Duke Shade charges forward on horseback, unleashing a swift sword strike that spills dark blood across the battlefield. The monstrous bear thunders a terrifying roar, dark purple tentacles writhing menacingly from its back as its red eyes glow. Seizing the opening, Northern soldiers leap into the fray together, thrusting their spears in a desperate attempt to pierce the beast. With a brutal swipe of its giant claw, the creature effortlessly repels the infantry attack, sending soldiers crashing onto the snow. Enraged, the massive beast roars as dark purple energy surges around its unnaturally thick and impenetrable hide. The monstrous creature lunges forward through the snowstorm with terrifying speed, shrugging off incoming weapons as it surges ahead. Stunned mounted knights marvel at its terrifying agility, questioning whether a creature with writhing tentacles can even be considered a bear. Gripping his sword blade, Carotine grimly admits that this creature is the single largest monster he has ever encountered on a hunt. Massive dark tentacles crash down from above, but Duke Shade skillfully maneuvers his horse just past the deadly strike. Slicing through the beast, Shade realizes the battle is dragging on, and bitterly wishes they had the spirit mage to turn the tide. Duke Shade scolds himself for relying on the elusive spirit mage, shaking off his hesitation to focus on the battle. Turning to his forces, Shade commands them to target the weakening monster's exposed weak point and finish it. The giant tentacled bear growls viciously with glowing red eyes as northern soldiers surround it on foot. A courageous soldier lunges forward, driving his spear deep into the monster's side with blood-spilling force. The beast thrashes violently, slamming the soldier to the ground in a spray of dark blood. Duke Shade draws his sword, infusing the blade with a surging, brilliant blue aura. The monstrous bear opens its red eyes wide in sudden shock, sensing the terrifying surge of power. Mounted on his horse, Duke Shade charges head-on against the wounded, roaring monster. Shade leaps into motion beside the colossal creature's head to deliver a fatal close-range attack. Vaulting off an embedded spear handle with his boot, Shade launches himself upward to strike down the beast. Leaping high above the wounded tentacled monster, Duke Shade readies a downward strike to deliver a decisive blow. Shining with glowing blue aura, Shade declares he will end the brutal battle right here. Watching from the fortress perimeter, Carotene shouts in alarm as another hidden danger emerges. Shade twists mid-air in surprise upon noticing a second dark monster growling behind him. Reaching the apex of his jump, Shade prepares to swing his glowing blade directly toward the monstrous threat. Seeing he cannot dodge in mid-air, Shade realizes with dread that it is too late to block the incoming attack. Focusing through the chaos, Shade catches sight of a mysterious purple magic energy manifesting nearby. Disguised under her hood, Zelda steps into the battlefield, aligning her movements in complete sync with Shade's assault. Unleashing her dark spirit magic alongside Shade's blade, Zelda acts as his unseen comrade to annihilate the beast. Conjuring a brilliant purple magic circle, Zelda casts a powerful spell to destroy the monster and protect Shade. Swirling dark energy binding claws burst forth, crushing the second roaring monster into submission. The dual threat collapses under the combined assault as Shade touches back down on the snowy battlefield. Exhaling sharply in relief, Shade admits to himself that the situation was far too close for comfort. Looking around the quiet field, Shade quietly gives thanks to the mysterious spirit mage who saved him. His gaze locks onto a figure standing nearby, realizing the mage is right in front of him. Turning around in surprise, Shade comes face to face with the hooded, masked mercenary. Coughed up blood spills past Zelda's mask as her body buckles under the severe backlash of casting high-level magic. Shocked, Shade calls out to her as her knees give way and her vision fades. Reacting instantly, Shade surges forward and catches her collapsing body in a tight embrace before she hits the ground. As Zelda gasps out his title, Shade holds her close, urgently telling her to save her strength because she is bleeding heavily. Holding the unconscious mage in his arms, Duke Shade urges her to hold on as they prepare to head straight back to the residence. Shade reassures her that a healing orb awaits at the estate to treat her severe injuries. Urgently acting to stabilize her condition, Shade tears off a strip of cloth from his garment. Kneeling beside her in the snow, Shade tightly bandages her bleeding torso, worrying whether she will survive the trip. Scooping her up into a secure carry, Shade loudly orders Carotene to make immediate preparations to move out. When Carotene offers to take the wounded mage, Shade firmly refuses and insists on carrying her himself. Carotene recalls earlier warnings from Asko to keep any spirit mage, labeled a dangerous witch, far away from the Duke. Remembering the mysterious mage's heroic intervention on the battlefield, Carotene hesitates to treat her as an outcast. Shielding the unconscious girl, Shade asks Carotene if he truly views their miraculous rescuer as a witch. Declaring her as his savior, Shade asserts he will carry her himself, prompting Carotene to defer in respectful understanding. Carotene admits to Shade that without the mysterious mage's intervention, their commander would have been lost, yet he still harbors natural fear toward her. Carotene turns back toward the troops and loudly orders everyone to prepare for their return. A line of mounted knights and carriages travels down the snow-covered streets of the town. Townspeople gather in disbelief, murmuring that the Duke's Knights of the Eye have returned without suffering a single casualty. Bystanders look on in confusion, wondering aloud if Duke Shade is personally carrying something as he leads the procession. The wounded, disguised Zelda lies unconscious under her hood, blood staining her mask as rumors of the faceless mercenary circulate. Shade carefully secures the mysterious hooded mercenary against his chest, cradling her as they make their way back. Reflecting deeply, Shade remembers how she has been known only as the faceless mercenary despite fighting alongside them in the north for 5 years. Shade recalls fighting back-to-back with her over 5 long years, unable to ask a single question about her true identity. Shade realizes that if he forces her identity into the open, she will immediately leave the northern battlefield forever. Shade holds the unconscious masked mercenary tight in his arms as they ride back to base. Shade looks down at her in shock as her dark mask begins to dissolve into particles. Dark purple spirit magic flares around her body, unraveling her disguise right in front of him. Zelda finds her mind floating in a vast, starry cosmic void, clad in a nightgown. Looking around the endless cosmos in confusion, Zelda wonders aloud where she is. A gigantic dark purple wolf spirit materializes before her, calling out to her. Zelda gazes up at the giant beast, anxiously asking if she has died. Shifting into human form, Raoul assures her she is not dead, though she came dangerously close. Raoul scolds her for nearly dying, reminding her that dying now would render all her struggles and revenge in vain. Zelda stands resolute in the cosmic space, listening intently to Raoul's stern lecture. Raoul strictly reminds Zelda that Shade Carlos is useful, but questions if he is truly worth risking her life over. Taken aback, Zelda hesitates, unable to give a clear answer to Raoul's sharp question. Sitting alone, Zelda questions why she reflexively jumped in front of him when they barely interacted in her past life. She reflects on how their relationship in this life as Duke and Duchess was never meant to be intimate or special. Dark thoughts swirl as she recalls how people branded her a witch who wields the power of the devil and drinks beast blood. Zelda remembered how others feared her dark spirit magic, labeling her a dangerous abomination. Pulling up her hood and mask, Zelda tries to distance herself from the painful memories of rejection. Yet she recalls how Duke Shade was the only person who ever looked at her without a single trace of fear. Returning to the present, Zelda apologizes to Raoul and promises not to throw herself into danger again, though something still bothers her. Puzzled by the altered timeline, Zelda realizes Duke Shade would have died from the beast attack before they ever married at age 22. Raoul points out that the timeline's flow has noticeably changed from Zelda's past life. Zelda anxiously asks if the future she knows is truly changing. Raoul confirms that her past knowledge is shifting because her own interventions altered history. Raoul steps forward in the realm, warning her that future events will grow increasingly unpredictable. He emphasizes that relying solely on her original memories for revenge will become far more dangerous. Realizing the urgency, Zelda resolves that she must execute her plans as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, majestic banners and towers mark the grand expanse of Varelia Royal Palace. Inside his lavish quarters, First Prince Burelia reclines lazily on a couch, complaining of intense boredom. Lying back with his hands behind his head, Burelia grumbles about waiting in a place he feels he doesn't belong. A sudden knock echoes at the ornate palace doors, and Burelia permits Tilt to enter. Prince Burelia asks Tilt if he delivered the message without anyone noticing, and Tilt confirms he slipped through unseen. Burelia takes the letter, praiseful yet mocking his bedridden father, who still tries to dictate matters from his sickbed. Eager for intelligence on northern events, Burelia tears open the sealed document. As Burelia reads the report, his playful mood instantly vanishes into a cold, heavy silence. Furious at the report, Burelia crumples the letter, shouting in utter disbelief at such outrageous insolence. A sudden knock interrupts his rage, leaving Burelia questioning who could be calling at this moment. Outside the doors, Countess Madison Levante arrives, requesting an urgent audience with His Highness. Hiding behind her ornate blue fan, Countess Madison sneers, confident her scheme is moving forward. Annoyed yet curious, Burelia sharply orders his guard to let her enter immediately. Countess Madison gracefully bows, offering a formal royal greeting, as Burelia notes she has arrived at the perfect time. Prince Burelia reveals that ever since Zelda arrived in the north, non-stop commotion has broken out. Burelia confronts Countess Madison, explaining that Zelda turned the entire ducal household upside down searching for a spy. Burelia angrily demands to know how Madison is handling things, revealing Shade Carlos sent an informant to investigate the former Earl Madison's death. Shaken by the news, Countess Madison tightly grips her blue lace fan in anxious silence. Overcoming her momentary panic, Countess Madison dismisses the threat, claiming Shade will never find evidence or witnesses. Burelia scoffingly rejects her reassurance, declaring that anyone can talk and weak words offer him no comfort. Countess Madison claims Burelia is drastically overestimating Duke Shade Carlos. Madison slyly argues that Shade is only acting because someone from the Madison family appeared. Enraged, Burelia snaps at Levante, asking if she truly thinks investigating a late father-in-law after marriage makes any sense. Stammering in defense, Countess Madison blames Zelda, calling her an ungrateful girl who wanders off whenever given a chance. Countess Madison insists Zelda only brought up her deceased father to seek Shade's attention, convincing herself the Duke is merely staging a fake investigation. First, Prince Burelia smirks maliciously, thoroughly amused by Countess Madison's spiteful assessment of Zelda's character. Burelia recalls how Earl Madison was always quick to argue with him, realizing Zelda's stubborn behavior perfectly inherits her father's defiant nature. Burelia grows visibly irritated, complaining about matters he wanted buried in the north, while frustrated by reports of Shade traveling with a spirit mage. Countess Madison asks if the northern dark spirit mage rumors reached the capital, surprising Burelia that news spread so far. Hiding behind her fan, Countess Madison slyly boasts about having many ears despite the information not being common knowledge. Burelia silently notes that Countess Madison effectively masks her obsession with high society, which is precisely why he utilizes her services. Countess Madison reveals she arrived with an excellent scheme, prompting a curious Burelia to demand the details of her plan. Madison proposes hosting a royal birthday banquet to lure Zelda and Shade, allowing them to closely observe the couple's true relationship. Burelia scoffs at the idea, claiming Shade would never attend his birthday unless ordered by the king, though Madison counters that is precisely the point. Countess Madison reminds Prince Burelia that his crucial dragon ritual takes place next year. By royal tradition, the heir turning 25 must spend a day with a dragon to prove their blessing and claim the throne. The Northern Duchy holds a vital role, responsible for clearing a path through the northern forest to reach the dragon. Madison notes everyone will watch Duke Shade's loyalty, suggesting his absence at the banquet could ruin House Carlos's standing. Intrigued by her trap, Prince Burelia asks what happens if Duke Shade actually decides to attend. Countess Madison dramatically suggests exposing Shade for bringing an ominous dark spirit mage into peaceful Varelia to spark widespread terror. Prince Burelia breaks into a sinister, satisfied smirk as the trap falls perfectly into place. Impressed by her ruthless scheme, Burelia praises Madison while she insists Duke Shade must be utterly destroyed. Madison slyly reveals her true motive, asking Burelia to grant her daughter, Celine, a dance at the upcoming banquet. Seeing through her cunning personal ambition, Burelia casually promises to consider the request. Countess Madison bows gracefully and takes her leave from Prince Burelia's private chamber. Turning to his commander, Prince Burelia coldly orders him to deal with Duke Shade's informant from the north. Night falls over the quiet mercenary quarters in the northern territory. Inside the dimly lit room, a masked Zelda slowly begins to regain consciousness on a wooden bed. Opening her purple eyes, Zelda groans softly and calls out for Raoul as she awakens. Standing near the window, Raoul reveals in human form that the sun has set twice while she was knocked out. Rubbing her sore head, Zelda asks how she ended up there, prompting Raoul to recount her stubbornness. Raoul recalls how Zelda insisted she was completely fine, dismounted her horse, and stumbled all the way back to her quarters. Zelda wonders how she could possibly walk back with such a severe wound from the battle. Lifting her tunic, Zelda is stunned to find her abdominal injury miraculously healed, leaving only a minor ache. Demanding answers, Zelda presses Raoul on how her fatal wound miraculously vanished overnight. Raoul dismisses her concern, claiming her survival is all that matters, which only frustrates Zelda further. Annoyed by her shouting, Raoul covers his ears and tells her to wash up because she smells. Left utterly baffled, Zelda sniffs her tunic, still unable to comprehend her sudden recovery. Heading downstairs, Zelda walks into the busy tavern while wearing her mercenary disguise. Sitting at a table with Raoul in beast form, Zelda orders tomato soup from the waitress. Zelda asks Raoul if anyone searched for her during her 2 days unconscious, which he flatly denies. Suspicious of Raoul's evasive silence, Zelda ponders what really happened until a voice interrupts her thoughts. Startled by the sudden approach, Zelda turns around as a stranger reaches out toward her. An enraged tavern patron grabs Zelda by the collar, accusing her of using eerie witch-like dark power. Aggressively grabbing Zelda by her collar, the drunken patron shouts that she is the one who kills monsters instantly, causing her to cringe at his reek of alcohol. Screaming in anger, the patron accuses Zelda of standing by and watching his son lose the use of his legs during battle while enjoying every moment. Baring his fangs in fury, Raoul growls at the man, threatening to kill him on the spot for showing disrespect to Zelda. Confused by the man's accusation, Zelda wonders what he is talking about and asserts internally that she isn't there to mess around. Before the altercation escalates, a strong hand firmly grabs the belligerent patron's wrist, cutting off his grip. A mysterious tall mercenary steps in, reprimanding Tumba for making a scene and embarrassing himself in the crowded tavern. Shocked by the sudden intervention, Tumba stammers out the name Odion as he recognizes the formidable warrior holding him back. Furious at the interference, Tumba glaringly demands to know who Odion thinks he is to meddle in his business. Clinging to Odion's arm, Zelda suddenly realizes his name and voice sound strangely familiar, trying to place where she has heard him before. Unfazed by Tumba's rage, Odion calmly asks the old man if he really thinks Harold would be happy about his reckless behavior. Odion recalls how Harold was relieved that the wall held and the villagers remained safe despite his leg injury. Breaking down in tears, Tumba weeping mournfully laments over his poor injured boy. Unshaken, Odion scolds Tumba for directing his misplaced anger at mercenaries while ignoring the actual knights. Challenging Tumba's cowardice, Odion asks if he would dare utter such complaints directly before the Duke. Odion calls Tumba pathetic for desperately targeting someone easier to bully just to vent his grief. Overcome with remorse, Tumba lowers his head and genuinely apologizes to Zelda for his wild behavior. Advising him to check on Harold, Odion reveals a capital rehabilitation center might help his son walk again. Grateful for the hope provided, Tumba apologizes once more and hurries off to check on Harold. Awkward silence fills the space as Odion sheepishly scratches the back of his neck in front of Zelda and Raoul. Curiously breaking the silence, Zelda looks up at Odion and directly asks for his real name. Winking playfully, Odion introduces himself to Zelda as a miss. Surprised by the unexpected address, Zelda offers him a polite smile and expresses her sincere thanks. Waving off her gratitude, Odion insists that he is actually the one who should be thanking her. Odion explains he is a knight in training whose older brother serves in the Knights of the Eye. He reveals his brother owes her his life, making him feel obligated to show deep respect. Encouraging her to ignore Tumba's harsh outburst, Odion reassures Zelda that many people are truly grateful for her. Lighthearted banter follows as Odion admits he was temporarily assigned to the Mercenary Corps in place of Deputy Commander Buyu. A sudden spark of recognition hits Zelda as she stares at Odion's earnest expression. Zelda vividly remembers Odion as the loyal knight who died shielding her with his body in her past life. Realizing his full name is Odion Christian, Zelda notices he is not yet a knight in this current timeline. Disguised, Zelda resolves to bring Odion back into her personal guard, noting he is a bit more boisterous than expected. The quiet night settles softly over the majestic ducal estate grounds. Caratine walks into Duke Shade's office late at night, asking if he is still awake. Writing late into the night, Duke Shade admits to Caratine that he has a lot on his mind. Caratine reports that the mysterious spirit mage has safely awakened and departed after they verified her well-being. Duke Shade looks relieved, expressing his genuine gratitude upon hearing that the spirit mage is safe. When asked about the night order, Caratine admits the atmosphere remains unsettled but promises to manage it personally. Acknowledging his men are shaken from his near-death experience, Duke Shade places his full trust in Caratine. Curious about the late-night paperwork, Caratine leans in as Duke Shade prepares documents to hand off to Asko. Caratine reacts with sudden outrage upon learning the royal palace plans to reduce vital support for the northern region. Caratine clears his throat anxiously while standing in Duke Shade's office alongside Asko. Asko reviews documents and reports an alarming surge in missing person cases happening in the capital. Duke Shade taps his quill, firmly asserting that neglecting the northern wall's defense will lead to total ruin. Duke Shade declares he will personally travel to the capital to persuade officials regarding the aggressive monsters. Caratine reacts with total shock upon learning Duke Shade plans an unusual trip to the royal capital. Caratine explodes in anger over the royal palace, throwing lavish banquets while slashing northern military support. Realizing his dramatic outburst was inappropriate, Caratine awkwardly clears his throat in front of his superiors. Asko expresses intense relief that Duke Shade agreed to attend the royal birthday banquet without needing persuasion. Duke Shade notes the king may attend before asking Asko for an update on Countess Madison's investigation. Asko admits his agent sent no results yet, leaving Duke Shade questioning if Duchess Zelda's warnings are true. Duke Shade asks about Countess Madison's travel status while reviewing documents in his office. Asko reports that Countess Madison departed on a trip without providing any explanation. Duke Shade frowns deeply as he ponders Countess Madison's suspicious movements. Duke Shade recalls Zelda's bold past words about attending capital parties together. Duke Shade decides it is best to keep Zelda close and observe her actions closely. Zelda rests peacefully in a sunlit meadow, accompanied by Raoul in his small beast form. Raoul complains about sneaking out through the window only to end up in a peaceful, quiet place. Raoul fumes that they have been idling in this backwater village for an entire week. Zelda calmly reassures the complaining spirit that she is taking time to heal her remaining battle wounds. Zelda notices a crowd of townsfolk gathered intently around the village bulletin board. Zelda and human form Raoul peer through the village crowd, wondering what event has drawn everyone to the bulletin board. Zelda gasps in utter shock as she looks up at the village notice board alongside a surprised Raoul. To Zelda's mortification, Duke Shade posted public notices across the village ordering Zelda Carlos to return home immediately. Acknowledging the embarrassing summons, Zelda leaves the quiet village and arrives at the grand gates of Duke Carlos's capital residence. Carrying her suitcase, Zelda approaches the guarded entrance, where a sentry politely inquires about the purpose of her visit. Zelda politely asks the guard to inform Duke Shade that his wife, Zelda Carlos, has finally returned, leaving the guards stunned. Reunited at the estate, Duke, Shade, and Zelda begin ballroom dance practice, while an instructor guides their posture to piano music. Duke Shade holds Zelda's hand as she spins gracefully across the hall during their formal banquet preparations. The dance instructor berates Duke Shade's stiff composure, shouting at him to hold his duchess much more tenderly. Zelda glances sideways in flustered panic at the instructor's sudden demand for romantic intimacy between them. Zelda inwardly panics as Duke Shade turns his gaze away, wondering how he can act tender when he refuses to even look at her. At the grand entrance, Madame Drumoine and young Lef stand ready to greet the returning duchess with warm respect. Lef eagerly takes Zelda's heavy luggage as she politely asks Madame Drumoine where the Duke is currently located. Madame Drumoine offers to escort Zelda directly to the study where Duke Shade is presently working. Zelda follows Madame Drumoine down the grand hallway, her heart pounding with nervous anticipation as she prepares to face Shade. Approaching the guarded study doors, Madame Drumoine announces Zelda's arrival, and Shade orders her to be led inside. The heavy wooden doors creak open to reveal Duke Shade sitting at his study desk inside. Zelda catches her breath and nervously clutches her collar as she steps across the threshold into the study. Inside the room, Duke Shade sits at his desk while his aide Asko stands respectfully beside him, bowing to the Duchess. Asko introduces himself as the Duke's aide, prompting Zelda to smile politely while noting his cold, reserved demeanor. Duke Shade asks Zelda if she had a pleasant trip and gestures for her to sit down. Zelda politely thanks him and takes her seat across from his desk. A tense, heavy silence settles over the study as Asko, Shade, and Zelda remain seated together. Shade points out that while they agreed not to interfere in each other's personal lives, traveling unprotected remains dangerous. Shade offers to assign her a bodyguard, but Zelda hesitates, knowing an official knight would hinder her mercenary work. Zelda brightly requests to have the trainee knight Odion assigned as her personal bodyguard instead. Shade and Asko immediately eye her with sharp suspicion, asking how she even knows about Odion. Flustered, Zelda nervously laughs and claims Roina told her about Odion's exceptional swordsmanship skills. Shade quietly contemplates her answer, noting that Roina indeed maintains contact with many local knights. Shade agrees that Odion is promising despite his unreliable behavior, approving him as her new bodyguard. Shade agrees to her request, and Zelda beams as she thanks him for approval. Shade immediately orders Asko to arrange Odion's transfer from trainee to Zelda's personal bodyguard and inform Keratin. Zelda asks why she was urgently summoned back, and Shade reveals an upcoming royal palace banquet. Shade confirms she will attend with him, surprising Zelda, who expected to force her own attendance. Clenching her hands, Zelda realizes events are shifting drastically from her past life. Asko asks if either knows how to waltz, realizing both lack ballroom experience and need an instructor. Forced into practice, Shade and Zelda awkwardly hold each other while attempting to waltz. The dance instructor nervously asks them to stand closer and display a bit more warmth. Surrounded by an icy atmosphere, Shade dryly suggests skipping the dance at the banquet entirely. Zelda gently reaches out, softly placing her hand over Shade's hand. Refusing to abandon practice, Zelda firmly urges Shade to continue dancing, sweeping into a graceful movement across the floor. Shade maintains a serious demeanor, noting that flawless dancing is essential to convince the royal court they are a happily married couple. Guiding her through the steps, Zelda teases Shade about his distant gaze and asks if he intends to look so detached in the capital. Shade pauses his thoughts, directly asking Zelda if appearing as a perfectly happy couple on the outside is truly all she desires. Smiling brightly, Zelda confidently confirms that convincing the capital nobles of their devotion is indeed the only outcome she requires. As the pianist plays, the dance instructor claps approvingly, praising both Shade and Zelda for their remarkably swift progress and natural talent. Mid-step, the fluid rhythm suddenly halts as Zelda freezes in surprise, sensing a subtle shift in the room's tense atmosphere. Shade narrows his eyes thoughtfully, silently considering the unexpected interruption during their ballroom practice session. Looking down at Zelda with a cold, analytical gaze, Shade decides to cut their dance rehearsal short. Declaring that practice is finished for the day, Shade steps back, leaving Zelda to quietly accept his sudden decision. After praising the couple's performance, the dance instructor politely bows and takes her leave from the grand practice hall. Turning back, Zelda directly asks Shade when he managed to sustain an injury. Shade pulls open his jacket to reveal blood bleeding through his white shirt, brushing off her worry as unnecessary. Zelda insists that any injury requires proper treatment, questioning whether dance practice made his wound worse. Shade clarifies that the injury is a few days old, though it unnervingly refuses to heal properly. Zelda ponders in silent shock, wondering how Shade was injured while she was resting, and what kind of wound would resist healing. Refusing to let it drop, Zelda steps closer and firmly insists on watching him get his wound treated. Grabbing Shade's sleeve, Zelda earnestly promises to keep his injury a complete secret. Shade's eyes widen in surprise as he feels Zelda's sudden, heartfelt concern for his well-being. Lingering in quiet hesitation, Shade finally gives in to Zelda's request and agrees to get treated. Shade steps back and slowly unbuttons his shirt to reveal the chest wound, while Zelda watches him from across the room. Shade inwardly realizes he never planned on letting her into his private space, yet finds himself continually swayed by her persistence. Shade warns her that the injury might look unpleasant before pulling off his shirt completely. Zelda panics in flustered embarrassment, realizing she is about to see Shade bare-chested for the very first time. Zelda focuses her sharp blue eyes on Shade's exposed chest to examine the mystery injury. As Shade exposes his bare torso, a dark purple haze of demonic energy crackles dangerously over the wound. Zelda immediately recognizes the dark aura lingering around Shade's chest as Raoul's distinct spirit magic power. Realizing Raoul's energy is actively suppressing Shade's natural recovery, Zelda stares in deep concern at the corrupting mark. Zelda secretly demands answers from Raoul in her mind, accusing him of breaking his promise not to harm humans. Shade silently observes Zelda's calm demeanor, wondering if her swordsmanship training made her immune to the sight of severe injuries. Shade asks Zelda if she has finished inspecting his wound while pulling his shirt open. Flustered by how closely she was staring, Zelda quickly steps back and asks how they will treat it. Shade turns and walks across his lavish bedchamber toward a small wooden bedside cabinet. Reaching down, Shade opens a drawer to reveal a glowing blue orb resting on a white cloth. Shade holds out the glowing blue artifact, introducing it to Zelda as the orb of healing used for treating severe injuries. Placing the orb against his chest, Shade explains that while it usually heals wounds easily, this particular injury mysteriously resists its magic. Staring at the dark curse on Shade's skin, Zelda vows to secretly interrogate Raoul later to uncover why his dark magic lingers. Zelda realizes Shade sought her assistance because the orb of healing alone could not purge the dark magical affliction. Shade explains that the orb is a rare crystal created by a powerful healing spirit master who gathers spiritual energy. Shocked by Shade's explanation, Zelda flinches inwardly as she hears the mention of a healing spirit master. Realizing he brought up her deceased mother, Shade apologizes, while Zelda quickly pivots to ask where such an orb of healing can be acquired. In the early days of the kingdom, legendary spirit masters wielded immense elemental magic that shaped the realm's history. Over generations, the strength of spirits gradually waned, causing spirit masters and their miraculous achievements to fade into obscurity. Because spirit masters lived as recluses, Zelda had avoided researching spirit magic in her past life to prevent drawing dangerous suspicion. Zelda playfully claims she simply wants an orb for herself, privately realizing that investigating its origins might uncover clues about her mother. Holding the glowing artifact, Shade reveals that these rare healing orbs can only be obtained in the Golden District on the capital's outskirts. The Golden District is an exclusive marketplace for nobles where spirit-infused treasures and rare luxuries are secretly traded. Feeling guilty over his earlier misstep, Shade promises to take Zelda directly to the Golden District during their upcoming trip to the capital. Zelda expresses heartfelt gratitude, but her focus immediately shifts back to the dark, unhealing wound lingering on Shade's bare chest. Clearing his throat, Shade asks her to step out so he can change, leaving a flustered Zelda to depart while he quietly contemplates the orb. Sunlight bathes the grand estate exterior as Zelda returns inside. Rev greets her warmly, asking how her dance practice went with the Duke. She dismisses his inquiry softly and asks him to deliver dinner straight to her private chamber. Rev stands puzzled in the corridor, wondering what could have happened during practice. Alone in her room, Zelda presses her flushed cheeks, unable to stop thinking about Shade's toned physique. She lets out a heavy sigh, trying to compose her erratic heart. Turning toward the wall, Zelda calls out to her invisible spirit companion. Raoul manifests in his small purple beast form, asking why she summoned him. Zelda confronts Raoul directly, asking if he was the one who inflicted the dark wound on Shade's chest. Raoul stammers in denial, but Zelda firmly declares that she already saw everything. Zelda demands the absolute truth, leaving Raoul flustered as he struggles to maintain his composure under her intense gaze. Raoul finally cracks and confesses he was short on materials, causing Zelda to gasp in complete disbelief. Raoul reminds her of her near-fatal northern battle, revealing he extracted blood from Duke Shade to keep her alive. The horrifying revelation strikes Zelda like a thunderbolt, leaving her completely frozen in absolute shock. Zelda sinks helplessly to the floor, while Raoul casually perches on the bed, surprised by her quiet reaction. Raoul proudly boasts of his spirit magic, bragging about how neatly he stitched her wounds using the Duke's blood. Zelda processes the horrifying truth, while Raoul nonchalantly adds that Shade witnessed the entire ritual without causing a scene. Panic sets in as Zelda realizes Shade saw everything, fearing he will now view her as a monster and avoid her. Raoul tilts his head in confusion, unable to understand why she frets over opinions after surviving certain death. Zelda sits quietly in deep despair, as Raoul reminds her that remaining alive is all that truly matters. Zelda suddenly clutches her ears in overwhelming distress, startling Raoul as the sheer burden of her secret weighs heavily upon her. Forcing a strained smile, Zelda quickly shifts her tone, agreeing with Raoul that staying alive is ultimately all that truly matters. Raoul eagerly takes credit for her survival, while Zelda quietly expresses her sincere gratitude to the spirit for saving her life. Deep in the slums on the outskirts of the capital, night falls over the impoverished district of Varelia Kingdom. Laborers who worked on constructing the fight arena gather in a line, waiting anxiously to collect their meager pay. Exhausted workers complain bitterly about receiving nothing more than a piece of fruit and a boiled potato for an entire day's hard labor. The laborers whisper among themselves, realizing that common men like Gerald and Milo have suddenly vanished from the area without a trace. One worker raises concerns about growing rumors of unexplained abductions, fearing people are being systematically kidnapped from the slums. A companion dismisses the wild rumors, insisting missing workers simply moved elsewhere, warning him to stay close to Ralph. Meanwhile, a weary worker rests alone against a wooden hut, hungrily wondering why Ralph is taking so long to fetch food. A mysterious cloaked figure suddenly approaches the injured worker resting outside the slum hut, startling him completely. The intruder holds out a glowing golden sensor orb that releases dark, reddish energy, engulfing the helpless worker. Under the dark magic spell, the worker loses consciousness and collapses silently onto the ground. A companion returns with food, only to find the sprained ankle worker missing without a single trace. Sunlight illuminates the grand, peaceful estate grounds as preparation for the trip to the capital begins. Duchess Zelda smiles gracefully in a magnificent blue and white gown, ready for departure. Zelda recalls practicing waltz steps continuously with Duke Shade under the watchful eye of an instructor. Servants present fine fabric swatches and dress options as Zelda prepares her royal banquet wardrobe. Attendants praise Zelda's exquisite taste as she admires her reflection in the vanity mirror. Looking in the mirror, Zelda reflects on how she once longed for compliments in her past life. Admiring her reflection, Zelda marvels at her radiant transformation, feeling like a completely different person compared to her tragic past life. A servant interrupts her thoughts with a knock, announcing that Duke Shade has arrived in front of the annex. Zelda asks the servant to inform Duke Shade that she will step out shortly to join him. Outside, Duke Shade stands waiting in full formal noble attire, looking striking and composed. Impatient after waiting 5 minutes, Duke Shade complains, prompting his knight to playfully remind him that ladies take time to get ready. Hearing the door open, the waiting knights turn in anticipation as Zelda finally makes her entrance. The sudden radiant aura surrounding Zelda completely bedazzles and blinds the waiting knights. Zelda steps forward in a breathtaking gown adorned with a fur cloak, exuding pure elegance and regal authority. Enraptured by her dazzling beauty, a knight gushes to Duke Shade about how stunning the Duchess looks. Zelda's sharp blue eye glimmers with quiet determination as she prepares to face the political storms awaiting them in the capital. Zelda looks over as Duke Shade snaps his fingers to capture her attention. Duke Shade extends his hand with open palm towards Zelda. Standing face to face, Duke Shade remarks that Zelda looks just like someone from the Northern Territories. Caratine jokingly asks his fellow knight if Duke Shade's remark was meant as a genuine compliment. Zelda chuckles in response, and gently places her hand in Duke Shade's hand. The ducal carriage and surrounding escort knights ride off down the stone path. Gazing into her mirror reflection inside the moving carriage, Zelda quietly muses over being recognized as someone from the north. Duke Shade sits across from her with arms crossed, listening quietly to her thoughts. Passing through the glowing magical portal, the ducal procession arrives in the capital, while knights complain about teleportation gate motion sickness. Riding along the carriage, Odeon observes Zelda through the window and notes her remarkably perfect posture. Riding alongside the moving carriage, the knights debate whether Zelda looks like a born warrior and if leaving her alone with Duke Shade is dangerous. Caratine dismisses concerns about assassins, while Odeon suggests asking instructor Roina directly about Zelda's intense training background. Odeon announces he has personal business to handle in the capital and intends to act separately from the main escort. Caratine shrugs in agreement, accepting Odeon's decision to temporarily step away for his own responsibilities. Meanwhile, the grand royal palace grounds glow under the clear sky as noble guests gather for the banquet. Countess Madison enters the grand ballroom carrying her lace fan and proudly presents her daughter Celine to gathered aristocrats. Countess Madison boasts about Celine's graceful upbringing, presenting her formally to the admiring noble guests. The gathered nobility compliment Celine, calling her the most beautiful lady in the hall after the princess. Countess Madison smirks inwardly, satisfied that her heavy investments in Celine's dress and jewelry will pay off. Countess Madison remains confident that the prince will not be able to resist asking Celine for the first dance. A noble asks Countess Madison about her niece Iselda's recent marriage, prompting a bitter reaction. Hiding behind her fan, Countess Madison pretends concern over Iselda marrying Duke Carlos while secretly plotting to address the northern family. Surrounding aristocrats chime in, recalling rumors about Duke Carlos and noting how deceiving appearances can be. Gossip spreads across the hall about the Duke's cold nature and bloodthirsty obsession with hunting northern monsters. A nobleman grumbles that Duke Shade's constant absence from official royal ceremonies creates a terrible impression. Countess Madison smirks triumphantly behind her fan, convinced Duke Shade will never dare attend the banquet. Suddenly, herald trumpets blare across the grand ballroom, startling the gossiping nobles as high-ranking guests arrive. The massive palace doors swing open under brilliant light, leaving the crowd whispering in anticipation over who has arrived. Inside the royal carriage, Zelda sits silently across from Duke Shade, her mind racing as they draw closer to the palace. Gazing out the carriage window, Zelda wonders how high society will judge her grand debut and political marriage. Sitting across from Duke Shade in the carriage, Zelda frets over preventing dangerous rumors regarding the North from spreading through high society. Duke Shade notices Zelda's anxious state and asks why her face looks so unusually pale, catching her off guard. Observing her closely, Shade remarks that she seems far less composed than when she first invited him to attend the banquet. Zelda laughs nervously, confessing that she is anxious about making her formal societal debut at her age during such a grand event. An awkward silence settles over the carriage until the driver announces their arrival right outside the palace banquet hall. As the carriage door opens, Duke Shade casually reveals to a startled Zelda that this is actually his first formal banquet as well. Extending his hand to escort her down, Shade explains he hasn't attended a banquet since childhood, leaving Zelda thoroughly surprised. Asking if he is trying to comfort her, Zelda bursts into laughter when Shade teasingly admits he just wants to prevent his feet from being stepped on. Linking arm in arm, Zelda and Shade begin stepping forward together toward the grand entrance of the royal banquet. Seeing Shade's calm composure, Zelda chuckles at herself, feeling foolish for letting her nerves get the better of her. Checking if Zelda's trembling has stopped, Shade gets confirmation before nodding to the palace attendant to formally announce their grand entrance into the hall. Throwing the double doors open, the announcer loudly proclaims the entrance of His Grace Duke Shade Carlos and Her Grace Duchess Iselda Carlos. Stepping into the ballroom together, Shade and Zelda instantly draw every eye, leaving Countess Madison choking back shock at the sight of Iselda. Stunned murmurs echo through the hall as the aristocrats express disbelief over Duke Carlos actually attending a banquet alongside his new wife. Surprised, nobles continue gossiping amongst themselves, noting this is the very first time Shade has attended a formal gathering since entering adulthood. Gripping her lace fan until her knuckles turn white, Countess Madison glares fiercely across the room, desperately trying to deduce their true scheme. As they walk down the carpet, Zelda observes the staring crowd, while Shade calmly admits attending a banquet with his wife is truly unprecedented. Guiding Zelda through the center of the hall, Shade suggests they head forward to greet the royal prince and princess first. Zelda focuses her attention on Conchita Ayen Varelia, the second princess of Varelia Kingdom, and the prince's twin sister sitting atop the dais. Approaching the high throne, Shade places a respectful hand over his chest and warmly wishes the princess a happy birthday. Blushing nervously, Princess Conchita asks the ducal couple to lift their heads, while Zelda gazes up attentively at the royal dais. Analyzing the royal throne, Zelda notes that despite being twins, Conchita and the prince look completely different aside from their hair color. Princess Conchita nervously explains that her brother briefly stepped away, so she is greeting them in his place as well. Looking up at the throne beside Shade, Zelda feels a strange sense of discomfort that something crucial is missing from the situation. Shade glares intensely toward the royal throne, while Zelda watches on, sensing the heavy tension filling the audience hall. Iselda bows gracefully before the royal dais, introducing herself as Iselda Carlos from the northern ducal house. Princess Conchita smiles warmly upon hearing her name, acknowledging Iselda's introduction before the gathered audience. Looking closely at Princess Conchita, Zelda suddenly realizes where she has seen the royal princess before. Zelda recalls reading a newspaper article in her past life about the prince serving as regent before ascending the throne. In her past timeline, the newspaper reported that Princess Conchita suffered from worsening heart disease, keeping her strictly confined to her bedroom under the prince's care. Zelda wonders what tragic cause could worsen Princess Conchita's delicate condition so drastically over the next few years. Noticing the princess's hesitation, Duke Shade quietly calls Zelda forward to step closer to the royal dais. Shade gives Zelda a subtle nod of reassurance, prompting her to approach the nervous royal princess alone. Stepping forward gracefully in her heels, Zelda uncurls her fan as she nears Princess Conchita. Princess Conchita peeks over her lace fan, watching Zelda approach with anxious curiosity. Leaning in close, Princess Conchita nervously whispers behind her fan, asking Zelda if she isn't terrified of Duke Carlos. Trembling like a frightened rabbit, Princess Conchita holds Zelda's hand, genuinely concerned for her well-being alongside the terrifying Duke. Touched by the young princess's innocent worry, Zelda offers her a warm, reassuring smile. Zelda gently whispers back that Duke Shade isn't frightening, revealing how he patiently practiced dancing with her despite constant missteps. When Princess Conchita gasps in disbelief, Zelda adds that Shade stepped on her feet even more, entirely unaware that the Grandmaster Swordsman hears every word. Princess Conchita chuckles softly, relieved that Duke Carlos isn't as frightening as rumor suggested, and expressing her joy at seeing them get along so well. Lowering her voice, Princess Conchita whispers to herself that she truly owes Zelda a debt of gratitude, leaving Zelda momentarily surprised and confused. Politeness maintained, Princess Conchita formalizes the audience's end, permitting Duke Shade and Duchess Zelda to take their leave from the royal throne. Sitting gracefully on her ornate throne, Princess Conchita watches Zelda leave, while secretly hoping they can speak again later during the banquet. Duke Shade ponders Zelda's interaction with the princess, concluding she harbors no ill intent toward the north while remaining cautious about her true motives. Returning to the main ballroom, Zelda notices a crowd gathering nearby, yet no noble steps forward to greet them. Realizing the surrounding nobles are intimidated by Duke Shade's icy and forbidding presence, Zelda decides to break the awkward silence. Flashing a brilliant, welcoming smile, Zelda greets the hesitant audience to disarm their tension and ease the atmosphere. Her dazzling charm instantly bewitches the nearby nobles, melting their hesitation away in an instant. Eager nobles immediately flock forward to introduce themselves to Duchess Carlos, fulfilling Zelda's calculations as the banquet floor springs to life. Nobles eagerly swarm around Zelda and Duke Shade, taking full advantage of the disarmed, lively atmosphere to introduce themselves. Polite guests bow deeply before departing, leaving Zelda to bid them farewell with a graceful and charming smile. Sinking heavily onto a luxurious sofa, Zelda lets out a weary sigh as Duke Shade asks if she is feeling tired. Insisting she is fine, Zelda listens as Shade questions why she expended so much effort on mere social formalities. Fired up, Zelda passionately declares that making a stellar impression is essential to win valuable political allies for the North. Taking her point in stride, Duke Shade gently tells her to rest on the sofa, before quietly stepping away. Gazing toward the grand windows, Zelda reflects that maintaining a fake smile for political networking is far more nerve-wracking than combat. Cupping her warm cheeks in frustration, Zelda whimpers as her face grows completely numb from endless smiling. A cold, sharp voice abruptly calls out her name, shattering her momentary peace and putting her instantly on guard. Recognizing the intruder's ominous voice with a jolt of horror, Zelda leaps off the sofa to face the speaker. A sinister grin spreads across the intruder's face as he corners Zelda. Offering his hand with mock courtesy, First Prince Burelia asks Zelda for the honor of the opening dance. Meanwhile, at the banquet bar, the attendant politely asks a distinguished guest for their drink order. The bartender continues to inquire about cocktail preferences while holding a bottle. Ordering a non-alcoholic drink, Duke Shade pauses in thought before taking his glass. Hearing sudden whispers echoing through the hall, Duke Shade turns around to investigate the commotion. Nobles chatter excitedly, gossiping about Prince Tokumen asking Duchess Zelda Carlos for the first dance. Upon overhearing that the prince requested Zelda for the first dance, Duke Shade's eyes narrow in sharp suspicion. Leaving his freshly prepared drink on the counter, Duke Shade immediately walks away to intervene. Meanwhile, First Prince Burelia sinisterly extends his hand once more, pressing Zelda to accept his dance request. Duchess Zelda recoils internally in shock as the prince insists on leading her to the dance floor. Glancing anxiously across the hall, Zelda senses the entire ballroom turning its focused attention onto their tense interaction. Countess Madison's face twists with jealous rage as the crowd eagerly anticipates who the prince will choose as his opening partner. Clenching her hands, Zelda inwardly panics, desperate to find any polite way to reject his aggressive invitation. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echo through the grand ballroom, signaling an abrupt disruption to the prince's pressuring gesture. Leaning in close, First Prince Burelia sinisterly threatens Zelda, proposing they discuss her hunt for his royal spy while dancing. Trembling under his intense gaze, Zelda realizes with horror that the prince is far more dangerous and unhinged than she anticipated. Attempting to demurely decline, Zelda claims she is poor company, but Burelia coldly insists it will be entertaining. Realizing she has run out of excuses, Zelda reluctantly begins lowering her gloved hand toward the prince's palm. Heart pounding with intense dread, Zelda hesitantly stretches her fingers out to accept the forced dance request. Just before Zelda touches the prince's hand, Duke Shade abruptly steps in and grabs her hand, pulling her back to safety. Holding Zelda closely, Shade coolly informs the prince that he has an urgent matter to discuss with his duchess immediately. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Prince Burelia roars in rage, demanding if Shade has forgotten who he is speaking to. Unfazed by royal authority, Shade menacingly steps closer to Burelia, exuding a suffocating aura that makes the prince flinch. Leaning down into the prince's face, Shade chillingly orders Burelia to behave appropriately in front of the ballroom crowd. Shade's intense, glowing eyes glare down at the prince with lethal intent, completely paralyzing him with cold, terrifying bloodlust. Overwhelmed by Shade's overwhelming pressure, Prince Burelia winces in frustration, forced to back down without another word. Clicking his tongue in deep annoyance, the humiliated prince yields as Shade stands tall and protective beside Zelda. As Burelia turns to leave, a sinister smile creeps onto his face while whispering Duchess Zelda's full name aloud. In a swift, invasive movement, Burelia suddenly grabs a strand of Zelda's hair, leaning in close with a chilling, predatory smirk. Smirking villainously, Prince Burelia taunts Zelda, asking if she truly expects to dance only a single song tonight. Forcing a polite smile, Zelda inwardly recoils with disgust, vowing to thoroughly wash her hair the instant the banquet ends. His provocative confrontation finished, Prince Burelia turns his back and strides away, leaving Shade and Zelda alone. Shade reflects on Asko's warning, considering whether Countess Madison and Burelia have secretly aligned to spy on the north. Watching the prince depart, Shade remains cautious, knowing it is far too early to draw definitive conclusions. Shade contemplates waiting until Caratine meets their northern informant to uncover the truth surrounding the former Earl of Madison's death. Grand music suddenly swells as the palace orchestra strikes up the grand banquet dance. Prince Burelia takes the floor with his partner, officially opening the ceremonial dance beneath the ballroom lights. Inspired by the prince, surrounding nobles eagerly pair off and step onto the dance floor together. Standing beside Zelda as couples dance around them, Shade gently checks if she is all right, to which she softly thanks him. Shade steps closer to Zelda with a stoic expression, extending his open palm out to her while she looks back in gentle confusion. Maintaining his cool demeanor, Shade softly asks Zelda if they shouldn't appear like a happy couple to the watching crowd. Zelda blushes slightly and smiles warmly, gladly agreeing to his proposal. Shade takes Zelda into his arms and glides effortlessly across the ballroom floor, stunning the surrounding noble onlookers. As they spin gracefully in the dance, Zelda looks up at Shade and softly asks how he knew to intervene earlier. She clarifies that she meant how he realized Prince Burelia's extended hand had made her so uncomfortable. Shade glides smoothly across the floor, explaining that reading her distress wasn't difficult at all. Lowering his tone as they dance, Shade admits he wondered if she was waiting for the right moment to pass information to the prince. Zelda bursts into light laughter, playfully teasing him for harboring such intense suspicions about her loyalty. Laughter echoes from the grand palace spires as night settles over the glowing royal kingdom under the starry sky. Enraged, first Prince Burelia smashes a glass in fury, cursing Duke Shade for being as deeply annoying as ever. Memories resurface of a past swordsmanship competition, where young Burelia was greeted warmly as Tokumen by his imperial father. Young Tokumen greeted his father with eager hope, longing for praise and recognition. However, his father praised young Shade instead, gently patting the young duke on the head for winning the competition. The emperor commended young Shade for his impressive skill, stating he would surely become a great help to Tokumen. Young Tokumen glared in bitter resentment, as his father instructed him to train just as diligently as Shade. In the present, Burelia grimaces darkly, unable to stand the memory of Shade looking down on him. Clenching his fists in anger, Burelia fumes over how to wipe that arrogant, smug look off Shade's face forever. A sinister realization strikes Burelia, causing him to smile villainously as a dark plot takes shape in his mind. Meanwhile, back in the grand ballroom, unsuspecting nobles continue dancing joyfully in celebration. Overwhelmed by the festivities, Princess Conchita signals her attendant as she prepares to withdraw from the birthday banquet hall. Exhausted from hosting, Princess Conchita softly admits she is tired and needs to return to her chambers to rest. Wishing to avoid causing a scene, Princess Conchita instructs her maid to keep her departure completely quiet without making an official announcement. Meanwhile, on the ballroom floor, Duchess Zelda wears a subtle smirk as she glides effortlessly through the dance. Zelda twirls gracefully in Duke Shade's arms, silently savoring the pleasant atmosphere of their ballroom dance together. Shade glances around the crowded ballroom, wondering to himself if Prince Tokoman has slipped away somewhere else. Reflecting on Tokoman's fierce glares, Shade admits he only kept dancing with Zelda to prevent the prince from cutting in. Distrustful of Tokoman's motives, Shade resolves to keep a close eye on Zelda and prevent her from meeting the prince alone. Lost in his tense thoughts, Shade unintentionally grips Zelda's hand far too tightly, making her wince out loud in pain. Instantly snapping back to reality, Shade softly apologizes as he gently supports Zelda, who reassures him that she is fine. Noticing her exhaustion after 4 consecutive dances, Shade gently guides Zelda to pause and rest. Explaining that spinning made her dizzy, Zelda agrees to leave the crowded ballroom floor with him. Escorting her to an open-air balcony overlooking the gardens, Shade lets her catch her breath. Zelda smiles with relief as the fresh night breeze clears her head outside. Taking a quiet breath together, the couple stands side by side away from the party. Turning her attention to past encounters, Zelda brings up Princess Conchita's strange reaction. Zelda asks Shade directly if the princess has always been so frightened of him. Gazing out at the moonlight, Zelda questions why Shade never bothers to correct the dark rumors surrounding his name. Shade coldly retorts that the rumors are not entirely false, asking if she truly thinks he is different. Zelda lowers her head in deep thought, weighing his intense response against what she knows. Zelda insists to Shade that she knows the dark rumors painting him as a bloodthirsty murderer are completely wrong. Shade smirks gently, admitting it is the first time anyone has directly called him a murderer, and explaining he cares only about protecting his people. Looking toward the bright glass doors, Shade firmly states he does not care to impress strangers who do not even know him. Shade offers that Zelda can stop her dangerous scheme anytime if it becomes too overwhelming for her. Zelda refuses to back down, secretly reflecting on how dangerous First Prince Burelia remains despite Shade's immense power and capable aides. Suddenly sensing an eerie silence from the hall, Shade glances back with a sharp, suspicious look. Deciding to investigate the unsettling hush, Shade leads Zelda off the balcony back toward the ballroom. Stepping back into the grand hall, Shade and Zelda walk side by side into an unexpectedly quiet crowd. Overhearing whispering nobles, Zelda stops in her tracks as guests gossip about the prince mentioning a northern witch. Realizing the prince's speech threatens her secret identity, Zelda recoils in shock. Terrified that she lacks her dark disguise hood, Zelda mentally commands herself to pull it together, reminding herself to act naturally as Duchess Carlos rather than a battlefield mercenary. As the prince announces the arrival of the main character, Duke Shade steps forward with Zelda while maintaining a calm, resolute composure. First, Prince Burelia lounged comfortably on his high seat, addressing Duke Shade directly with a condescending, arrogant smirk. The entire ballroom falls completely silent, as every noble turns to gaze up toward the prince in anxious anticipation. Duke Shade sarcastically notes that he never expected such a warm, public welcome directly from the crown prince. Burelia dismisses the sarcasm with a sly grin, claiming he was simply discussing the northern fjords under Shade's rule. The prince praises Shade's battlefield efforts, before publicly bringing up reports of a dark spiritist known to northerners as the Witch. Noticing Zelda flinch beside him, Shade instinctively steps forward and shields her from the prince's probing gaze. Shade narrows his eyes at Burelia, questioning why the prince is suddenly bringing up the spiritist after knowing about her all along. Burelia leans forward with a malicious smirk, openly scheming about the dark entity hiding within the northern forces. Tales echo across Varelia of a dark figure consumed by power who brought harm to others. Prince Burelia demands to know how Shade can keep such a dangerous person by his side without harming innocents. Shade calmly replies that rejecting her over mere tales ignores the countless lives she has saved. Slamming his fist in frustration, Burelia accuses Shade of hiding her for an ulterior motive. Shade counters that she is treated equally as a valued comrade who fought beside them on the battlefield. Shade smirks coldly, reminding the prince that harsh nicknames stick, noting people even call him a bloodthirsty murderer. A tense silence falls over the entire ballroom as every noble watches the confrontation unfold. Lowering his head respectfully, Shade pointedly asks the prince if it wouldn't be gracious of him to correct such rumors. Caught completely off guard, Prince Burelia gasps in utter flabbergast. Standing firmly with Zelda, Shade declares the mercenary saved the realm and trusts the wise prince won't let a hero be called a witch. Zelda is taken aback, realizing Shade truly views her as a trusted, reliable comrade. Prince Burelia grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, humiliated by Shade's sharp defense. Suddenly, gasps echo through the hall as Zelda staggers and collapses into Shade's arms. Her vision blurs as she desperately tries to stay conscious, knowing collapsing here endangers Shade. Traumatic memories flood her mind of a night demanding her execution in her past life. Wide-eyed with horror, Zelda recognizes the sinister figure standing above on the balcony. Looking up, she realizes he is the exact royal guard who executed her previously. Trembling violently beside Shade, she tries to steady her breath and regain composure. Clutching her dress, Zelda vows to herself that she will never die like that again. The royal commander turns toward her in dark aura, calling out her name with a chilling tone. Overwhelmed by sudden suffocation, Zelda gasps for air as her strength completely fails her. Phantom echoes of her past execution order resound, demanding punishment for treason against Duchess Zelda. Dizzy and losing her footing, Zelda staggers helpless in the bustling grand ballroom. Shade catches her before she falls, desperately calling out to ask what is wrong. Panicking, Shade begs her to pull herself together, as her body remains completely unresponsive. Onlookers react in shock, while Zelda worries that collapsing here will create immense trouble for Shade. Trapped in her mind, Zelda wonders if revealing her spirit magic to Shade could save her. She contemplates whether telling Shade the truth might allow them to defeat their enemies together. However, Zelda quickly rejects the idea, knowing Shade still harbors suspicion and lacks full trust. She remembers how revealing her spirit abilities in her past life triggered false treason accusations against the North. Zelda firmly vows never to repeat the horrific mistakes of her past life. Night falls quietly over the sprawling Imperial Palace complex. Silence fills the opulent marble corridors leading toward the royal guest chambers. Inside a grand bedchamber, Zelda sleeps while Shade watches over her, reviewing documents by warm lamplight. Softly groaning, Zelda begins to stir awake in the dimly lit room. Sitting up in confusion, Zelda recalls collapsing into Shade's arms just as a familiar voice calls out to her. Holding his papers, Shade explains that she collapsed and asks if she is feeling better. Embarrassed by her sudden weakness, Zelda apologizes for showing him such an unsightly scene. Shade reports that the palace doctor blamed extreme stress, though Zelda quickly insists she is fully recovered. Claiming mere fatigue, Zelda listens to Shade warning her to call a physician if symptoms return, secretly wondering if he truly cares. Looking down at herself in bed, Zelda suddenly notices she is wearing sleepwear and wonders where her banquet dress went. Calmly stepping forward, Shade explains that he asked a palace maid to assist her into comfortable clothes after seeing her discomfort. Touching her chest in realization, Zelda marveled that Shade thoughtfully ordered the maids to change her attire while she slept. Walking silently across the carpet, Shade approaches the side of the grand bed where Zelda sits. Gazing up in surprise, Zelda watches as Shade looms over her bed with a quiet, attentive expression. Reaching out softly, Shade places his hand directly against Zelda's forehead to check her condition. Gently assessing her health, Shade notes that her fever has completely broken and she appears much better. Pulling his hand back smoothly, Shade softly voices his quiet relief that her sudden illness has passed. Excusing himself to freshen up, Shade turns around and steps out of the bedchamber, leaving Zelda alone. Flushing deeply while resting her hand against her head, Zelda wonders if Shade genuinely cares for her. Sitting in the vast bed, Zelda wonders to herself how late Shade works and whether he ever sleeps. A sudden realization strikes Zelda as she pauses to look across the quiet bedchamber. Glancing at the single large bed, Zelda realizes Shade was reading documents only because he had nowhere else to rest. Stepping back inside, fresh from drying his wet hair with a towel, Shade asks Zelda what she is doing. Perched on the long sofa wrapped in a blanket, Zelda nervously insists the palace sofa is incredibly comfortable. Looking up with a flustered smile, Zelda awkwardly offers to sleep on the sofa instead. Approaching her silently with a damp towel around his neck, Shade looks down at Zelda with an intense gaze. Running a hand through his hair, Shade mutters inwardly, wondering why this woman causes him so much worry. Swooping down unexpectedly, Shade effortlessly scoops Zelda up into his arms, leaving her gasping in surprise. Carrying her back toward the bed, Shade calmly tells Zelda to take the bed while he takes the sofa. Lying nestled in bed, Zelda gazes warmly at Shade, touched by his quiet consideration as he insists on giving her the bed. Spotting Shade awkwardly cramped on the narrow sofa with his tall frame, Zelda frantically panics and sits right back up. Clutching his sleeve, Zelda breathlessly rambles that the palace bed is huge enough for 4 people and physical rest is a warrior's priority. Fumbling nervously with his fabric, her heart races as she struggles to piece together her flustered proposal. Looking up into his eyes with flushed cheeks, Zelda timidly asks if they should just share the massive bed together. Under the soft moonlight, the married couple lie side by side on opposite edges of the sprawling mattress in awkward silence. Unable to sleep, Zelda turns toward him in the dim light and softly whispers his title into the quiet night. Resting his head on his arm, Shade gazes quietly ahead without turning away, listening to her delicate voice. Silently shifting beside her, Shade sits up on the edge of the bed to give her space. Zelda lies still under the covers, watching his figure walk away into the darkness of the grand bedchamber. Stepping into the room, Duke Shade turns to Carotine and coldly asks how his assigned mission went. Carotine grimly reveals that Aseko's informant was murdered, leaving the body abandoned as a sinister threat. Shade realizes it was a direct warning to cease investigating the former Count Madison and orders Carotine to return north immediately. He further instructs Carotine to report back instantly if the Dark Spirit user resurfaces in the northern lands. Left alone, Shade feels deeply conflicted over the unraveling truth regarding his new wife's tragic past. He wonders if Zelda truly is just a pitiful noble who lost her parents to a political struggle. Watching her sleep soundly, he contemplates how to treat her now, knowing she strove to live diligently despite lacking spirit protection. Morning light breaks over the grand architecture of the royal palace estate. A palace maid hurries through the ornate, high-ceilinged corridor in a flustered rush. Bursting through the doors, Carotine urgently calls out for Aseko as he delivers his critical message. Asko quietly works at his desk when someone approaches, warning that the office door will be broken down. Noticing Carotine return alone, Asko somberly assumes the worst about their operative in the capital. Carotine strides briskly into the office, confirming that the critical mission ended in tragedy. Dropping a bloodied token onto the desk, Carotine grimly confirms that their northern informant in the capital is dead. Asko calmly admits he foresaw the informant's demise, leaving Carotine stunned by his indifferent reaction. Demanding answers, Carotine watches in disbelief as Asko nonchalantly picks up the bloodstained token. Asko explains he deliberately allowed the informant to be exposed, suspecting hostile forces were secretly watching Count Madison's suspicious death. Enraged by the cold confession, Carotine grabs Asko by the collar and accuses him of intentionally sacrificing their comrade. Furious papers scatter across the room as Carotine berates Asko for his heartless scheme and disregard for human life. Unshaken, Asko coldly defends his dirty tactics, claiming someone as upright as Carotine could never understand the harsh measures required. Asko maintains his stance, explaining that investigating potential threats surrounding the Duke's future wife takes absolute priority over individual risks in the north. He stresses that verifying whether Duchess Zelda is an enemy operative is far more crucial to protecting the duchy's survival. Carotine listens in sheer disbelief, his grip tightening as the cold, strategic reality sets in. Releasing Asko, Carotine recoils in shock as Asko reveals that the slain informant was actually a hostile double agent. Asko explains he cross-referenced subtle discrepancies from multiple informants and northern rumors to uncover the truth. He adds that Duke Shade already knew the informant's true identity, leaving Carotine entirely dumbfounded by the revelation. Outside the office, a passing maid jumps in surprise as Carotine screams in frustration at Asko's infuriating secrecy. The next morning dawns brightly over the majestic royal palace grounds. As Rev enters her room, Zelda graciously thanks her attendant while having her hair styled for the day. Smiling brightly, Zelda welcomes Duke Shade back from his early morning swordsmanship training on the palace grounds. Shade notes with satisfaction that Zelda's complexion has improved since yesterday. He informs her that the Emperor requested an audience tomorrow, granting her leave from tonight's banquet. Zelda sighs in relief, admitting that the first prince's suffocating attention was getting to be too much. When Shade asks about her plans for the day, Zelda timidly requests to visit Golden Street. A royal carriage departs from the palace grounds carrying Shade and Zelda toward the city. Shade brings up her previous interest in the Orb of Healing, recalling its significance. Inside the carriage, Shade asks Zelda if she has ever visited Golden Street before. Zelda admits she has never been there, quietly reflecting on Aseko's intelligence report regarding travels. Shade stares at her thoughtfully, stunned that a noblewoman of her status has never visited Golden Street. Looking out the window, Zelda wonders aloud if there is truly that much to see there. Zelda notes that reaching Golden Street requires passing through the eastern slums, a route she has never seen until now. Looking out the window, Zelda reflects on how she never witnessed such poverty in her past life, or while operating as a mercenary. Shade considers how nobles supporting Prince Tokoman care only for their own wealth, completely indifferent to the suffering of commoners. As the carriage continues onward, Zelda suddenly senses something strange about the environment around them. Looking outside, Zelda is surprised to see numerous injured commoners, wondering why so many are hurt when capital monsters shouldn't exist. Shade closes his eyes thoughtfully, realizing Zelda is entirely unaware of recent events in the capital. Shade explains that the first prince is mobilizing poor commoners for massive civil engineering projects, leading to frequent severe injuries. The room inside the carriage falls into a heavy, thoughtful silence as Zelda absorbs this grim reality. Concerned, Zelda asks if there is any place or facility available where these injured workers can receive medical treatment. Shade replies that while the prince set up a relief center nearby, it lacks proper funding and fails to fulfill its purpose. Zelda gazes quietly from her carriage window as they pass through the bustling streets, taking in the harsh realities of the surrounding capital. The driver pulls the reins and halts the carriage right in front of a lavish, sunlit shopping district. Shade hands Zelda down from the carriage, stepping out beside her as they arrive at their grand shopping destination. Zelda turns her attention to a glittering luxury boutique window showcasing high-end dresses, taking in the opulent displays. Curious about her financial parameters, Zelda asks Shade directly how much budget she can use as the Duchess. Shade thoughtfully considers her request, knowing she wouldn't come all this way just to buy the Orb of Healing, and notes her spending limit won't be small. Zelda claps her hands in excitement, eagerly asking where they should start shopping first now that her budget is cleared. Shade inwardly reflects on the harsh contrast between luxury shopping and the brave soldiers risking their lives fighting monsters in the north. He also thinks of the impoverished people in the slums enduring brutal conditions, pondering the weight of their duty amidst such wealth. Shade feels a bitter confusion in his heart, pondering how he should view Zelda when self-interested nobles behave just like her. Hearing Zelda call out to him, Shade narrows his eyes as he continues wrestling with his conflicting thoughts about her motives. Abruptly cutting the conversation short, Shade coldly announces he has other business and will be acting separately from here on out. Before departing, Shade turns to Odeon and firmly instructs him to handle the Duchess's security during their stay in the capital. Watchful and concerned, Zelda wonders why Shade suddenly looks so angry as Odeon asks where he should escort her next. Walking away alone, Shade questions why Zelda's actions bother him so much when their arrangement is merely a contract marriage. Inside a rare item shop, the shocked shopkeeper asks Zelda in complete disbelief if she is truly serious about her purchase. With spirit, Raoul perched atop her head, Zelda boldly announces she will buy every single orb of healing available in the shop. 30 minutes earlier, Zelda had asked Odeon where to find the item, earning his surprised remark that a noble lady looking for healing orbs is quite unusual. Raoul suddenly appears beside Zelda as Odeon offers to guide her, asking if she and Shade are getting along well lately. Raoul notes that Shade seems increasingly able to read him, making it hard to get close to the Duke. Pondering Shade, Zelda wonders if a master-level fighter can naturally sense spirits. Raoul complains about his hunger and asks when they are returning north, but Zelda insists they must meet the king first. Sniffing the air, Raoul abruptly catches a familiar scent nearby. Raoul senses a scent similar to Zelda's coming from a shop that Odeon identifies as a rare item store. Realizing Raoul detected her mother's distinct presence, Zelda wonders if her late mother's healing orb is inside. Entering the shop, Zelda is warmly greeted by the female clerk standing behind the counter. As Odeon remains near the entrance, Zelda informs the clerk that she is looking to purchase a healing orb. The shopkeeper respectfully bows, telling Zelda to take her time browsing the rare item shop and to let her know if she needs anything. Zelda quietly whispers to Raoul, asking if he can identify which healing items were crafted by her mother. Sniffing a glowing blue sphere on the shelf, Raoul immediately confirms that it was crafted by her mother. Excitedly darting around Zelda's head, Raoul enthusiastically points out several more orbs created by her mother. When Raoul remarks on her mother's industrious life, Zelda indignantly reminds him that her mother is still alive, startling the shopkeeper. Pondering why her mother crafted so many orbs, Zelda gathers crates of single-use, multi-use, and lethal-use orbs and asks for the total. The shopkeeper calculates the cost and hands over a paper detailing the final bill to Zelda. Zelda stares at the written total in shock, gasping as her eyes widen in utter surprise. Realizing the items are surprisingly cheap, Zelda notes that a single-use orb costs roughly the same as a single chicken. A pale hand firmly places a paper payment note down onto the shop counter. With Raoul resting atop her head, Zelda announces to the shopkeeper that she will purchase every single healing orb in the store. Zelda turns to Odeon with a bright smile and requests that he settle the final bill. Before leaving, Zelda turns back to the female shop assistant to ask a crucial question. Zelda asks for information on the supplier of the healing orbs, but the assistant apologetically explains that all items are received anonymously. Stepping outside the shop with her purchases, Zelda explains to Odeon that she bought the orbs to stock up for injured northern knights. Carrying the wrapped box of orbs, Odeon reassures Zelda that the North already maintains a vast stock of single-use healing orbs. Zelda sheepishly scratches her cheek and admits that she simply wanted to buy them anyway, prompting Odeon to apologize for overstepping. As Odeon points toward the alley offering jewelry and dresses, Zelda declines further shopping and decides to wait until Duke Shade finishes his business. Odeon informs Zelda that Duke Shade's personal schedule is delayed, advising her to return to the palace first. to which Zelda calmly agrees. Reflecting on Shade's unusual behavior earlier, Zelda grows secretly concerned and wonders if something troubling has happened to her husband. Accompanied by Odienne and Raoul, Zelda boards her luxurious carriage to begin the journey back to the royal palace. While Zelda wonders about his whereabouts, Duke Shade enters a bustling weapons forge, where a lively female blacksmith warmly greets him. Shade greets Jessie, who cheerfully confirms that the custom weapons ordered from the monster bones he previously supplied are finally completed. Observing that the stoic Duke rarely visits in person, Jessie eagerly inquires if he is searching for a particular item today. As head of the renowned Livram blacksmith family, Jessie utilizes an ancestral forge uniquely equipped to process and shape tough monster bones. Cutting straight to his purpose, Shade asks Jessie if she possesses any spirit-infused weapons specifically designed to enhance cutting power. Jessie explains the difficulty of forging spirit magic weapons due to busy spirit mages, but admits she still has a few older pieces in stock. Jessie reveals that the prince hired all the spirit mages in the kingdom, creating a severe shortage of magical materials. Puzzled, Shade wonders why First Prince Burelia would secretly gather so many spirit mages around himself. Recalling the royal banquet, Shade realizes no spirit mages were present, suspecting a hidden scheme before trying to dismiss it. Pushing his suspicion aside, Shade asks Jessie to show him whatever remaining spirit weapons she still has in stock. Jessie points him toward a display. Examining the display closely, Shade stops as his eyes land on a particular sword that catches his attention. Holding the blade, Shade calls out to Jessie, prompting the lively blacksmith to curiously inquire what caught his eye. Shade points out that despite her claims of recent shortages, this glowing blade was clearly made very recently. Shade directly asks if he is mistaken, leaving Jessie speechless and silently reacting to his sharp observation. Jessie notes that she heard Duke Shade recently achieved the rank of a swordmaster. Shade looks back at her in quiet surprise, questioning her sudden remark. Jessie asks with an intense expression if becoming a master grants such sharp perception. Tension fills the room as Shade and Jessie stand face to face among the displayed weapons. Laughing off the tension, Jessie awkwardly pats Shade's back and claims it is a misunderstanding. Shade inwardly realizes that Jessie is hiding vital information about the spirit mages. Choosing not to press further, Shade backs down and admits he was mistaken. Shade asks for dark-type spirit weapons, leading Jessie to inquire if he means northern monster hunters. When Shade confirms, Jessie claims she has no knowledge of spirit mages operating in the north. Shade presses Jessie, questioning why she cannot reach the mysterious mages. He recalls carrying the wounded hooded spirit mage in his arms, noting there has been no news since. Shade pictures the hooded mage standing alone with a blade, desperately hoping they are doing all right. He tries reassuring himself that the spirit mage is strong enough to return as always. Jessie promises to pass along any news she receives, easing his visible tension. She playfully teases Shade about worrying over another woman despite being married. Shade remains silent, inwardly wondering where on earth the spirit mage could be. Meanwhile, back across the city palace, a sudden loud crash echoes through the air. Zelda unboxes the purchased healing orbs, asking Spirit Raoul to track down the clues left behind by her mother. Spirit Raoul eagerly steps up, asking Zelda to leave the search entirely to him. Raoul begins carefully sniffing and inspecting each orb for any hidden magical traces. Holding an orb, Zelda asks Raoul if he can truly find the clue her mother left behind. Raoul admits that if a spirit master had hidden a mechanism, he thought he would notice, but he remains unsure. Zelda realizes with dismay that even Raoul cannot find any special traces on the orbs of healing. Refusing to lose hope, Zelda quietly vows to rescue her mother no matter what. The view shifts south across the continent to the grand cathedral city of the holy nation of Qiand. A continental map illustrates Qiand as a pious nation listening to divine gods along Burelia's frontier. Inside Qiand's sacred grand temple, the nation's immense continent-wide influence is sustained by flawless divine oracles. Suddenly, a radiant divine light blazes at the altar, delivering a continental oracle that will shake the world. Nuns pray joyfully as the divine voice echoes through the sacred grand temple, addressing its faithful servants. Priests bow in solemn reverence while the ominous divine message warns of an impending dark force. A priest trembles violently as the oracle foretells dark magic emerging from the human realm. Silence falls over the grand altar as the terrifying implications of the divine revelation sink in. Panic erupts across the temple floor with priests crying out in utter disbelief at the warning of darkness. High priests frantically prepare envoys to dispatch the dire continental oracle to every surrounding nation immediately. Meanwhile, morning light bathes the grand imperial palace in Burelia as a brand new day unfolds. Prince Burelia yawns lazily in his throne room, complaining about early morning council meetings. Burelia grumbles about his duties as regent, seated across from Duchess Damien Parsi and Duke Henry Hassan. Burelia anticipates endless financial complaints from Duke Liam Amwar of the East and Duchess Olivia Den of the South. Prince Burelia mockingly advises Duke Shade Carlos to brighten his mood and smile a bit on such a lovely day. With a cold, dismissive glare, Prince Burelia officially opens the regional council meeting to hear the matters at hand. A nobleman raises his hand, requesting permission to present the council's very first agenda item to the regent. Captain Lavro of the Capital Defense Force stands up, urgently reporting a significant rise in missing person cases. Lavro explains that most of the missing individuals come from the slums, leaving behind zero evidence for investigators. Prince Burelia visibly flinches as the details of the sudden, mysterious disappearances in the slums are laid out. Captain Lavro appeals to the 5 territory dukes to collectively brainstorm a swift solution to the crisis. Sitting back lazily, Prince Burelia addresses Lavro by name, prompting a nervous response from the defense captain. Burelia fixes Lavro with an icy, contemptuous glare, asking what exactly he expects the royal council to do about it. The prince scoffs at Lavro for failing his duties, callously dismissing the sudden vanishings of mere slum dwellers. Captain Lavro seethes inwardly at Burelia's callousness, furious that the prince writes off suffering citizens as mere slum dwellers. Suppressing his anger, Captain Lavro bows meekly and promises the council he will continue monitoring the missing persons situation. Prince Means does every critical territorial report from the other regional leaders, repeatedly calling for the next item. Duke Shade concludes his detailed briefing regarding the surge of monster sightings in the northern region. Yawning mockingly, Prince Burelia claims he dozed off during Shade's entire report and insolently demands he explain it all over again. Duke Shade remains silently stoic, enduring the regent's blatant disrespect without giving in to provocation. A royal aide suddenly interrupts the tense council session to announce an urgent, unexpected matter. The aide whispers to Prince Burelia that an envoy from Kian has arrived, shocking the prince completely. Shaken by the sudden news of Kian's envoy, Prince Burelia abruptly pushes back his chair. Calling an immediate recess, Prince Burelia quickly exits the council room to handle the incoming foreign envoy. A ornate white carriage carrying Duchess Zelda rolls down the sunlit royal estate pathway. Inside the carriage, Spirit Raoul materializes and asks Zelda where she is heading today. Zelda smiles warmly, explaining she is free to visit the Count's house to meet Judy, since Duke Shade is busy. Raoul curiously asks why she brought the special beads made by her late mother. Zelda promises to explain later, as the driver announces their arrival at the Madison estate. Outside the grand estate, loyal maid Judy silently sweeps the stone courtyard garden. Hearing her name called out, Judy pauses her sweeping and turns around in surprise. Zelda excitedly runs across the garden path toward her beloved former maid. Zelda throws her arms around Judy in emotional embrace, shouting how much she missed her. Judy frantically asks if the Duke treats her well in the cold north, while Zelda gently asks about Judy's pregnancy. Judy places a hand on her pregnant belly, gently confirming to Zelda that her baby will be born soon. Zelda inquires about Countess Madison, and Judy reveals her aunt left early for a palace gathering before offering warm tea inside. As Odeon watches silently, Zelda and Judy walk back inside the mansion together. Judy pours hot tea into a cup, expressing her regret that Zelda's escort couldn't join them inside. Odeon thoughtfully steps into the adjacent room to give Zelda and Judy privacy for their quiet conversation. Looking down at her cup of tea, Zelda smiles, relieved that she can finally ask her questions freely. Sitting across the table from Judy, Zelda hesitates before bringing up a deeply personal inquiry. With an earnest look, Zelda asks Judy if any of her late mother's belongings remain in the mansion. Judy's hands begin to tremble softly, tears falling onto her lap at the mention of Zelda's mother. Wiping away her tears, Judy sniffles softly, expressing sorrow over how much Zelda must miss Lady Arrange. Judy promises to double-check for any missed possessions, noting that Lady Levante disposed of everything after Zelda's mother passed away. Relieved by Judy's commitment, Zelda offers a soft smile and tells her former maid not to overexert herself. Taking another sip of warm tea, Zelda hesitatingly prepares to ask Judy for one final favor before leaving. Zelda asks Judy if she can secretly prepare common servant clothes that will fit both herself and Odeon. Chuckling warmly at her former mistress's secret plotting, Judy readily agrees to hide the requested outfits in their usual storage room. Moments later, Judy steps outside into the sunlit courtyard to verify if the hidden clothes fit Zelda and Odeon. Dressed in simple traveling cloaks, Odeon grumbles in confusion about wearing disguise clothes, while Zelda admires Judy's perfect sizing. Judy confirms that the official ducal carriage was sent back to the castle, while Zelda's belongings were moved to a discreet carriage. Grasping Judy's hands warmly, Zelda bids her pregnant former maid a heartfelt farewell and thanks her for everything. Waving goodbye cheerfully, Zelda sets off alongside Odeon to continue her secret mission in disguise. Leaving the courtyard behind, Judy stands alone near the estate building, waving a cheerful final farewell as Zelda departs. As the private carriage pulls away, Odeon turns to ask Zelda where exactly they are heading in disguise. Peering out from beneath her hooded cloak, Zelda brightly answers that their destination is a shelter on the road leading to Golden Street. Inside the bumpy carriage, Zelda winces as the rough road rattles her seat, forcing her to endure the uncomfortable ride. Gripping her cloak tightly, Zelda complains about her aching back and mutters that she would rather be riding horseback. Manifesting into his human form inside the carriage, Raoul questions if she plans to donate all her orbs of healing at the shelter. Zelda explains that her mother crafted so many healing orbs, specifically for critical situations where desperate people need aid. Raoul mockingly asks if she plans to play the Saintess, but Zelda firmly replies she is simply doing what she can right now. Gently caressing her wooden box, Zelda notes her late mother always helped the injured, while Raoul warns her against being overly soft-hearted. Flustered by her unexpected praise, Raoul blushes deeply when Zelda warmly attributes her ability to help others entirely to his support. Zelda reflects on her past life while riding in the carriage, grateful to Raoul for teaching her to notice those around her. When Zelda offers heartfelt thanks, Raoul blushes furiously, berating himself for being dragged into doing good deeds. As Zelda playfully asks if he is embarrassed, the carriage pulls up outside a dilapidated, gloomy shelter building. Stepping out with Odeon carrying the wooden chest, Zelda inspects the crumbling structure as Odeon suggests heading inside. Cobwebs line the deteriorating windows of the shelter, raising questions about its neglect despite being ordered by the prince. Pushing open the doors, Zelda and Odeon find suffering, untreated patients huddled across the gloomy room. A shelter worker greets them, asking if they are seeking aid or visiting someone. Zelda steps forward to answer the worker's question. Odeon presents the wooden chest, explaining they came to deliver a requested donation to the shelter. Opening the chest to reveal glowing orbs of healing, Zelda insists the shocked worker use them for those in need. Overwhelmed with emotion, the shelter worker explains they received 0 royal castle support and can now treat everyone with these donations. Bowing deeply in gratitude, the worker gladly accepts the supply chest and inquires about the identity of their generous benefactor. Odeon leans down slightly as Zelda prepares to respond to the shelter worker's earnest question. Placing a finger to her lips, Zelda signals Odeon to keep silent, while stating the donor wishes to remain completely anonymous. Recalling the royal court, Zelda reflects on how Prince Tokopen's deep complex toward Duke Shade makes him hostile to northern involvement. Wearing a dark hooded cloak, Zelda explains that remaining anonymous prevents political hostility from ruining her search for her mother. Bowing humbly, the shelter worker offers sincere blessings for the anonymous donor's immense generosity. Offering further assistance, Zelda asks how else they can help, prompting requests for medical aid and window repairs. The shelter worker announces the arrival of the orbs of healing, causing the injured crowd to clamor eagerly for treatment. Demonstrating proper usage, Zelda applies a glowing blue orb to an injured patient, instantly restoring his torn leg wound. Handing a glowing orb to an injured resident, Zelda gently promises everything will be fine while Odeon finishes hammering wooden repairs outside. Warm sunlight pours through the newly repaired window shutters, illuminating the refreshed and restored shelter room. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Zelda lets out a breath of relief just as another worker asks for assistance nearby. Zelda turns with a bright, willing smile to offer a helping hand to the shelter worker. Slipping suddenly, a basin full of water sloshes over, crashing loudly onto the floor. Sprawled onto the wooden floorboards, Zelda and the worker wince together from the unexpected tumble. Looking up concernedly, Zelda asks if the worker is hurt, only to lock eyes in sudden shock. Realization strikes Zelda instantly as she recognizes the blonde worker standing right in front of her. Clapping a hand firmly over Zelda's mouth, the maid urgently whispers for her to keep quiet and step outside immediately. Confounded by the sudden turn of events, Zelda wonders what on earth is happening as they walk out into the courtyard. Turning around in shock, the worker demands to know why Duchess Zelda Carlos is present at the shelter. Stunned, Zelda stammers in disbelief upon recognizing Princess Conchita standing right before her in a nurse's uniform. Seeing Zelda's bewildered expression, Conchita bursts out laughing and teases her for looking so flustered. Giggling brightly, Conchita reassures Zelda that she was merely joking and isn't angry at all. Surprised by her lighthearted behavior, Zelda reflects on how different Conchita acts compared to her usual reserved demeanor at courtly banquets. Zelda asks Conchita why she came out without royal guards, questioning her decision to venture into the slums unescorted. Conchita explains that she couldn't bring royal guards and brought only the single person she truly trusts. Conchita reveals that everyone in the capital views her as just a gloomy, sick princess who stays locked away in her room. She adds that she utilized a secret, hidden passage from her private chambers to slip away completely unnoticed. Shocked by the lack of royal security, Zelda worries for Conchita's safety and suggests sending a proxy instead. Conchita firmly declares her determination to personally make amends for her brother's cruel actions. She vows to witness firsthand the suffering caused by her twin brother's ruthless greed. Zelda realizes she had wrongly assumed Conchita shared First Prince Tokumen's dark personality simply because they were twins. Observing Conchita's sincere compassion, Zelda considers that this kind princess is truly the leader suited to rule the kingdom. Above the quiet shelter, the two women agree to keep their secret encounter hidden from everyone. Conchita gently points out that since they now share each other's secrets, their dynamic has fundamentally changed. Extending a warm hand, Conchita tenderly invites Zelda to become true friends. Caught off guard by the royal offer, Zelda pauses as Conchita reminds her how well they understand one another. Conchita softly asks what she thinks, leaving Zelda stunned by the idea of being friends with the royal princess. Recalling Conchita's passion, Zelda recognizes how vastly different Conchita is from Prince Tokumen and resolves to trust her. Zelda shakes Conchita's hand and reluctantly agrees to dropping formal speech, though feeling shocked by how rapidly their friendship is progressing. Lighthearted Conchita insists there is no need for excessive politeness, since she holds no real power anyway, leaving Zelda flustered. Noticing the setting sun, Conchita announces that it is time to return and turns to leave the shelter area. Before departing, Conchita invites Zelda to tonight's palace banquet and brightly bids her farewell until the evening. Zelda and Odeon watch Conchita walk away into the glowing sunset back toward the royal palace. Left behind, Zelda stands bewildered by the overwhelming turn of events. Shelter workers approach Zelda to express their immense gratitude for the help provided. Zelda politely apologizes that they couldn't do more, but the shelter worker warmly reassures her that their aid was invaluable. Reaching into her apron, the shelter worker rustles around to pull out a hidden item. The shelter worker hands Zelda a folded paper, leaving Zelda startled and asking what it is. Night falls over the grand royal palace, casting deep shadows across its towering spires and ornate white stone walls. Back inside her luxurious room, Zelda sits quietly on the sofa, with Spirit Raoul, examining the paper given by the shelter worker. Unfolding the mysterious paper, Zelda ponders the strange sequence of written symbols and numbers in silence. The shelter worker recalls how secret numbers glowed brightly whenever an orb of healing seeped into a patient's wound. The humble shelter worker gives the handwritten note to Zelda, hoping the recorded numbers might assist her. Zelda hands the mysterious note to Spirit Raoul, asking if the numbers could be connected to her late mother. Inspecting the paper closely, Spirit Raoul explains that the glowing numbers resemble a distinct spiritist's mark. Raoul clarifies that certain spiritists embed unique personal marks within their magical power when crafting enchanted items. Raoul confirms the mark likely belongs to her mother, prompting Zelda to playfully boast about her intuition. Clasping the note to her chest, Zelda smiles warmly, feeling one step closer to uncovering her mother's hidden truth. A soft knock at the door interrupts Zelda, prompting her to warmly call out permission to enter. A palace attendant enters, bowing respectfully as he asks if Duchess Zelda is comfortable in her guest chamber. The attendant delivers Princess Conchita's personal invitation to the banquet, which Zelda willingly accepts. Escorted by the attendant, Zelda walks through the opulent palace corridors toward the dining hall. Reaching the grand doors of the dining hall, Zelda is surprised by its impressive scale. The doors swing open to reveal Princess Conchita waiting happily at a lavish banquet table. Expressing her deep gratitude, Zelda bows gracefully and accepts the invitation to take her seat. The attendant pulls out a chair for Zelda, allowing her to sit across from Princess Conchita. Princess Conchita and Zelda sit together at the sprawling table, surrounded by attentive palace attendants. Bowing low before departing, the attendant excuses himself and leaves the high nobles to dine. Noticing that all the attendants have left the dining hall, Zelda curiously asks Princess Conchita if she always dines entirely alone. Princess Conchita playfully explains that she prefers quiet dining due to her sensitive nature, encouraging Zelda to enjoy the exquisite palace cuisine. Though inwardly baffled by the princess calling herself timid, Zelda politely thanks her and prepares to taste the food. Taking her first bite, Zelda is genuinely impressed by the magnificent quality and flavor of the imperial meal. As Zelda expresses her sincere gratitude for the invitation, Conchita suddenly cuts her off mid-sentence. Conchita reminds Zelda of their agreement to become friends, urging her to abandon formal titles and address her directly by name. Zelda stammers in flustered shock, struggling with the immense impropriety of addressing a royal princess so casually. Reluctantly relenting to the princess's insistence, Zelda quietly calls her Cochita, immediately bringing a bright smile to the royal's face. Softening her gaze, Princess Cochita warmly addresses the Duchess directly as a Zelda. Cochita reflects deeply on their unexpected reunion at the shelter, feeling their meeting was far more than mere chance. Softening her tone, Princess Cochita asks if a Zelda's familiar aura stems from being that person's daughter. Zelda gasps in utter astonishment when Cochita reveals that she closely resembles Lady Orange. Setting down her spoon, Zelda urgently asks Cochita if she truly knew her late mother. Cochita fondly recalls Lord Kevin and Lady Orange Madison, remembering how warmly they treated her in her youth. In a flashback, Lady Orange kindly shared her dessert with young Cochita, promising to introduce her daughter as Zelda. Cochita reveals that Lady Orange protected her when everyone else avoided her, puzzling Zelda. Swirling her drink, Cochita explains she lacked political influence because her twin brother was chosen by the dragon. Although Cochita posed no political threat, she recalls growing up surrounded by palace, servants, and staff. Darkly, Cochita reveals that anyone who showed her genuine kindness mysteriously fell ill, suffered injuries, or was exiled. Tragedy struck soon after, as Cochita learned about the fatal carriage crash that claimed the Madison couple's lives. A terrified servant delivers the tragic news to young Cochita that Count Madison and his wife met with an accident. Cochita recounts how Count Kevin Madison perished and Lady Aranju vanished, causing everyone around her to be eliminated. Overwhelmed by dark realization, young Cochita wept alone in her vast room, convinced she brought ruin to all. Tears streaming down her face, Cochita tearfully apologizes to Zelda, blaming herself for the tragedy that befell Zelda's parents. Listening intently, Zelda realizes Cochita's years of self-isolation were born from a desperate desire to protect others. Recognizing Cochita's immense hidden pain, Zelda gently approaches the weeping princess to offer her warmth and comfort. Gently embracing the crying princess, Zelda softly reassures Cochita that none of the past tragedies were her fault. Clinging tightly to Zelda, Cochita tearfully insists on ending their private meetings to keep Zelda safe from harm. Looking into Cochita's eyes, Zelda promises that she will never disappear or let herself be harmed. Plates of untouched food sit on the table, lingering softly after the heavy emotional revelation between the two friends. A royal attendant enters the room, announcing that His Majesty urgently requests Princess Cochita's presence. Surprised, Cochita learns her ailing father demanded an audience upon hearing that Duke Shade Carlos was inside the palace. The messenger adds that the king has also summoned Duchess Zelda, leaving both women startled by the unexpected command. Turning to her guest, Cochita gently invites Zelda to accompany her to her father's private bedchamber. Inside the dimly lit chamber, Duke Shade and Prince Burelia stand silently near the bed where the frail king lies resting. Arriving together, Cochita calls out for her father, while Zelda silently notes Prince Burelia's imposing presence in the room. Pausing at the threshold, Zelda suddenly stops as a strange, distinct aroma catches her attention. Scanning the room, Zelda identifies a heavy scent of burning medicinal herbs wafting from a golden incense burner. Shifting her focus, Zelda walks over to Shade, noticing how deeply exhausted he looks after a long day of council meetings. Looking upon the bedridden monarch, Zelda gazes at His Majesty, observing the sickly state of the kingdom's ruler. Slowly opening his tired eyes, the bedridden king stirs awake to face the anxious group gathered at his bedside. Princess Cochita gasps in relief alongside Zelda, Shade, and Prince Burelia as the frail monarch acknowledges their presence. Reaching out with a weak hand, the king tenderly pats Princess Cochita's head, offering her a gentle smile. The bedridden monarch turns his weary gaze toward Duke Shade, taking in the young lord's steady presence. Bowing gracefully before the monarch, Zelda elegantly introduces herself as a Zelda Carlos, Duke Shade's wedded wife. Fondly reminiscing, the sickly king chuckles at how much Shade has grown since he was merely a small boy. Holding the monarch's hand, Shade humbly credits the king's past grace, while the monarch laments his ongoing struggle to hold on to life. Acknowledging the heavy burden of guarding the harsh northern borders, the king warmly praises Shade's relentless dedication to the realm. Expressing deep guilt over placing such heavy responsibilities on Shade, the king gently pats Shade's hand, while Shade urges him to focus on recovery. Turning his tone serious, the ailing monarch reveals he has one crucial favor left to request of Duke Shade. Prince Burelia angrily questions his ailing father, demanding to know why the king relies so heavily on Shade when they are the exact same age. The bedridden king softly reminds his son that the royal family owes a massive debt to the Carlos family for protecting their realm. Listening to the discussion, Zelda mentally notes that the reported increase in northern monsters never occurred during her previous lifetime. Reassuring the dying king, Shade vows to handle the northern threats, reminding everyone that monster population surges cannot be artificially controlled. With his final strength, the king urges Burelia to undergo the dragon ritual, so he can finally rest in peace before falling into a deep slumber. Leaving the royal bedchamber together, Zelda, Shade, Princess Conchita, and Prince Burelia walk down the silent palace hallway. The heavy wooden doors of the royal bedchamber click firmly shut, leaving the exhausted king to rest alone in his room. Stopping in the corridor, Prince Burelia casts a sharp glare back at Shade now that their audience with the king has ended. Turning around with burning hostility, Prince Burelia arrogantly commands Shade to get lost and return to the north immediately. Unfazed by the prince's harsh hostility, Shade calmly decides he will only leave once the critical northern funding issue is fully resolved. Prince Burelia explodes in frustration, shouting that he refuses to hear another word about northern defense funding or missing persons. Clenching his fist in quiet fury, Duke Shade struggles to suppress his rage at the prince's callous dismissal. Observing the rising tension, Duchess Zelda watches closely as Shade holds back his anger in the corridor. Shade warns that cutting northern funds threatens the entire kingdom, but Burelia stubbornly insists capital defense takes absolute priority. Overhearing their heated exchange, Zelda realizes in shock that the royal government intends to reduce northern military funding even further. Thinking of the dangerous monsters currently overrunning the northern border, Zelda inwardly fumes at the utter absurdity of the decision. Outraged that northern soldiers risk their lives without support, Zelda watches as Burelia turns his arrogant gaze toward her. Smirking wickedly, Prince Burelia mockingly acknowledges Duchess Zelda as she steps forward to speak. Confronting the prince directly, Zelda asks if she may have a word, earning a sharp glare from Burelia. Taking a deep, calm breath, Zelda prepares to address the prince's reckless disregard for the north. Placing her hand over her heart, Zelda boldly questions Prince Burelia on how he can suggest reducing northern defense funds while northern soldiers fight off brutal monster outbreaks. Prince Burelia scoffs disdainfully at her plea, dismissing her concern for kingdom peace as complete nonsense. Clenching her fist tightly in growing anger, Zelda inwardly curses the prince's total disregard for the kingdom's safety. Burelia turns sharply toward her, calling Zelda Carlos disappointing and telling her to leave if she only came to spout mundane cliches. As Burelia begins walking away claiming he has other matters, Zelda realizes the arrogant prince will never listen to polite requests. Zelda directly offers a high-stakes trade, promising to grant Burelia something he desires if he grants her request in return. When the commander snaps at her disrespect, Burelia raises a hand and smirks, asking if Zelda is proposing a bet. Standing her ground without flinching, Zelda firmly confirms the bet while Burelia questions if she truly knows whom she is speaking to. Intrigued by her fearless gaze, Burelia smirks sinisterly and demands that if he wins, she must obey any command without question. As Zelda accepts, Burelia secretly plots a shameful, humiliating task designed to completely shatter her proud, noble composure. Burelia smirks sinisterly, demanding Zelda perform a public stage dance for visiting Chiand envoys as her side of the wager. Shocked and horrified, Zelda gasps at the humiliating demand meant to drag her through the mud. Shade glares with icy fury as he hears the prince's outrageous attempt to degrade his duchess. Princess Conchita gasps in horror, asking her brother how he could possibly force a duchess into such embarrassment. Tenseness heavy in the air, the gathered royals and guards remain frozen as Burelia proudly stands by his proposal. Zelda lowers her head in dark silence, fighting back her intense indignation. Reaching out through the silence, Shade firmly steps forward to intervene before she surrenders her pride. Zelda looks up in surprise as Shade's sudden movement interrupts her rising anger. Grasping her hand gently, Shade tells Zelda she has no need to go so far for this bet. Staring directly at Burelia, Shade firmly takes control of the room to protect his wife's dignity. Zelda realizes Shade's hesitation stems from concern over northern defense funding, but remains confident she can secure the resources through this wager. Turning to Shade with unwavering confidence, Zelda urges him to trust her strategic plan completely. Shade watches her intently, questioning internally why she is willing to push herself to such extremes. As Shade's grip loosens, Prince Burelia tauntingly lists his promises to fund and reinforce the North if she accepts his degrading term. Burelia smugly expects Zelda to bow and beg for mercy while Princess Conchita watches in distressed disbelief. With steady resolve, Zelda boldly accepts the prince's wager, demanding he honor his royal word after her performance tomorrow. Burelia smirks in sinister amusement as his cruel trap falls right into place. Mocking her determination, the prince laughs triumphantly and warns Zelda not to back out of her promise. Turning away with a cold remark, Burelia expresses his sinister anticipation for tomorrow's performance as he walks down the hall. Heavy ornate doors click shut, leaving the room shrouded in tense, lingering silence. Shade confronts Zelda in the hallway, asking why she would do something so reckless when the prince does not make empty threats. Zelda reassures him that it was her choice alone, and promises not to let any harm come to the North if things go wrong. Shade steps closer, revealing that the North is not what he is actually worried about. Zelda looks up in confusion as Shade admits he is worried about her safety. Shade looks at her with deep concern, and asks why she is going to such extreme lengths. Zelda gestures toward the city, explaining that she wants to do her part for the peace of the North. Pondering her true motives, Shade questions how a supposed spy could possibly go this far for his territory. He recalls her recent arrival, her wedding day, and how fiercely she fights for a land she barely knows. Shade listens in silence as she reminds him that while he protects the North with his sword, she will help in her own way. With a warm and radiant smile, Zelda proudly declares that she is now a true citizen of the North. Shade hesitantly reaches out, his hand trembling as he struggles with his internal conflict. He excuses himself, claiming he must step out late at night to review pressing reports. Stepping into the quiet hallway, Shade closes the doors behind him, carrying a heavy mind. He acknowledges that Zelda is ready to sacrifice everything for the North, yet he struggles to trust her. Overwhelmed by self-doubt, Shade rests his head in his hand, cursing his inability to fully open his heart. Odeon arrives in the hallway and asks if the Duke is all right after noticing his troubled expression. Brushing off his concern, Shade composes himself and demands an immediate report on current events. He asks Odeon directly what Duchess Zelda spent her day doing. Back inside the room, Zelda spins clumsily while attempting to practice dance moves on her own. Panicking about performing a waltz on stage, Zelda despairs until Raoul suddenly speaks up beside her. Reappearing suddenly, Raoul complains that Zelda smells like rotten grass from wandering through an awful forest. Zelda explains she met the king, but Raoul sniffs closely and notes a sharp scent of burnt herbs clinging to her. Zelda clarifies that medicinal herbs were burned inside the monarch's bedchambers due to his failing health. Raoul's eyes glow with suspicion as he warns that the spirits of night and death are sensing danger. Warning that the herbs are dangerous, Raoul prompts Zelda to resolve to consult a northern herbalist regarding the king's medicine. Morning arrives peacefully outside the palace, with birds chirping softly among lush green leaves. Loud, persistent hammering noise suddenly echoes across the courtyard, scattering the roosting birds in panic. Drawn by the racket, Zelda throws open her bedroom window in her nightgown to investigate the disturbance. Zelda gasps as she beholds an extravagant outdoor stage being constructed directly on the palace grounds. Realizing First Prince Burelia intends to turn her wagered dance into a grand public spectacle, Zelda despairs as situation spirals. Waking up early, Zelda wonders where Shade has gone so early in the morning without leaving a word. Having dressed herself in a fresh green gown, Zelda attempts to clear her head and figure out a survival strategy. Looking up at the grand ceiling, she feels completely helpless as no ideas come to mind. She tries to reassure herself that endured embarrassment is a small price to pay to secure vital northern funding. A sudden knock at the door breaks her concentration as someone requests permission to enter. A palace maid bows low, announcing that Princess Conchita has arrived and is waiting in the nearby reception room. Zelda rushes out to greet the princess, surprised that she came personally instead of summoning her. Princess Conchita expresses deep worry over Zelda's calm demeanor given the impossible wager she accepted. Zelda awkwardly apologizes, confessing that she panicked when making the impulsive agreement before Prince Burelia. Princess Conchita scolds her brother's outrageous cruelty in demanding a noble duchess perform a public dance before foreign delegates. Zelda tries to reassure Conchita, but the princess points out that performing in front of foreign envoys is precisely the main issue. Seeing Conchita hold her head in deep worry, Zelda realizes the princess is genuinely concerned for the dignity of Burelia. When Conchita asks about stage preparations, Zelda suggests performing a sword dance instead of a traditional waltz requiring a partner. Conchita warmly agrees, remembering how elegant sword dancers looked during her childhood. Conchita suddenly reaches out her hand, offering to guide Zelda to prepare for the grand stage. The princess brightly pledges to assist with all necessary arrangements for the upcoming sword performance. Taking Zelda by the hand, Conchita insists they hurry to arrange a practice space and music before evening. Looking down at Zelda's green dress, Conchita points out that it is far too plain for a sword dance performance. With a confident wink, Princess Conchita reassures Zelda that she will handle every detail. Relieved that Conchita will save her from public humiliation, Zelda is suddenly startled as Conchita notices Duke Carlos approaching. Greeting Princess Conchita, Duke Shade returns from his morning tasks. Asked where he has been since dawn, Shade explains that he was finalizing plans to return north immediately following tonight's banquet. Shade then questions when Zelda and Conchita became so close, noting they spent time together early this morning after having dinner last night. Reluctant to admit meeting Conchita at the shelter, Zelda stammers that the princess has simply been kind enough to offer her assistance. She quickly adds that Conchita was worried about her upcoming performance in front of the visiting envoys. Deeply burdened, Shade tells Zelda it is not too late to call off the dance, offering to take the blame and apologize to Prince Burelia himself. Later, Shade asks Odeon to report on Zelda's recent movements. Odeon reveals that Zelda visited the shelter to donate the healing orbs she recently purchased. Shade worries that donating under the Carlos family name might provoke Prince Burelia and capital nobles. Odeon reassures him that Zelda made the donation completely anonymously, praising her wisdom and compassion. Shade learns Zelda selflessly used her own resources to treat the sick without expecting anything in return. Surprised by her generosity, Shade lets out a soft laugh as Odeon watches him in silence. Shade recalls his past suspicions, admitting he once feared she was a spy despite her sacrifices for Northern safety. Realizing how deeply he misjudged her, Shade feels ashamed for ever doubting her genuine dedication. Rejoining Zelda, Shade gently reassures her that she does not have to bear the heavy burden alone. Surprised by his concern, Zelda realizes Shade is genuinely worried about her being publicly humiliated. Unwilling to give up the vital northern supplies, Zelda reveals she plans to perform a stunning sword dance. Hearing her choice, Shade asks in surprise while Zelda explains she learned swordsmanship from Roina long ago. Determined to leave everyone in awe, Zelda secretly appreciates how deeply Shade and Conchita care for her safety. Gazing into her resolute eyes, Shade clears away his lingering doubts, recognizing her inner strength and unwavering resolve. Shade steps forward, pointing out that a proper sword dance requires a fine blade. He hands over a beautifully crafted ceremonial rapier, apologizing that this is all he can offer to help. Zelda reaches out, gently accepting the weapon from Shade's hand. Offering a warm, radiant smile, Zelda thanks Shade sincerely and promises to do her absolute best. As Zelda prepares to leave, Princess Conchita notes how well her marriage seems to be going. Conchita teasingly points out Zelda's glowing smile, leaving her flustered. Zelda blushes deeply as Conchita directly asks if she has fallen for Duke Shade. Meanwhile, guests assemble outdoors at the lavishly decorated garden banquet. First, Prince Burelia warmly welcomes the visiting foreign delegation from Kiand. Burelia announces a special performance, directing everyone's attention toward the grand outdoor stage. Burelia approaches Princess Conchita, noting how she always looks around whenever a delegation arrives from Kiand. Burelia mockingly asks if Conchita is still searching for their mother who left for Kiand to become a priestess. Burelia cruel states that their mother abandoned them and will never return, though Conchita insists she left to hear the goddess. Cruelly mocking her naivety, Burelia tells Conchita to keep yearning for a mother who will never return for the rest of her life. An announcer takes the outdoor stage, warmly addressing the esteemed guests and hyping up the upcoming performance. The host announces a special opening performance before the Qian delegation delivers their divine proclamation, sparking excitement among noble guests. The presenter dramatically introduces the featured star, calling for everyone to welcome Duchess Izelda Carlos to the grand stage. Gasps and hushed murmurs echo through the crowd as nobles express disbelief that a duchess would dance like a common entertainer. Stepping into the spotlight, Zelda gracefully introduces herself as Izelda Carlos and announces her honor to perform a magnificent sword dance. Holding her blade, Zelda addresses the assembled crowd with regal confidence as she prepares to showcase her sword dance. 2 hours before the banquet, palace maids bow respectfully as they are dismissed after helping prepare the royal chambers. Looking over her elaborate attire, Conchita wonders aloud if the ensemble isn't far too extravagant for the occasion. Dressed in a breathtaking gown, Zelda marvels at how Conchita altered her dress and lent her high-value accessories. Zelda promises to return everything immediately after the banquet, but Conchita insists she keep it all as a gift. Surprised by the generous offer, Zelda waves her hands in refusal, insisting she cannot accept such expensive gifts. Smiling warmly, Conchita admits that Zelda's presence brought genuine laughter back to the palace for the first time in years. Hearing Conchita's sincere words, Zelda looks on in quiet, heartfelt emotion. Zelda vows to always stand by Conchita's side and offer her unwavering support whenever she needs help. Conchita sits quietly alone in the grand room, lost in deep reflection as she prepares for the upcoming performance. As live classical violin music begins to echo through the hall, Conchita turns around in sudden shock and amazement. Stepping onto the stage, Zelda grips her sword with absolute focus, ready to deliver a breathtaking performance. As Zelda leaps and spins with grace, Conchita watches in complete awe, mesmerized by her radiant strength. Observing from the audience, noble onlookers remark that Zelda moves like a seasoned warrior rather than a gentle dancer. Shade watches intently as Zelda executes sharp sword maneuvers, stunned by her formidable skill and discipline. Watching her flawless technique, Shade feels a strange sense of familiarity from the way she wields the blade. Zelda's precise martial movements mirror the mysterious hooded figure who once fought so fiercely in the north. Catching himself in thought, Shade smirks slightly, dismissing the absurd idea that Zelda could be that mysterious fighter. As night falls, Shade asks his aide if preparations for their departure are completely finalized. Completing her dazzling performance to roaring applause, Zelda catches her breath, exhausted yet triumphant. Watching Zelda win the crowd's admiration, Prince Burelia trembles in silent fury as his scheme falls completely apart. Watching Zelda exit the stage gracefully, Prince Burelia seethes with burning rage, unable to accept that her humiliating performance completely backfired. Overwhelmed by bitter jealousy, Burelia questions why Duke Shade effortlessly possesses everything he could never obtain. The Master of Ceremonies takes the stage, proudly announcing the conclusion of Duchess Izelda Carlos's breathtaking sword dance performance. An esteemed hooded priest from Chiand steps forward to deliver a divine message from the goddess to the gathered court. Backstage, Zelda catches her breath in relief, relieved that her performance concluded smoothly without any unexpected interference. Suddenly, Prince Burelia approaches backstage, mockingly praising Zelda's graceful confidence to her immediate surprise. On stage, the priest unrolls a sacred scroll, warning the assembly that a rising darkness threatens to plunge Burelia into chaos. Burelia suddenly grabs Zelda by the waist, causing her to recoil in disgust as she demands he unhand her. Enraged by her instant rejection, Burelia growls in frustration, accusing her of unbelievable insolence. Glaring back fiercely, Zelda sharply scolds the prince for recklessly harassing a married noblewoman. The nobles murmur in deep confusion, unsettled by the divine prophecy warning of rising darkness across the kingdom. Prince Burelia glares in sharp irritation, enraged that his unwanted advance was so boldly thwarted. Duke Shade steps up instantly, pulling Zelda safely into his arms and checking if she is unharmed. Furious at the sudden intervention, Burelia demands to know why Shade is daring to stand in his way again. Burelia sneers mockingly, belittling Shade for acting like a pathetic man hiding behind his wife. Unshaken by the prince's insults, Shade firmly warns Burelia never to disrespect his duchess again before declaring their departure. Burelia clenches his fist in silent rage as Shade calmly leads Zelda away from the confrontational scene. Relieved, Zelda softly thanks Shade, admiring how he always appears right when she needs saving. Noticing the chilly night air, Shade gently drapes his noble coat over Zelda's shoulders as they walk together. Looking down at her with genuine concern, Shade gently acknowledges that she must still be deeply shaken by the prince's disgusting behavior. Wrapped in Shade's coat, Zelda wonders why he is acting so unusually considerate by lending her both his coat and ceremonial sword. Zelda hands the ceremonial sword back to Shade, who warmly thanks her for performing so well tonight. Shade takes his sword back into his hands, looking over at Zelda under the quiet night sky. Glancing away in embarrassment, Zelda suddenly notices an unfamiliar tingly feeling fluttering deep inside her chest. Zelda blushes furiously, realizing her pounding heart is reacting to Princess Conchita's earlier playful teasing about her true feelings for Shade. Before Zelda can process her racing emotions, a sudden shout breaks the silence and draws both her and Shade's attention. Waiting by their grand traveling carriage, a loyal ducal officer waves his arms excitedly to signal their departure. Zelda chuckles softly at the officer's unchanging enthusiasm before Shade quietly turns back toward her. With a rare, tender smile, Shade extends his open hand to Zelda and invites her to return home to the north with him. Overwhelmed with warmth, Zelda softly blushes and reaches out to place her hand in his. Zelda tenderly places her hand in Shade's open palm, agreeing to return home to the north with him. Meanwhile, official documents regarding northern defense subsidies and weapons burn to ashes inside a blazing fireplace. First, Prince Burelia scheme with his subordinates, mocking Shade's upright lifestyle as dull and tedious. Burelia sneers with cruel amusement, predicting Shade will meet a gruesome end fighting northern beasts. Standing by his desk, Burelia demands to know what new matter requires his attention. Unwrapping an official document, Burelia reads a petition urging an immediate investigation into the capital's missing persons cases. Enraged, Burelia crumples the petition, cursing Captain Lavro for recklessly digging into the mysterious disappearances. Burelia commands his aide Tilt to secretly reassign Lavro to the Eastern Defense Corps and tosses the paper into the fire. Walking with purpose, Burelia announces that it is time for Zodiac to get to work. Burelia pressures a hooded figure named Zodiac, reminding them to prove their worth to earn the title of the King's Master Spiritist. Burelia's glare turns chillingly sinister as he issues a dark command. Zodiac nods submissively while holding a glowing censer, accepting the sinister order with a pale snake coiled on their shoulder. Across the kingdom, trainee knights practice hard on the bright, open grounds of the Carlos Duchy. Odeon Christian relaxes lazily on the grassy lawn under the warm sunlight. Slacking off as a trainee, Odeon muses on his laid-back approach to knight training. He admits he joined the Order of the Snow solely to follow his talented older brother. Though lacking his brother's discipline, Odeon feels no jealousy, knowing nightlife hardly suits him. Staring up at the sky, Odeon considers quitting his prolonged training out of pure boredom. He daydreams about inheriting his family business to chat with charming ladies instead, until a sudden voice calls his name. Startled, Odeon snaps up in panic, realizing he may have slacked off for far too long. A fellow trainee interrupts Odeon's daydreams, announcing that Vice Captain Carotene has summoned him to his office immediately. Expecting the absolute worst, Odeon panics, terrified he is about to be expelled before he can even quit. Inside the office, Carotene sits behind his desk with a stern, imposing gaze and confirms Odeon's identity. Terrified by the top swordsman's intense presence, Odeon quickly stands at attention and confirms his name. Tension fills the room as Odeon stands nervously before Carotene's massive wooden desk, awaiting his formal punishment. Carotene gazes silently at the nervous trainee, keeping Odeon on edge as he braces for bad news. Instead of reprimanding him, Carotene shocks Odeon by offering him the position of Duchess Zelda's personal knight. Realizing he isn't getting expelled after all, Odeon stammers in complete disbelief at the sudden proposition. Carotene gently notes that such a reassignment might feel unwelcome after enduring rigorous knight training. Overjoyed to escape tedious knight duty, Odeon eagerly clenches his fist and accepts the role without hesitation. Odeon secretly rejoices, believing serving a delicate duchess will finally rescue him from exhausting knight training. Observing Odeon's reaction, Carotene silently remarks on his light-hearted nature before announcing the appointment ceremony will occur in 3 days. Carotene then opens the floor, asking if Odeon has any lingering questions about his new assignment. Odeon raises his hand, asking why a simple trainee like him was selected over fully qualified knights. Carotene reveals that Duchess Zelda herself specifically requested Odeon for the position. Leaving the office, Odeon vows his absolute loyalty, wondering how the Duchess even knew who he was. Meanwhile, inside her quiet room, Zelda sits lost in thought beside small spirit Raoul. Raoul calls out repeatedly, trying to grab Zelda's attention as she stares blankly into space. Raoul demands to know what deep thoughts are consuming her mind. Zelda realizes she needs to decipher the Orb of Healing cipher. Yet Duke Shade's handsome, smiling face keeps intruding on her thoughts. Raoul suddenly barks out, startling Zelda right out of her deep daydream as she nervously stammers a response. Raoul grumbles that they have been in the north for 3 days already, demanding to know when they will go hunting for souls, since he is starving. Before Zelda can explain herself, urgent shouts echo from outside her chamber, calling out for the young Duchess. Lef hurries inside the room to deliver a fresh letter that just arrived all the way from the capital. Handing over the sealed envelope, Lef informs Zelda that the message was sent by someone named Judy. With a cheerful smile, Lef steps back outside to grant Zelda privacy, leaving her touched by his sweet, dutiful nature. Unfolding the paper, Zelda marvels at Judy's diligence and eagerly reads the response to her secret investigation request. The letter opens with Judy's tender well wishes, confessing how much she has missed Zelda since her unexpected visit. However, Judy regretfully reveals that Madame Levante already destroyed all of Lady Aranjua's lingering possessions, leaving nothing behind in the estate storage. On a brighter note, Judy shares that her husband Luis joined the Northern Support Corps to provide for their upcoming baby, filling Zelda with pure joy. In her heartfelt letter, Judy prays for Zelda's complete happiness and safety under the protection of the Northern people. Reading the letter, Zelda sighs over the news that her aunt destroyed all of her mother's portraits and personal belongings. Setting the letter down, Zelda reflects on the bittersweet update that Judy's husband is doing well in his duties. Suddenly, Zelda realizes with a start that Judy's husband was assigned directly to the Northern Support Corps. Zelda remembers that in her past life, Judy's mercenary husband suffered a tragic northern injury that left his legs completely paralyzed. Regretting her past inability to help due to her own misery, Zelda resolves to save Judy's husband and secure their happiness this time. Informing Raoul that they depart tomorrow, Zelda giggles as the spirit excitedly anticipates feasting on delicious northern monsters. When Raoul questions why they cannot leave immediately today, Zelda calmly explains that a special event requires her presence. Today marks the official knight appointment ceremony, where Odeon kneels before Duchess Zelda inside the Grand Hall to receive his title. An attendant steps forward bearing a ceremonial sword on a velvet tray to assist with the modest investiture ceremony. 2 senior knights stand as official witnesses, watching intently and hoping Odeon succeeds in his new role. Duchess Zelda steps forward across the red carpet, calling out Odeon Christian's name with formal grace. Hearing her command, Odeon slowly raises his head with utmost respect. Looking up at his new liege, Odeon's eyes shine with quiet resolve and solemn devotion. Zelda gazes down at him, noting how neat and refined he appears after shaving his mustache. Odeon keeps his posture steady, awaiting his lady's official words. Confused by her silent gaze, Odeon politely asks if something is wrong. Zelda offers a warm smile and lighthearted laugh, reassuring him that it was nothing at all. Reaching down to the velvet tray, Zelda takes hold of the ornate ceremonial sword. Gently tapping the sword on Odeon's shoulders, Zelda officially appoints Odeon Christian as her escort knight, which he accepts as his highest honor. Duchess Zelda asks Odeon to take good care of her, and he humbly replies that the pleasure is entirely his. Walking together outside, Zelda comments on how quickly the appointment ceremony ended and introduces Odeon to her primary annex residence. Upon entering the sunlit hallway, young Lef greets Zelda and confirms that everything has been completely quiet. When Lef glances curiously at Odeon, Zelda warmly introduces him as her newly appointed official escort knight. Zelda explains to Odeon that Lef serves as the annex caretaker and will guide him directly to his quarters. Zelda asks Lef to prepare tea in the reception room, where an array of sweet pastries sits waiting. As Lef bows politely, Zelda thanks him and confirms she will ring the bell if anything further is needed. Settling into her chair across from Odeon, Zelda notices his unusually stiff and tense posture. Noticing his discomfort since the ceremony, Zelda asks if he is nervous, to which Odeon admits feeling overwhelmed by knighthood. Zelda apologizes for making him an escort knight, but Odeon quickly assures her that protecting her beats taking monster heads. Duchess Zelda smiles softly, declaring that women are the jewels of humanity as she enjoys her tea. Zelda lowers her gaze thoughtfully, preparing to outline her strict rules for Odeon's new role. Zelda explains that she called him here today to set separate escort guidelines for her personal guard. Odeon blinks in surprise, asking what kind of guidelines she expects him to follow without argument. Zelda calmly takes a sip from her teacup, noting he can quit if he finds the rules too demanding. Zelda mentions she does not stay in the mansion for long, acknowledging rumors of her frequent travels. Zelda confirms her frequent travels but explicitly states that Odeon cannot accompany her on these secret journeys. Odeon demands to know why he cannot go, swearing on his honor that he will never harm the Carlos family. A panicked Odeon protests being reduced to a paper escort knight, asking why she chose him at all. Zelda apologizes, admitting she cannot do her secret mercenary activities with him around, asking him to wait patiently until she returns. Odeon rests his hands on the table, struggling to digest Zelda's strict boundary. Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, Odeon lowers his head as a startling realization hits him. He looks up directly and boldly asks Zelda if she is actually the secret spiritist. Zelda laughs nervously at his question, brushing off his absurd claim with forced composure. Odeon insists he trusts his eyes, firmly believing Zelda and the hooded spiritist are the exact same person. Zelda points out that the spiritist is known for black hair and eyes, unlike her blonde features. Odeon smugly counters that changing appearances doesn't trick him, and accuses her of deliberately lowering her voice. Panicking internally, Zelda wonders how Odeon recognized her when longtime acquaintances failed to do so. Odeon proudly explains that a true professional easily recognizes body measurements and posture despite a heavy disguise cloak. Realizing she was caught due to body proportions, Zelda inwardly chuckles, blaming her own recent complacency. In a flash, Zelda leaps across the table, drawing a hidden fruit knife with lethal precision. She presses the sharp blade directly against Odeon's throat, threatening to kill him if he ever exposes her secret identity. Odeon stammers that he will keep quiet, claiming nobody would have believed his wild story anyway. Zelda lowers the knife and asks why he asked to become her escort knight, despite his bad reputation. She conceals her true motive, unable to reveal that he sacrificed his life for her in the previous timeline. Odeon reassures her that he trusts her and views her as a heroic protector of the Northern Realm. He vows to loyally assist her now that he is officially appointed as her personal escort knight. Suddenly, Spirit Raoul appears in human form, casually offering to eliminate Odeon on the spot. Zelda refuses Raoul's offer and asks if he has noticed any suspicious individuals surrounding the mansion. Raoul transforms back into his small beast form, complaining that his great spirit authority has fallen while agreeing to keep watch. Confused, Odeon asks Zelda who she was speaking with, and she reveals that her invisible spirit is present. Zelda frankly admits that she is both Duchess Zelda Carlos and the secret spiritist, noting it may be better that he knows. Odeon requests to travel alongside her when leaving the mansion, asking for her departure timeline. Zelda firmly announces that they will set out on their journey tomorrow, leaving Odeon completely stunned. Meanwhile, Duke Shade stands silently by a tall window, observing the dark, rainy sky over the territory. An officer enters to inform Duke Shade that all key commanders have gathered for their official briefing. Shade rests his hand on the wooden table as he prepares to address his gathered commanders. Taking his place, Duke Shade officially calls the strategic meeting to order. Shade sits at the head of the conference table and asks Carotene for an update on the night order. Carotene reports that preparations for the upcoming summer monster subjugation operation are progressing smoothly, without issue. Shade asks Asko about the state of the duchy household in northern region. Asko reports a prophecy spreading in the north warning of darkness and rumors blaming the spiritist. 3 tall lit candles burn quietly as Asko cautions that the spiritist could face public blame upon returning. Asko warns that defending the spiritist unconditionally could spark resentment and give the prince an excuse to attack. Shade looks down with a solemn expression, acknowledging the heavy burden Zelda already carries on her shoulders. Asko reveals that the Minister of Internal Affairs promised significant aid supplies thanks to Zelda's efforts. Asko requests permission to conduct a discreet investigation into Count Madison's death regarding the Duchess. Shade raises his hand, ordering Asko to halt the investigation because he has decided to trust Zelda. Asko argues that full cooperation might be an act, warning that trusting without evidence is dangerous. Shade reflects on dual visions of Zelda, asking how long it takes to determine if someone is friend or foe. Asko realizes Shade has made up his mind, warning that betrayal from Zelda would be a painful blow. Shade calmly acknowledges the risk with total composure. Shade firmly declares that despite the danger, he wants to try believing in Zelda. Night falls over the grand estate, as dark clouds gather overhead. Shade suddenly opens the door, startling the servant waiting outside. The young servant holds a tray, introducing himself as Lef from the annex. Shade asks where the Duchess is, and Lef offers to guide him to her bedroom. Shade takes the tray himself, deciding to personally deliver the warm milk to Zelda. Lef watches in absolute awe as Shade gracefully walks up the grand staircase. Outside the bedroom door, Spirit Raoul perks up his ears as someone approaches. Spirit Raoul urgently warns Zelda that the silver-haired Duke is approaching her room. Panicking, Raoul hides outside the window, knowing how sharp and observant Duke Shade is. Zelda frets over how to work as a mercenary now that Odeon discovered her identity, while Raoul reminds her he warned her. Heavy footsteps approach Zelda's bedroom door, signaling a visitor standing right outside. Soft knocks echo through the room as Zelda sits quietly on her sofa. Remembering she requested warm milk, Zelda calls out to Lef that she will be right out. She opens the door with a bright smile, apologizing to Lef for making him wait. To her absolute shock, Duke Shade stands at her doorway carrying the tray himself. Flustered, Zelda stammers, asking why the busy Duke came all the way to the annex. Holding the warm drink, Shade gently asks Zelda if he may come inside to talk. Blushing with hesitation, Zelda invites Duke Shade inside, wondering what could possibly bring him to her room at such a late hour. She suddenly remembers Raoul, darting her eyes toward the open window in panic. Outside on a nearby tree branch, the spirit Raoul sits annoyed, having already fled to avoid being seen by the Duke. Shade hands the warm cup over to Zelda, warning her gently that the drink is hot. Taking a slow sip, Zelda reflects on how much Shade has changed, noting the old Duke would never have brought her milk himself. Shade quietly glances around her bedroom, taking in the plain surroundings of the estate's annex. Realizing how dreary the room is for a duchess, Shade listens as Zelda asks what brought him here to talk. Sitting across from her, Shade brings up the marriage contract they signed on their wedding night. With a steady look, Shade directly announces his intention to revise the terms of their original contract. Surprised and confused by his sudden proposal, Zelda asks him why he wants to change it. Zelda reminds Shade that when they originally drafted their marriage agreement, neither knew much about the other. Shade looks at her earnestly, declaring that now he firmly wants to revise the contract terms. Leaning forward, Shade directly questions whether they truly need to divorce after 5 years. Stunned by his words, Zelda wonders if Shade is trying to keep her close to monitor her actions. Softening his tone, Shade promises he will not stop her from traveling, if she simply informs him where she goes. Zelda hesitates, reminding him that their original contract guaranteed mutual respect for each other's privacy. Smiling warmly, Shade counters that it is natural for a husband to care about where his wife is traveling. Zelda blushes intensely, her mind racing in complete shock at his sudden romantic shift. Clasping her chest as her heart flutters, Zelda questions if Shade is genuinely asking out of concern for her safety. Though moved by his concern, Zelda sadly reflects that she cannot reveal her whereabouts without compromising her secret work as a spiritist. Zelda promises to think about his request, leaving Shade flustered by her evasive answer. She reminds herself that her revenge against Prince Burelia could endanger Shade's house, making an eventual divorce necessary. An awkward silence settles over the room as the two sit opposite each other on the sofas. Rain falls steadily through the dark night, soaking the leaves outside the estate window. Zelda politely ends the conversation, asking Shade to return to his quarters for the night. By morning, the storm passes, leaving sunlight reflecting in rain puddles along the road. Escorting Zelda down the street, Odion expresses relief that the heavy rain cleared in time for travel. Curious about their mission, Odion asks Zelda where they are heading next. Carrying her suitcase, Zelda reveals that their first destination is a small city in the south. Back at the ducal palace, Duke Shade sits alone at his desk, holding a quill in deep reflection. Hearing a gentle knock at his office door, Duke Shade gives permission for Anna to enter. Anna steps inside and bows, reporting to Duke Shade that Duchess Zelda has already departed on a journey. Shade inquires where she went, but Anna reveals Zelda left without disclosing her destination. Leaning back in deep thought, Shade wonders why Zelda pulls away just as he tries to draw closer. Meanwhile, Zelda and Odion arrive in a bright southern town to gather supplies for their next journey. Away from the northern territory, Odion asks Zelda why she hides her true identity and acts as a spiritist. Zelda hesitates, reluctant to share secrets she has kept hidden for so long. She realizes that securing Odion's complete assistance requires opening up about her circumstances. Agreeing to explain on the move, Zelda begins by recounting her origin within the Madison family of spiritists. As they walk through the town square, Zelda gradually confides her story to her loyal escort knight. Zelda purchases matching hooded travel robes for herself and Odion, keeping her spirit powers hidden from the general public. Disguised in their new cloaks, they catch a ride on a passing merchant wagon heading toward Mora village. Riding in the wagon, Odion admits the sheer weight of Zelda's dangerous secrets is far more intense than he bargained for. Zelda explains her search for her missing mother stems from a promise made with Raoul and her past mercenary investigations. She reaches into her cloak to retrieve a mysterious item left behind by her mother to show Odion. Unfolding the paper clue, Odion examines the cryptic message in complete confusion alongside Zelda. Confident he can solve the riddle, Odion promises to locate her mother just as the driver announces their arrival in Mora village. Paying the wagon driver, Zelda decides they will stay the night at a local inn before moving forward. After selling their luggage in town, Zelda leads a exhausted Odion deep into a dense forest to prepare for their return north. Ensuring the forest is completely deserted, Zelda asks Raoul to confirm they are alone so she can reveal her next move. Closing her eyes, Zelda harnesses her dark spirit magic, transforming her golden hair and eyes into deep purple. Dressed in her dark cloak and leather gear, Zelda smiles, fully prepared to return north under her spiritist identity. Astonished by her magic transformation, Odion listens intently as Zelda orders him never to speak her real name or talk to anyone. Emerging from a shimmering magic portal, Zelda and Odion arrive in the bustling streets of a northern city. Concealing her face behind a dark mask and hood, Zelda strides into town under the uneasy gaze of local onlookers. Frightened citizens whisper in panic, identifying Zelda as the sinister dark spiritist foretold in recent terrifying rumors. Sensing the unprecedented hostility radiating from the surrounding crowd, Zelda grows suspicious of their sudden widespread animosity. Overhearing chatter about a divine oracle warning the kingdom of her arrival, Zelda wonders why she is tied to such omens. As Odion expresses concern over the aggressive atmosphere, Zelda remains unfazed and tells him the hostility no longer bothers her. Dismissing the hostile glares and poisonous gossip around them, Zelda leads Odion onward toward their next crucial destination. Stepping into a quiet herbal shop, Zelda is greeted politely by the shopkeeper behind the counter. Zelda clarifies that she is searching for a specific herb rather than medical treatment for illness. Summoning Spirit Raoul beside her, Zelda prepares to investigate the mysterious royal palace scent. Raoul grumbles in protest, asking Zelda if she considers him a mere tool for tracking smells. Pouncing forward, Raoul immediately identifies the hanging plant matching the strange odor from the palace. Zelda points out the dried plant and asks to inspect it directly, raising the shopkeeper's curiosity. The shopkeeper explains that the plant, called Kizzy, acts as a dangerous, lethally debilitating poison. Realizing this poison was used in the king's room, Zelda decides she must urgently warn the princess. Zelda requests to buy a bundle of the expensive, non-northern herb despite the shopkeeper's caution. Insisting on the purchase, Zelda firmly asks for the price while the shopkeeper looks on in surprise. Stepping up to the counter, Zelda firmly slides her pouch of gold forward, insisting cost is no object for the poison sample. Zelda stands bewildered as the shopkeeper sets the pouch back down, refusing her payment entirely. Lowering his newspaper, the shopkeeper warmly explains that he never charges Northern Expedition members who protect their lands. Clutching the wrapped herb bundle tightly, Zelda smiles softly beneath her mask and expresses her heartfelt gratitude. Walking through the sunlit corridors alongside Odeon, Zelda considers how to deliver the critical poison sample to the royal palace. Pondering her options, Zelda realizes she cannot enter the palace directly without risking exposure. Noticing her deep hesitation, Odeon steps closer and offers his assistance to resolve her predicament. Deciding to trust her companion, Zelda asks Odeon to act as her courier to contact Princess Conchita in the capital. A sudden rush of rapid footsteps echoes down the hallway, signaling an abrupt interruption. Both Zelda and Odeon freeze in place as a voice calls out directly to the spiritist from behind. Out of breath, a young woman in glasses chases down the hooded pair and catches her breath. Catching her breath, the logistics storage staff member reveals she started searching the moment she heard of Zelda's arrival in the north. Looking uneasy, the clerk hesitantly reveals she caught sight of a specific missing person. Zelda's eyes widen in utter shock as the clerk mentions Aranju Madison, her long-lost mother. Hearing her mother's name, Zelda turns back to demand clarification on the incredible claim. The clerk admits she isn't entirely sure, but believes she truly saw Aranju Madison. Stunned to her core, Zelda urgently asks the clerk to recount every single detail. The clerk explains that her sighting happened just 3 days ago at her workplace. Recalling that day, the clerk describes carrying heavy stacks of documents through the warehouse. She remembers overhearing a hooded individual arrange to ship items directly to a rare goods shop. The shopkeeper accepts payment for the blue orbs into the ledger, while the hooded customer bids farewell and turns to leave. Struggling to balance a massive stack of books, the clerk stumbles into a hooded woman walking down the hallway. The stack tumbles with a crash, scattering books and papers across the floor as both women fall to the ground. Adjusting her glasses, the clerk apologizes and checks if the young lady she bumped into is uninjured. As the stranger's hood slips back to reveal vivid orange hair, the clerk suddenly realizes who might be standing right before her. The clerk explains that among countless packages handled over 5 years, one specific item always bothered her. That troubling item was a single letter left behind by a client requesting long-term storage. She recalls that client walking through the busy town, wearing a dark hooded cloak alongside a companion. After discovering the client was a dark spiritist, the clerk kept the designated recipient's distinct features firmly etched in her mind. She gazes at the woman's vivid orange hair and butterfly-shaped ring, recognizing the exact features of the intended recipient. Standing among scattered books, the clerk hesitantly asks the mysterious orange-haired woman if she might be someone specific. The clerk directly asks the woman if her true identity is Aranju Madison. Before the woman can finish her response, a sharp voice interrupts her from nearby. Her hooded companion rushes over, scolding her for exposing her face before they pull their hood back over their head. Drawn back into the shadows, the orange-haired woman glances back one final time with a thoughtful look. As she hurries away with her companion, she mutters that they must reach Golden Street before sunset. The clerk stands frozen in realization, having captured every detail of that vital encounter. Recounting her memory, the clerk explains to Zelda that the pair mentioned heading directly to Golden Street after leaving. Duchess Zelda sincerely thanks the clerk for providing such a crucial piece of the puzzle regarding her mother. As the town clock tower chimes the hour, the clerk bids farewell and hurries back to her job. Duchess Zelda reflects with deep gratitude on learning that total strangers in town still remember and care about her mother. As they walk, Zelda ponders why her mother traveled toward the dragon's nest years prior while Raoul keeps a vigilant lookout in beast form. Turning to Odeon, Zelda asks if he truly believes the clerk's report could actually lead them to her missing mother. Odeon reassures her that it is worth investigating, prompting Zelda to state she needs to ask him 2 crucial favors. Zelda explains that first, he must deliver a pouch of Kizzy poison herbs along with her written letter to Princess Conchita in the capital. Odeon immediately pieced together her intent, offering to also search for Lady Aranju on Golden Street during his journey. Zelda is taken aback by Odeon's quick wit, while he proudly boasts about his sharp perception and loyalty. Apologizing for burdening him, Zelda explains she must stay behind to participate in the upcoming hunting battle to save Luis. Odeon cheerfully agrees to the tasks, prompting Zelda to ask him to extend his hand toward her. Closing her eyes, Zelda casts spirit magic to engrave a glowing protective spell circle directly onto Odeon's palm. Zelda tells Odeon that the ritual is complete, but Odeon looks confused, claiming nothing appears to have happened. She clarifies that ordinary eyes cannot see the mark, assuring him she will instantly sense if he falls into danger. Overjoyed by her concern, Odeon vows his gratitude while Raoul secretly notes he left a spirit tracking trace to monitor Odeon. Floating nearby, Raoul chuckles at Zelda's clever use of spirit magic, while she sternly bids the spirit to remain silent. With his mission assigned, Odeon waves farewell, promising to head to the capital and bring back news of Lady Aranju. Meanwhile, night falls over a lively city district where laughter and chatter echo through the lit streets. Inside a quiet upper room, a mysterious blonde woman sits alone at a table near an open window. The woman gazes thoughtfully into the distance, her expression laced with quiet sadness as sound filters in from outside. Watching young ladies chatting below fills her with a strange nostalgia, though she realizes she cannot even remember her own name. As she ponders her lost memories, a floor hatch suddenly begins to open beneath her. A hooded figure appears in the room, demanding to know how long the mysterious woman plans to linger before returning to where he is. The visitor sternly urges her to hurry back, warning that remaining in this place is far too dangerous. Holding her chest, the woman admits that while her memories are gone, a warm, precious feeling lingers whenever she gazes out the window. The hooded figure cautions her to stop trying to force her memories back, warning that it will only cause her further torment. Despite the warning, the blonde woman remains convinced that this lingering feeling is the one thing she must never forget. Turning to her hooded companion, the woman questions what she truly longs for, leaving the visitor uncertain how to answer. Back in her quarters, Zelda collapses onto her bed in exhaustion after arriving in the busy northern territory. Lying back in silence, Zelda decides it might finally be time to rest after her relentless journey. Closing her eyes, she slowly begins to drift off to sleep. Just as she starts to relax, a sharp knock on her door startles her awake, prompting her to call out in surprise. Shade steps inside, introducing himself softly to the spiritist. Under the full moon, Shade and the hooded spiritist sit together in the quiet estate gardens. Shade offers a sincere apology for disturbing her rest so late at night. Disguised in her dark cloak and mask, Zelda politely assures him it is fine, privately wondering how he knew she arrived. She realizes her dramatic arrival through the teleportation gate must have caused quite a stir among the estate staff. Avoidant and flustered, Zelda finds it difficult to meet his gaze after fleeing his proposal to revise their marriage contract. Shade turns to her with genuine concern, asking if she is doing all right. He gently asks about the severe wound she suffered on his behalf, offering a heartfelt apology. Taken aback by his lingering guilt, Zelda clears her throat, remembering that her injury healed long ago. She cheerfully waves her arms to reassure him that she is completely fine and pain-free, bringing him visible relief. Shade softly remarks that she is incredibly resilient, comparing her strength to a certain someone he knows. Confused by his mystery, Zelda wonders who he could possibly mean as Shade offers to introduce her to this cheerful acquaintance. Mentally cycling through his loyal knights, Zelda ponders if Shade is referring to someone cheerful like Sir Buyu. Shade looks at her with a tender smile and reveals the mystery person is none other than his wife, Zelda Carlos. Caught completely off guard by his sudden mention of her real identity, Zelda blurted out a frantic hiccup. Shade explains that since she saved his life, he wants her to meet his only family, making Zelda's heart skip a beat. He gently admits that his wife wishes to leave the north, hoping a friend her age might make her reconsider. Overwhelmed by the realization that Shade desperately wants her to stay, Zelda politely declines, claiming high nobles make her uncomfortable. Respecting her boundaries, Shade promises not to force the issue, though Zelda inwardly realizes she must eventually leave. Noting the late hour, Shade rises from the bench to take his leave, exiting the quiet courtyard garden. Shade bids farewell, promising to meet at the head of the expedition party in 3 days. Loud war drums echo across the fortress, announcing the official day of the summer expedition. Carotene receives word that repair materials and assigned personnel are fully prepared for deployment. Carotene addresses the soldiers, commanding them to move out, according to their designated groups. He explains that teams will repair defensive walls and lay traps, while strike parties handle rogue monsters. Knights listen intently as Carotene instructs them to fire signal flares if overwhelming monsters appear. Mounted on his horse, Shade confirms readiness and officially launches the northern military operation. Massive stone gates rumble open to allow the expeditionary force to march into the wilderness. Soldiers plunge shovels into the earth, beginning the arduous task of constructing defensive barricades. Laborers discuss how the walls never last past a year due to recent spikes in monster activity. Northern laborers welcome new workers to the expedition and offer to answer any questions they might have. Carrying a wooden crate, a young worker cheerfully introduces himself as Louis. The veteran worker reassures Louis that repair crews only need to focus on construction rather than dangerous battles. Watching Louis from afar in her hooded disguise, Zelda recognizes him as Judy's husband and silently prays for his safe return. Unaware of her true identity, Louis feels an intense, prickling stare fixed onto the back of his head. Louis asks his companion about the mysterious hooded figure standing nearby who seems separate from the strike party. The veteran worker reveals that she is the legendary Dark Elementalist who annihilates northern monsters in a single blow. While the workers joke about the Elementalist's fearsome reputation, Zelda silently listens to their chatter. Raoul suddenly manifests beside Zelda, warning her that she has no time to stand around idly. Tapping his paw on the earth, Raoul warns Zelda that a threat is approaching from directly underneath them. Raoul grins sinisterly as he anticipates devouring the incoming monsters. Sensing the imminent danger, Zelda unsheathes her sword and shouts to the strike party to prepare for an underground assault. Before the workers can comprehend her warning, a giant green serpent bursts out from beneath the soil. Leaping high into the air, Zelda slashes her blade and releases a powerful arc of energy toward the beast. The workers draw their weapons and clash with the aggressive serpent surging from the ground. Shocked by the sudden ambush, the repair crew panicked over an unprecedented summer monster pack. Hovering over a defeated monster, Raoul senses a far larger threat and urges Zelda to warn the others. A worker questions how much bigger a monster could possibly get. Suddenly, a colossal serpent erupts from the earth, snatching the terrified worker in its massive jaws. As the gargantuan serpent lifts Louis high into the air, Zelda commands the men to fire a signal flare immediately. A signal flare pops high in the sky, bursting into a bright green flash over the forest. Realizing Louis will be swallowed whole, Zelda urgently resolves to rescue him before it's too late. Reciting her dark incantation, Zelda unleashes Waning Moon to wrap glowing, thorny purple chains around the monstrous serpent. Dropping safely onto the grass, Louis exhales in relief, amazed by the Dark Elementalist's terrifying power. Looking up in horror, Louis gasps as another giant serpent suddenly looms directly behind the Elementalist. Standing directly before the massive, razor-fanged maw, Zelda freezes as the colossal serpent prepares to snap down. Staring directly into the open jaws, Zelda realizes in panic that she won't be able to dodge in time. Suddenly, a brilliant silver energy slices straight through the air, bisecting the giant beast instantly. Landing gracefully alongside her, Duke Shade gently asks the Dark Elementalist not to get injured and collapse before him again. Staring at the massive slain serpent, Zelda marvels in awe at Duke Shade's overwhelming swordmaster power. Rest-sheathing his sword, Duke Shade explains he rushed over immediately after seeing the signal flare. Smiling softly, Shade expresses his genuine relief at being able to rescue the Elementalist this time. Zelda gasps softly, her heart skipping a beat as she gazes up at him in surprise. Blushing beneath her mask, Zelda feels a surge of warmth at his protective rescue. Imagining herself thanking him without her disguise, Zelda softly murmurs her gratitude to Shade. Shade stares intently at her, a strange feeling taking root as he observes her subtle gestures. Wondering why the Elementalist strongly reminds him of his wife, Shade listens as a soldier reports cleanup operations. As Shade discusses setting up monster traps, Zelda offers to let her spirit locate the underground nest. Raoul turns around indignantly, declaring he won't reveal his personal food pantry for free. Flattering the ancient beast with playful winks, Zelda easily coaxed Raoul into agreeing to locate the nest. Raoul snickers playfully as he trots forward, urging Duke Shade and the disguised Zelda to follow him toward the hidden monster nest. Confused by Raoul's ominous warning, the hooded Zelda tilted her head, wondering what he meant about not regretting this later. Leaving the mercenaries behind, Duke Shade and his knights march deep into the lush forest as Shade praises the Elementalist's impressive tracking abilities. With his acute senses, fluffy beast Raoul perks up happily after sniffing out the hidden subterranean entrance. Raoul points out the cave where only baby serpents remain, prompting Zelda to pass the message to Shade so he can order his men inside. Duke Shade and his knights charge straight into the dark cavern, swiftly slicing through the remaining monsters in a flurry of blades. As blood splatters across the cave floor, Shade pauses in deep thought, wondering why he keeps seeing his wife in the Elementalist's movements. Zelda gracefully strikes down an attacking green serpent, executing fluid sword techniques with total mastery and precision. Watching her fluid blade work, Shade vividly recalls Zelda's courtly sword dance, marveling at how strikingly similar the Elementalist fights. Shade shakes off the unsettling thought, convincing himself he must be going crazy since there is no way they could be the same person. Shade swiftly slices through an attacking serpent with his glowing blade, dismissing his strange suspicion as impossible. Satisfied after clear-cutting the area, Shade calls an end to the operation as his men prepare to regroup. Suddenly, an panicked knight rushes over, frantically urging Shade and his commanders to follow him deep inside. Trembling with terror, the shaken soldier stammers as he tries to describe the horrifying sight ahead. Stepping into the inner chamber, the party stands in stunned silence before a massive, sickening pile of skeletal human remains. The soldiers gasp in utter horror, staring at countless human skulls and rib cages filling the cavern floor. Gasps echo through the room as Zelda gasps in horror at the horrifying mass grave. Examining the worn, thin clothing on the skeletons, soldiers realize these victims were not northerners but poor people from Varalia. The commanders question how people from the capital's slums could have ended up slaughtered in droves so far north. Noticing something critical among the remains, Carotene suddenly turns and dashes deeper into the cavern. Carotene steps carefully toward the massive pile of skeletal remains in the cavern corner. With a trembling hand, Carotene picks up a bloody, torn insignia from among the bones. Carotene turns back to Shade, presenting the blood-stained token to his commander. They identify the emblem as the official badge worn by the captain of the Capital Guard. Realizing Captain Lavro was murdered, Carotene connects his death directly to the missing Capital commoners. Shade listens intently, his brow furrowing as the horrifying scope of the conspiracy deepens. Sitting against the cave wall, Zelda clutches her chest in anguish at the grim discovery. As the sun sets outside, Shade orders the team to withdraw and prepare for recovery. Meanwhile, two hooded figures sprint frantically down a dimly lit hallway inside a hidden facility. A blonde girl breathlessly calls out for her father, while clutching a mysterious paper document. Odeon recalls a man sent by a Zelda delivering a message to him earlier today. Holding the crumpled note tightly, Odeon ran straight back to the palace. Princess Conchita reads the urgent warning note, stating the king may be unwell due to foul play. The note warns that someone inside the palace is trying to assassinate the king using a dangerous herb. Determined to act, Conchita rings a small brass bell to summon her father's physician and royal pharmacist. The royal physician and pharmacist arrive in the reception room, asking why they were summoned at this late hour. Conchita suddenly tosses a small pouch containing the kizzy herb directly toward the startled physician. Crouching beside the pouch, the physician examines the contents with a puzzled expression while Conchita glares coldly. Inspecting the contents, the physician twirls a kizzy leaf, admitting how difficult it is to obtain nowadays. Conchita confronts the physician sharply, demanding to know if that exact herb is being used on her father. The royal physician flusteredly insists he would never use such a potent, dangerous herb on His Majesty. Princess Conchita turns her sharp gaze onto the terrified pharmacist, demanding he prove his words instead. Breaking under the pressure, the pharmacist drops to his knees and desperately begs Princess Conchita for mercy. Crying in terror, the pharmacist confesses his family was taken hostage, forcing him to comply with any command. Enraged, the royal physician grabs the pharmacist, who weakly admits the king has been inhaling the poison far too long. The terrifying truth strikes Princess Conchita, leaving her in utter shock as she realizes her father will soon fall into a coma. Demanding answers, the physician shouts at the pharmacist to explain how he managed to slip the poison past everyone. Trembling on the floor, the pharmacist reveals he entered the king's bedchamber alongside Zodiac. Princess Conchita feels a sudden chill run down her spine upon hearing Zodiac, her brother's personal spatial elementalist, was involved. Horrified that her ruthless brother would poison their own father, Princess Conchita storms toward the doors in total disbelief. Princess Conchita flings open the heavy doors, determined to confront her brother and uncover the truth. She bursts into Tokufin's grand chambers, calling out his name with furious urgency. Royal guards quickly interpose themselves, warning Princess Conchita that it is far too late to demand an audience. Step out, Tokufin enters in his night robe, cold and annoyed by his sister's dramatic interruption. Dismissing his royal guards, Tokufin orders everyone out so he can deal with Conchita alone. Left alone in the quiet hall, intense tension thickens between the imperial siblings. Princess Conchita directly accuses Tokufin of using the deadly poisonous herb to slow kill their father. Tokufin casually ruffles his hair, callously dismissing her outburst as completely excessive and unnecessary dramatic noise. In sheer disbelief, Conchita cries out that their father may never wake up again from this poison. Tokufin scoffs coldly, sneering that it is not his fault their father is weak and unable to rise. Conchita gasps in horror as Tokufin mockingly hints that House Carlos will soon be completely destroyed. Clenching his fist, Tokufin declares his plan to brand Shade, a traitor, and replace House Carlos with another family. Conchita fiercely defends House Carlos, arguing that no one will ever believe Tokufin's treasonous accusations. Tokufin steps closer, arrogantly declaring that public opinion matters little when he becomes the absolute ruler. Conchita retorts that the divine dragon will never acknowledge a tyrant like him, but Tokufin dismisses the dragon's approval entirely. Reaching for the door handle, Tokufin reveals he intends to let monsters overrun the north, so the ritual never occurs. Tokufin orders his guards to lock Princess Conchita inside her room until she quiets down, claiming she is having delusions. The guards grab Princess Conchita, as she angrily shouts at them for daring to lay hands on the princess. As the guards drag her away, Princess Conchita cries out to Tokufin, desperately asking why he must go this far. The heavy doors slam shut and lock, leaving Princess Conchita weeping bitterly inside her room. Recalling Tokofan's scheme to destroy House Carlos and let monsters overrun the north, Conchita wipes away her tears, knowing she has no time for crying. Determined to stop her brother's treason, Conchita resolves that she must warn Azelda immediately. Meanwhile, at the northern estate, night falls over the Grand Castle. Duke Shade reflects deeply on the piles of corpses found in the northern forest, waiting for Asko's report on the capital missing persons cases. Restless over the situation in Varelia, Duke Shade sits alone at his desk, pouring a drink to soothe his swirling thoughts. Realizing sleep won't come easy, Shade grabs his glass and decides to step outside for some fresh air. Meanwhile, under the full moon, the disguised Zelda sits quietly on the grass, gazing up at the night sky. Zelda agonizes over the horrifying sight of the corpses in the cave, wondering if Raoul's earlier warning was about this exact tragedy. Suddenly, Duke Shade approaches through the darkness, calling out to her in surprise as she turns to acknowledge his presence. Shade explains that his footsteps naturally led him here, asking if she also came outside to get a breath of fresh air. Accepting her quiet discomfort, Shade asks if he may sit beside her, to which Zelda gently agrees as he takes a seat on the grass. Sitting together under the moonlit sky, Zelda bitterly questions who could be cruel enough to send innocent people into a cavern full of monsters. Shade recalls Zelda's words about having competent people around him, remembering her reassuring presence alongside his disguised self. Shade realizes in frustration that he is starting to overlap the image of his wife with the mysterious elementalist standing before him. Disgusted by his own wild thoughts, Shade admits he is losing his mind, and desperately wishes his actual wife were present. As the disguised Zelda gasps in shock, Shade quietly explains that Zelda's wisdom and intelligence would make her an incredible asset to their investigation. Flustered by his sudden compliment, the disguised Zelda remarks on how deeply Shade seems to trust and rely on his wife. Looking out into the night breeze, Shade softly confirms his absolute and unwavering trust in his wife Zelda. Turning toward him, Zelda asks Shade what he would do if he discovered his wife was keeping a massive secret or lying to him. Shade thoughtfully answers that if Zelda felt forced to hide things, he would only blame himself for failing to be a reliable husband. Clutching her chest in anguish, Zelda resolves to earn her husband's trust, while wrestling with the overwhelming guilt of concealing her true identity. As Spirit Raoul appears in his human form floating mid-air, he urges Zelda to stop running, and finally reveal her true self to Shade. Raoul sternly warns Zelda that hiding and fleeing will only prevent her from ever moving forward with her life. Reflecting on Shade's loyalty, Zelda fears he might despise her deceit, yet realizes she must brave the future to change her destiny. Deciding to put her faith in Shade, Zelda steps forward and confesses to her surprised husband that Ginger Candy is merely an alias. Reassuring her, Shade gently reveals he always suspected her pseudonym, explaining he never questioned her identity to ensure her safety. Reaching up to pull back her heavy hood, Zelda solemnly declares her desire to be completely honest with him at last. Unveiling her face with a soft blush, Zelda reveals her real name is Azelda, nervously apologizing and offering to explain everything. Shade tightly embraces Azelda, admitting he knew all along that she was the one by his side. Flashbacks reveal Azelda secretly assisting Shade during perilous battles and sword fights, constantly protecting him from the shadows. She recalls walking beside him through every hardship, acting as his unseen guardian. Overwhelmed with emotion, Azelda apologizes while hugging Shade, expressing her deep regret for keeping her identity as the Elementalist a secret. Shade gently comforts her, asking if she will still allow him to stay in Carlos despite everything. Looking lovingly at her, Shade confesses that he cannot picture anyone else by his side. With a warm smile and tears in his eyes, Shade softly begs Azelda to stay with him forever. Watching from nearby, Spirit Raoul chuckles, eager to see how Azelda's altered future unfolds now that she chose a different path.